Hello and welcome. In this video, I'll be showing you how you can create a full stack e-commerce application from scratch. We're going to start by creating the admin dashboard, which is this website. So let me take you through the application and see how it works. So in the admin dashboard, we have this dashboard page, which has the username, which is my email, and then we have the profit, the products. We currently have 20 products in the database, 52 images and 7 categories. In the products section, we have all these products, and I've made it such that if the products are more than 10, a separate page is created for a certain product. We can actually edit and delete the products. So let me edit this one, and you can see here the details where we can add, and like we can edit the product details. I can hit upload and upload a new image. I can move these images. I can sort the images using React sortable. I can update the description. I can give the product details, the brand, and all this, and then I can save the product. And then I can also delete the product. If I hit delete, you can see it's asking us if we want to delete this certain product. We'll say cancel because we don't want to delete that. And then you have the categories. Currently I have these dummy categories, and then you have the orders. Currently we have one order I just made before recording this video, and then you have the settings, which is the settings profile for the user. And in this personal information, you can't edit because I have not actually implemented the settings page, but you can see we have the details for the settings. So I'll show you how we create one product. So but before we add a new product, let's come to the front end, and here we have our shop, and you can see here we have the featured product, which is the first product on our product list. And then you can see these images, and in case I come back here and edit this image, but first let's come here and see the arrangement of these images. If I come back here and then I try sorting these images by taking this here and then taking this here, and then I save the product and then come back and refresh here. Let's refresh. You can see that the image arrangement has changed. If I start scrolling down, you can see we have our latest products, and then we have our new collection, but I have not added a lot of things. So if you come to all products, you can see we have this loading animation. You can see all our products. They are, I think, 20 in total, but for some products I've not added all the images. And if I hover on one product, you can see it's showing the second image of that product in the array. So in case I hit this, you can see we have the product details here, and you can actually add it to cart. And then we have the categories. I've not implemented the categories yet, but after we create this video, you will be able to do that on your own. So here in the cart page, you can see we are already logged in. But how this works is, if I refresh this, you can see this small pop-up here. You should sign up to view cart items. So immediately we send this, or we create this, you send this link to someone and they add items to cart, they won't be able to see the items in the cart. They will see this. You should be able to sign up to view the cart items. For me, I'm already signed up because I have a session active, so that's why I get this page. We can add products from here. We can continue shopping. We can clear the whole cart. So if I clear the whole cart, you can see we have your cart is empty. And I want to show you how we actually add a new product. So I'll come back here, and if I hit add new product, you can give this title as dummy product, and then you can select a category. You want this to be anything. Then you can upload an image. So let's see which type of image you can add. You can add this screenshot and then add another image, these two images, and immediately an image is uploaded, we get this toaster from React Toastify. We can actually delete an image and then upload another image. We'll be using Cloudinary to store our images. So let's see if we can add a different image. So let me use this. Then let's describe the product. You can say it's a phone. Scroll down, you can give it product details, a phone, let's say 12, just some random things. Yeah, and then a price of 345. Then you save the product. Because there are more than 20, you can see the product has been added to its own page, and here is the dummy product. So if I come back to the front end and then like try to make a new order, you can see our cart is empty and we currently have one order, right? So you're going to find that dummy product, and here is the dummy product. So let's add it to cart, and then add this to cart, add this and add this. Then come to the cart page, and you can see now we have all these products here. We can continue shopping, we can clear the cart, and immediately we have a user session. The application automatically takes the email and the full name for the user and puts them here so that checkout can be done. So let's fill this and then let's check out. It's supposed to take us to a Stripe checkout page, which is this one. We have the total here of all the items, and you can see we are in test mode. So let's fill these details, 4242, like that, and then we can do a month, which is like that. CVC we can do 424, and then test, and then we pay. Processed, and you can see now we have checkout successful. Your order has been received and is being processed, and you can see we can continue shopping and our cart has been cleared, so we can start shopping again. If I come to the order section and then I refresh, you can see now we have this order we just made right now. So I'll show you the last thing, which is deleting a product. Okay, so if we come here and delete our dummy products, if we delete these dummy products like that, it gets deleted from the admin dashboard, and also it gets deleted here. So let's refresh, and you can see that it's gone. So that's what we'll be creating today. And also you can search for products. So let's search for a TV. You can see it works. We can search for shoes, you can search for anything. We have this search functionality. So that's what we are going to create today, and we are going to use Google or Next.js, which is Google Authentication. We are going to use Vercel for deployment, and as you can see here, we have this is a deployed web application. So we are going to use Vercel. We are going to use MongoDB for the database, and then you are going to get the source codes for these two projects. So if you come to the, I'll post this link on the description. If you come here and then come to projects, which are my projects which I've done, if you come to the project section, you can see that you have this. We have the e-commerce front end, which is here. You can read it here so that you can get how to get started with the source code. You can view the code here, you can view the live preview of the website there, and make sure you give the code a star before using it. And then we have for the dashboard here, this is the code for the dashboard. You will also do the same. You can see it's a deployed version. You have the code, you have the live preview, and then you can also check out other applications and also more videos, more projects from my YouTube video, which are in this page. So let's start coding, but before we do that, I'm going to show you everything we are going to use. We are going to use Next.js. So first we are going to use Next.js. We are not going to use React for this, not React but TypeScript. We are going to use Next.js React, which is pure JavaScript, and then we are going to use MongoDB. I've mentioned that for creating the database, and then we are going to use Vercel for deployment. We're going to use Vercel also. We're also going to use cloudinary. We're going to use cloudinary to store our images, and Tailwind CSS for the styling. So let's see, Tailwind CSS for the styling, Tailwind CSS. So before we start, make sure you open a plain VS Code and then open a new terminal, and then mostly I like to change to git bash after opening a new terminal, come back to your browser, and in the Next.js website you're going to copy this, okay, then come back here, paste it. I actually don't want it to be saved in that repository, so let me do cd desktop and then cd 2023. Then we can name this as Ecommerce, okay. So we're going to name it as Ecommerce. So let's paste that link there. We are going to name it as Ecommerce app, and then do backend, because you are going to, not backend but admin. And then you're not going to use TypeScript. We are going to say yes to ESLint. You're going to use Tailwind. We are not going to use the source directory, and we are not also going to use the app router. Would you like to customize the default import? No. So we are going to wait for the installation to take place, and then I'll be back. After you have installed everything, you're going to type code and then dot to open the project. Not like code dot, but we're going to first cd into our e-commerce, and then app, and then admin, like that. And then we're going to do code dot to open it in its own VS Code. So here we have it. So let me close that and open this. So before we run this project, of which let me first increase I zoom in a little bit, you can see that that's better. So before you do that, you're going to open a new terminal like that. And then I normally like to place my terminal to the right, so let me see, right, like that, so that you can work in between here. So before we run this project, I'm going to show you the extensions that I have installed. So first we have the auto close tag. This helps you to automatically close the tags. Auto rename tag. I have the ES7 React Redux, so make sure you install this one. Yeah, and then we have the what? Let me see. Simple React snippets. I have the Tailwind CSS intelligence, because we are going to use Tailwind CSS. And then we have the, I don't think there's anything else, so make sure you install those ones, and you'll be ready to start coding. So let's first go through the project folder. Here we have the pages, where we are going to place all our pages, including the about section, not like the about section, but the projects. Where is it? We have the dashboard, products, categories, orders, settings, and all that. And we have the API, where we are going to handle all our backend, which is for the connecting to our database. So let's run this application. So first let me change this to git bash, and then run npm run dev. Okay, before it starts, let me come back here. You can see it has already started building. If I come to the profile page settings, and then I log out, you can see that you have this page, welcome to my shop, and then this website is only accessible to admins only, and then login with Google. You can see that the login actually works. So we are going to start by creating the login first, and then we can come to create the dashboard and all that. So let me open this one. You can see our project is running. So we are going to start by editing you can see here, get started by editing pages index.js. So we are going to start by editing this page, but first come to the styles, to the global slow css, and then you're going to remove all this code here except the import for Tailwind, and then come back, and then you can see that the colors have changed. So I don't want us to write a lot of codes for this one, so we are going to use a lot of style components. We have let me search for it. What did we have? The sailboat UI. Okay, so we have the sailboat UI, and we have the hyper UI, I guess. So let me come here and search for hyper UI.dev, like that. Here we have it. So we have the hyper UI and we have the sailboat UI. So those are the ones we are going to use for the project. So you can see here we have let's first remove the everything in the index page. So I'm going to remove this like that. And then if I come here, you can see we have an empty web page. I want to first transfer this from here, so let me remove this and take it to the app.js XJS. So I want to put it there, and I don't want us to use enter, we are going to use poppins. So let me do poppins here. We're going to import it from Next Google, and then let's remove this. And then inside here we are supposed to add subsets, one for this subset and another one for weight. So we're going to add weight, and then we want it to be 400 so that we don't get an error while compiling. And then come back here first to the index page, and let's see, let me first undo the delete. If I scroll up, you can see here we have used it as enter.className. So let's come back to our app.js, and then this return component, I want it to be inside something else, that is. So let's first change that and do a main, then paste the component inside here, and then inside this main I want to have a class name, and then this class name is going to be just the inter, not like the inter class name. So it's going to make sure that everything in our child component inside our application uses the poppins font. Okay, and as you can see here we have changed the font. So let's come back here and remove it from this page. Let's delete that, then let's also delete this like that. So if I come here and do a p tag and do home page, then come back here, you can see we have the home page up here. So I want us to start by creating the welcome page. So let's log out. So let's sign out. We have this. So what you're going to do for this, we are going to first create a div here. So let's first remove this, then let's do a div. It's going to be flex, then you're going to do minimum height of screen, and then justify to be center, and then items to be center. Let's come back here and see. Let's add something inside here, a p tag, and say home. You can see the text is now in the middle of the page. So here we're going to do a h1. This h1 is going to be welcome to the admin of the website. Okay, like that. You have it there, welcome to the admin of the website. We can add some few class names to the h1. So let's do a text of for Excel like that, and then a font of medium, font of not medium but bold, welcome to the admin of the website. And then what else can we do? We can do a maximum width of LG, not and then we can do text to be center. So welcome to the admin of the website, and then below here we can do a p tag. This p tag is going to be lorem, then we can do 15 lines of lorem. That's actually big. Let's do, instead of, let's do 5. Still doing 15. Let me first see. We have the flex minimum height screen. We can do flex to be column. Then here we can do lorem 5 lines. Anyway, let's remove this. Then you have that there. We can do a maximum width of 4 or 7 for Excel. Yeah, like that. And then margin to be out. yeah, like that. And instead of this lorem, we can say an account is needed to view this page. Then let's change this, an account is needed, and this we're going to give it a class name. Let's do font of medium, and then let's do a margin y of 4 so that it separates everything like that. And then after adding that p tag, we want a button below the p tag to actually help us log in. So what are we going to do? Let me first close that, and then let's come here and do a button for signing in. So let's come to our hyper UI. Where is it? Here. And then you're going to look for buttons. Let's see, button groups, not button groups, but buttons. Let me see. Do you have buttons here? We have this, and then I want this button here. So let's view the code and then change it from HTML to JSX. And then I want this. Copy it and then come back here and paste it. Shift Alt F. We want this to be just a button, so we are going to change it from that. Then let's remove the ref, and then here we can say sign in with Google, like that. Let's come back here and you can see we have the sign in with Google. Then I think that's almost similar to this, right? Login, then you have sign in with Google, of which you can change this from indigo to, let's say, blue. Okay, like that. So you actually get that nice blue color. So what you're going to do next, so that you can be able to sign in, we're going to go to a website called Next.js. Here it is. So we're going to use this Next.js for authentication. You can see here we have authentication for Next.js, and these are the only things we're going to do so that we can activate the signing in. But first, we are going to initialize the signing in and then connect to our MongoDB database. So first, we're going to run this npm install Next.js. So let's come here and open a new terminal, and then let's do npm install and then Next.js. Then come back here. You can see it's saying add authentication in minutes. We are supposed to add in pages API. We are supposed to add out, and then a folder called out and a file called next.js. So we're going to come here, and then inside the API you're just going to add a new file and then paste it there. It's going to create a folder and a file inside that folder, like that. You can see it has created an auth folder and a file inside it. So we're going to copy this and paste it here. We only need the Google provider, so I'm going to remove these ones, and also the email provider. You can use the email provider if you want to, but for us we are not going to do the email provider, only Google provider. So let's remove also this, and then as you can see here, we are supposed to create a Google ID and a Google secret. So make sure you go to your project directory and create a new file as .env. Okay, like that. Then inside this .env file, we are supposed to add a Google ID. So let's paste the Google ID here. I'm going to show you how you get the Google ID and the Google secrets. So let's paste them here. Okay, and then the next thing here, it's saying we are supposed to edit our app.jsx. So the only thing we are going to do is copy this, import, then come back here to the app.js and then paste the import up here. So let's add the import here, and then you can see you have component page props, and then in the page props we are supposed to add this session and then page props. So let's copy that, and in the page props here just paste it here like that, and then we are supposed to add this session provider around our component. So let's come back here, and I think it's inside the return here. We can not like there, actually, but inside here we can do the session provider and then paste it down here. This makes sure that the user session is all around the application. So by doing that, you have added Next.js authentication, but yet we haven't finished. So you can see here it's saying we're supposed to update our index.js with this, but our index page, we have this data here. So what we're just going to do here is just import the session, and then let's do this. If there's a session, let's come to the index.js, and then up here let's do that. Then this one checks if there's a session, it's going to return this, but if there is no session, it's going to return this, sign in with Google. It's going to give us an error because we have not imported the use session. So we are going to do that, import use session, and then it's supposed to fix that error. And the button for the sign in, we're supposed to add this here. So let's just copy this on click and then come here and paste it inside our button. Okay, so let's paste it here, Shift Alt F to format, and then we're supposed to import this sign in from Next.js like that. So if I come back here and I hit sign in with Google, it's supposed to bring us this button like thing here, and we don't want that. So you're going to come inside this sign in, you're supposed to add Google, okay, so that it takes us directly to showing us our emails and password. So it's not going to work because we currently haven't set up a project. So that's where we are going to go to the Google console. So you're going to search for Google console, then you're supposed to get something like this. Then we're supposed to create a new project. Is it like a new project? Yeah, go to, we're supposed to create a new project. We're going to name it as, let's name it as Ecommerce app, and then admin, like that. And then let's create. So you can see we have created the application. So the next thing we are going to do is come to auth consent screen, and then after creating the project, come to auth consent screen. You want to create an external consent screen, create, and then you want to name an app name. Okay, do you have an app name? Anyway, you can do e-commerce admin, like that. User support email, I just use my email here, and then let's see, let me copy this email because I'm supposed to use it down below. Let's scroll down, and it's not a must to add an app logo. If you have a domain, you can add it here, but we don't want that. Authorized domains, we're not adding any of that. Copy paste your email there, developer contact information, and then just continue hitting save and continue, like that. And now after doing that, after creating an auth consent screen, come to credentials, and then create a new credential, auth client ID, and then application type is going to be a web application, and then authorized JavaScript origins, you're not going to add that, but you're supposed to add authorized redirect URIs. So for this, you're going to come to next auth, and then come to the documentation and come to, I think, providers here. And because we are using Google, you're going to look for Google. Here it is. And then you can see here we have configuration, authorized redirect URIs. So for production, you're going to use, you can see here we have this URI, right? In case of like you're deploying your website, we are going to add this deployed URL to our Google console, but for now we are only going to add this because we are in development mode. So let's copy this and come back here, and then add the redirect, then add your I. So in case we want to add a new, we have deployed our application you're going to add its domain here. So let's first delete that and then create. So you can see we have been given a client ID. So let's copy the client ID, come to our environment and then paste it here. I think we're supposed to paste it as a string, that is, and then copy the client secret like that. And then it's supposed to like help us sign in. Let's see. You can see now we get the sign in, the account in this Google, and then here you can see signed in as eclarkhalid. Then we can sign out. Let me import the sign out so that you can actually sign out. Sign out, it takes us back to this page. So we have been able to add authentication, but if like we don't have that session has not been saved anywhere because we haven't yet created a MongoDB database for that. So what you're going to do, you're going to open your MongoDB. If you don't have an account, you're going to create one. For me, I already have one, so I've already logged in. And then if you don't have any projects, you're going to see a button somewhere asking you to create a new project. But if you have existing project, you're going to hit new project. So let's do that. But before we actually create these projects, let's come back to Google Auth, and in the documentation you can see we have the adapters. Okay, you're going to hit adapters and then come to MongoDB, and then you are first going to install this. First install that one, and then if you come back here, you can see it's saying we are supposed to do what? To add this file. So what you're going to do, and you can see this one is asking for a MongoDB URI. This one we are going to get it from the project created in our MongoDB. So let's first copy this, and in our project here we're going to add a lib folder. So we're going to add a lib folder, and then in this lib folder we're going to do a mongodb.js like that. And then we're going to paste the code there, this code, this one. And then yes, we currently don't have an error, but let's first copy this, Control C, and then the error has appeared. First let's copy that and paste it here, and then let's come back to the mongodb.js. To solve this error, you're just going to remove this, and then your error is fixed. So let's come back here, and then after pasting that, you can see it's saying configure all.js. so we're supposed to add this line of code in our Next.js inside here before the providers, that is. So here we're going to add this, and then import the Mongo adapter from the MongoDB, and then import the client promise from our lib, and then MongoDB. So let's come back here, and now it's time to create our MongoDB project. So we are going to name it as Ecommerce and then admin like that. Next, and then create project. Then after creating project, you're going to hit create deployment, and then select this free one and then create. Let's do this recaptcha, verify, and then here you're going to set your username and password. Let me change this password, and then create user. Add your current IP address. For me, I've already added the IP address, and then finish and close. Go to overview, and then here you're going to hit connect, and then drivers connect to your application, and then copy this string, come back to our environment file, and then paste it here. Make sure you change this password with the actual password. Okay, so for me, let me change it to the password I used, then come back to our application and then try to sign in. So if I sign in here, then let's use this email, then sign in with different Google. Let's see, don't know why it's doing that. We can refresh our application. So let's Control C, then start it again, come back and look for localhost 3000. Then let's try signing in. Let's use this email. Then you see now we have been successfully logged in. So let's come back to our cluster and let's see if we have a new user in our database. So let's see, browse collections, and then you can see here we have users. We have this user here, we have one session available, and this user only has one account. If we added Apple provider, email provider, it would have a lot of accounts using one either email or one user. Okay, so let's close this out because we have actually finished setting up the authentication. Let's close this page and this page, and also maybe this one, the Google API and the front end, because we'll come to that later. Now let's come to the actual website. Okay, let's log in, and we have actually set up the login. So what you're going to do next is adding this what is it called, navigation bar. So let's come back to we can close the terminal for now, like that. No, let's close it for now, and then close all these pages, collapse everything, and then come to pages, and then we have index.js. So here we have the homepage, which is this page, but we don't want to show whatever. We don't want to show this. If there is a session, we want to show all this. Okay, so to do that, first create a component folder outside the pages folder. So let's create a component folder here, and that components folder, components, we are going to add a header.js. okay, like that. Then export default, then function, and then header. And then inside here we are going to just return nothing for now, like that. And then we want this header to be in every page, so we are going to import it in our app.jsx. So before this component children, we are going to import our header. So let's import our header from components, make sure you import it. And if I come back to our page here, we currently have nothing. If I come here and do a div of padding of 4, you can see here we have a space. We don't want to code everything for the header, so we are going to look for a header we can use. So let's come here to the hyper UI and then look for a good header. So I've currently used this one, so let me copy it. So let's view and then change to JSX and then copy, and then we're going to paste it here, Shift Alt F. If you come back here, you can see we have the header. The first thing you're going to change here is the maximum width, which is XL to 2XL, like that. And then we're going to change this icon. So to change that, we're going to look for hero icons. Then here we are going to look for admin. Let's see, we can use this SVG. Copy the SVG and then paste it here. Okay, like that. Shift Alt F to format, come back. You can see we have changed the icon, and then change all the text small to text medium. So Control Shift L, then change it from text SM to text MD, like that, or we can do text LG. Let's see how that will look like. That's better. And then now we don't want these two buttons here. We want to show our this user. So what you're going to do here is first, I think this code is responsive. Let's see. The header is responsive, but this icon is not functional. You will change that on your own, but in the main website the header is current, it's responsive. Everything in the initial website is currently responsive. So let's remove those two buttons. So let's say we're going to change these two buttons. Let's remove them, and here is where we are going to add our user active session. Okay, so to do that, we are going to open our index.js, and first we want to import this session like that, copy, then close it, come here and then paste it here, then import the use session like that. But first we want to do this. Okay, if there is a session available, if there is a session, we want to return the whole header like that. Okay, so if you have a session, we return the whole header. Currently we have a session, so it returns the whole header. And for adding the image, you're going to come to Sailboat UI and look for an avatar, and I'm going to select one here. So let's just copy this one, Control C, come back, and it was which div? It was this div. Then paste it here, Shift Alt F to format, change this to from not like the class but the source. We are going to change it from the current source to user session dot user dot image like that. It's supposed to give us the image of that email, and you can see now we have it there. Something else we are going to do is we want this to have a border bottom, the header that is like that, and then we want it to be sticky to the top and to have a top of 0 like that. So anytime we start scrolling, we get the header sticks to the top. Okay, so I think that's what we needed for the header, but we need to add this. So let's remove this current LIs and all these LIs for these about careers. We don't need the about, so let's first remove all these, and then you're going to add the pages we want. Okay, so let's remove these. Supposed to have one, yeah, and then let's change this from about to dashboard. So let's do dashboard like that. And then we don't want this to be an A tag, because when you want to deploy to Vercel, it doesn't want you to use an A tag. It wants you to use the link from next link. So make sure you input it. So you have the dashboard there. And what else do we need? Let's check. You need the products, categories, orders, and settings. So let's come here and copy this, Control C, and then paste it. 1, 2, 3, then 4. So we are supposed to do not the dashboard but products here. So let's do products, and then categories, and then we need to do orders, and then you also need to do settings like that. So we have that. And in this main website, you can see that when I'm in the dashboard is highlighted. So to do that, we are going to first import use router from next router. So let's do that. So we're going to do const, we are going to do router is equals to use router from next router, And then const, we declare a path name to check when a path name is a certain reference, we do something. Okay, so let's do router here like that, and we want to have an inactive classes and active classes for the links. So we're going to do a const and then active, and if a link is active, we want to use the existing active classes but change the color. Okay, so let's come back here and paste it here. When it's active, we don't want to have gray, but instead we want to do green. Okay, so let's do green like that. And then when it's inactive, const, and then when it's inactive, we want it to do the actual text gray 500 and all that. So we're going to remove the class names from all this. So let's do Control Shift L. Let's see if it selects no, and then we're going to change that to that, and we want to check if path name, not like path name but location, then dot path name, if the path name is equal to the home page, we want to do the active class. Okay, but if it's not in the home page, you want to do an inactive class like that. So if I come back, you will see that all of them have been highlighted, but we can actually change that. We can add a padding of 4 here, padding of 4 to the active class, not padding of 4, padding of 3 instead. And then we want to do what else, bg of gray 200, let's see, yeah, and then rounded, then md, that looks better. And then let's change this color from 500 to 600 like that. And then we want to have a padding of 3 only when we are not active like that. So let's scroll down and then change this ref. So if the ref is not products, let's see, you can see now the product is not highlighted. This one is categories, then this one is orders, then this one is settings like that. So the only highlighted page is the dashboard like that. I think that's better. So what we're going to do is to first create the data in the home page, which is welcome back and all that. If we hit view shop, it's supposed to open the front end. So let's come back here and let's see, we have this welcome back, view products, and then view shop. So let's come to Tailwind, the hyper UI Tailwind components, and then look for a header somewhere here. Let's see, headers. So you have this, you're going to use this. So let's view. You can code all this, but for me, I prefer to use the components because it will be fast for us. So let's paste it here, Shift Alt F. Then if I come back, we have welcome back. We don't want this to be, so let's just change that, welcome back, and then view website, create post. So here we are going to welcome back and then change this name to session dot user then dot name like that. Then let's see, we actually get the name, and then let's remove it from there and not like do a p tag but a span, then paste it there, add a class name of text green, then 6700. Yeah, so we have welcome back, and then the name there, the email, that is the name from the Google, and then you can add it, the question mark here the exclamation mark there. Yeah, welcome back. And then that, what else do we need here? View the statistics about your business. So let's copy this, copy, and then instead of this, let's paste that one there. Shift Alt F to format, and then come back. You can see view the statistics about your business, and then we can actually do what? We can actually edit this p tag from text sm to, let's change all the text sm. Control Shift L, text md. That looks better. And then this from text to excel to 3xl. And then this p tag, we can do a maximum width of, let's say, lg, like that. And now here we can do a view website, create post. We are going to change this from view website to view products, so that it takes us to the products page. And then we can change, let's see, we have that. We can change the other create post to the same button. Let's see, Control C, and then change this, Control V, Shift Alt F, and then instead of this gray, we can do orange. So if I come here, you can see it has changed. View products, and then view shop here. So you have view products and view shop, but you're going to change the icon for view shop to something different. So let's do this and do shop. Let's look for shop here in the icons. We can copy this SVG. Let's see, copy that SVG and then paste it here instead of this. Control V, Shift Alt F to format, come back, and you can see we have view shop. Let's reduce its size from 6 to 4, like that. Now we have that. So something missing is this here, but to do that, we're just going to come to the hyper UI and then look for grid. You see any grid anywhere? Here we have the grids. We want 4 grids, not like for these ones. So let's just view and then change here and then copy. Come to the index page, and then below the header, we're going to paste the divs there. So let's see, we have them there, but actually we need to come to the page.js, and inside the main class name, we can add a padding x of 4 to literally anything inside this website. So you can see here we have a padding x of 4, yeah, which is better. And now we have those 4 cards where you're going to put the profit and other details. Okay, so now we're going to go to the products page where we are going to create our products. First, we need to check if we have the reference. We need to go to products, and then to add like new products, let's also change it here in the view products button. Instead of button, we can do a link, next link, and then change this from type to ref. This ref is going to be products. Also do the same here, but that one can stay for now. In case we hit view products, it's going to give us an error for because we don't have that page yet. And to create that page, you're going to come to pages and then create a new folder, name it as products, and then inside that products, add a new file, index.js, like that. Here we do export default function, and then let's do products, like that, and then return a p tag saying products page, like that. So if we come to products, it's not supposed to give us an error. That's better. So what you're going to do is we're going to start by creating the we're going to start by adding this. Okay, so let's come to our index page and then actually copy this header. Okay, let's copy this header and then come to our products and then paste it here, Shift Alt F, and then we don't want this button, this one for shop, we don't want that. And then we need to do all products, and let's create a new product. So here we need to say all products, and then let's create a new product. Let's copy this, Control C, and then come and paste it here like that. So if we come back here in the products, it's saying the link is not defined. Import the link, come back, you can see all products. Let's create a new product. We have the view products, and then we need a divider. So come to Sailboat UI, divider, and then let's copy this. Let's copy this code here, and then below the header, let's add the divider there. So we'll have this divider. Change the margin from 8 to 3. Not 3, but that 3 is a lot. Let's do 2. Or we can also do 1. And then Shift Alt F. And then here in padding Y of 8, we can change it to 6. Let's do 6. Not there, but you can change this to 8 instead. Yeah, that's let it remain to 12, and then padding Y of 6, that's better. Come here, and what you're going to do is change this color from gray. So let's do from gray to green, because we have the green color there. And then we don't want it to be 500. 500 is, we can do 700. Then also here you can do 600. View products, not like view product, but create products. Create product, like that. Create products, and then instead of this like icon, we can add a plus icon. So we can do this one's better, this one. Then change this SVG, Shift Alt F, and then the width to 4 and the height to 4. Come back here, and that one looks better. Okay, so below this HR, we'll just add a div. This div is going to have these class names, so let's just copy it here, and then below this HR, let's do a div and add those class names. Then inside here, we're going to say no products. Let's see how that looks. Yeah, we have no products there. So we're going to start by adding the products, and to do that, anytime we create a new product, it's supposed to take us to a certain page, right? And that page, we're going to add it in our projects folder, the products folder, sorry. So to make sure that when we click the create product, it takes us to this create this page, we are going to come to our products, which is this one, and you're going to add a new file, which is new.js, like that. Then here we're going to do export default, then function, then we're going to say new product. Okay, and then let's do a return, and then you're going to do a new product. Okay, so anytime we're supposed to come back to the products, and then inside the, is it the products? Yeah, here in create product, we're going to change this to products, and then you're going to say new. Okay, like that. So if you come here and say create product, it's supposed to take us to this new products page. So to do this, let's come back here, to the actual website, and you can see here we have the fill all the fields to add a new product. So to create this, we are going to come here, and what are we going to do? We can start by telling this person that this is the page for a new product, right? So what you're going to do is come back to our VS Code and then close all this first, then collapse everything, come back to pages, products, and then new. Here it is. So we don't want to actually create, we want to create a new product, but what we are going to do is, if I come back to my website here, and then let's say come back to the dashboard, come to the products, and when I want to create a new product and when I want to edit a product, you can see that it's almost the same, right? It's like almost the same. So what you're going to do is we are going to just come to come here, and then actually I was supposed to use the stylings for the header in all the pages, but it's okay. So what you're going to do, let's first check the header, how it looks like, so that we don't have to keep maximum width of screen. And then yeah, so let's just copy this, and then all these classes we paste them to our app.js, then let's paste them here. Come back to our application, and actually we have that, but this you can do, instead of 2 Excel you can do 7 Excel. Then after doing 7 Excel, that looks better, but we are going to remove these classes from the header, because now everything takes those classes. Okay, yeah, except we need to do this LG padding X of 8. So let's first remove that, and let's see. Or we can just do, that's better, it looks similar to this. Yeah, so in this new product we are going to do something here that says let's create a new product, and we are just going to do the usual what, let's come to index, and then this one. So let's just copy this and then paste it to our new page here. So instead, let's first remove this, add this, then paste it here, Shift Alt F, come back, and then link is not defined, we actually don't need this. Then let's come back here, all products, let's create a new product. So what you're going to do here is first do a padding y of, let's say 4, 3, it's better. Then instead of all products, let's say let's create a new product, though we are going to change this later. I want us to see how this one looks like. Let's create a new product, and then we can just remove the h1, right, like that. Then we can leave this there. So we need to add a divider. We're going to just like copy it, so you can add an export for the divider, but for me I'll keep on importing it, like copying it back. So you have that. Let's remove this from margin. You can actually remove the margin like that. Let's create a new product. It doesn't look good, but you can change it later. So inside here we want to do a margin y of 10, so let's do Shift Alt F. Below here we want to do a margin y of 10. Okay, so let's do a margin y of 10, and inside this margin y of 10 we want to do a product component, and this product component is the one that is going to be shown when we are creating a new product and when we are editing the new product, because it's similar, it's the same thing. So here we are going to create a product. We are going to import a product component which currently doesn't exist, and then inside our components you're going to create a product, okay, .js. Then do the same here, export default and then function. Then you're going to say product, but it's not going to have the name, price, image. We're going to add those later. Then here we can do that. Okay, so let's see, we don't have the product yet, so let's import it at components product. So you can see here we have the product. And now for creating the product component, we actually need to add a lot of things here. First, we need to add the title, select category, all this. So to do that, we're going to come to, I think it's the hyper UI, and then let's look for inputs inputs here. And then you have the email one, have this one, search for, I want something, I can use this one. Okay, so let's view, let's change this to JSX, and then let's just copy this one and then come to our product, and then let's remove this. But before we do that, we actually need a .mx to be auto, and then we need to do a maximum screen, not like maximum width screen to be Excel. Then inside this we can copy the div for the title. Let's see how that looks like. So I don't want that's too big, so you can do LG here. Let's see. Yeah, we have that one there, which you can reduce it, but that looks better, right? Yeah. So let's come back here, and instead of email, let's do, or we can come and use the one from Sailboat UI. Let's see, we have the input, we have this one. You can actually use this one. This one looks better. Then let's undo this first, then copy it here. Then instead of Excel, you can do LG. Let's see, we actually have that there, but this one is set to maximum width. You can remove that, and now we have the email one. You can do this to MD, because I don't want it to be so big. I want it to be similar to this. I don't know, this one is okay. We can do SM. So here we have the, can change this to title, and then we can change the text from small to text to medium, or we can just do LG like that. And if you have noticed, the ones from this page are bigger than the ones from this page. I don't know why. Let's see. Inside our inter, we said a weight of 400. Yeah, there's no problem, you can fix that on your own. So in the input, instead of like doing the type of email, we'll do text, and then we can do a padding. Let's see, we can actually do a padding. Where is the classes? Here, a padding of, we can do 4. Let's see, that's better. Instead of 4, we can do 3. Yeah, that's better. And then I think we have a border already, but we haven't described a border, so let's do a border so that we get a border like that. this placeholder from your email to product title like that. And then now we need to copy paste this like one more time. This one is for the category, this one is for the images, this one is for the description, and this one is for the price. So if I come back here, you can see we have all this, and in all this, Control Shift L, we need a margin Y of 4. 4, we can do 6. Yeah, 4 is better. Like that. So below here, this one you're going to use it for the image. Here we need type to be number. Yeah. And then you can say product price. And then we can also change the label from title to price. Like that. Then like that, here we can add a price. This one is going to be description, so let's change it to description like that. And then this one is not going to be an input, but instead it's going to be a text area. And then it's going to have rows of let's say rows 1, let's see, then let's must only assign an expression. Yeah, we have rows of 5. We have the description, we have the product description. Let's change it to description. We have product description. Here we are going to add the images. Okay, so let's do images here like that. And then this one is going to be let's see how this one looks like. So you have images, and then you have this button to upload. So first let's remove this, and then you're going to do a separate one for it. And then you have the select category. Anyway, we are going to do this one to be select category. And then instead of this input, you're going to have an option. Is it an option? No, a select. And then it's going to be not going to be self-closing, but a select here. Okay, like that. Inside this select, we are going to have, did we actually have the, let's see, select, you don't want the type, you don't want the ID, so let's remove that. You only need the class name, so let's remove that and then add this. Inside this select, you need option. Let me see, why am I getting an error? Control Shift P. Maybe we need to reload. Let's see, let's come back to sailboat and then look for a select. Yeah, we wanted this one. Code, copy the code and then paste it here. Control V, Shift Alt F. But we can, that one looks bad. We can remain with ours there because it retains the styling, and then we can copy these options here. Okay, so let's come and paste the options inside here. Shift Alt F. Then let's see, option 1. Instead of option 1, you can say no category selected. No category selected. Let's see, yeah. And then now below here we are going to add the images one. So let's copy this, Control C. Then we would like actually do this instead. Margin X of auto, margin Y, and then flex. Justify to be between. Justify not there, but inside here we can do a flex dot flex, then justify to be between, and then items to be center, like that. And then inside here we can do the label for the not select category but images. images, and then at this find here we can add the add image option. So let's see, we need a button to do that. Okay, so let's do button and then add image. So we have that there. We need class names for this image, so let's see, let's use these ones, but the text is supposed to be gray, not like gray, but no need a color for the text. Add image, then bg is going to be gray. We don't need a, let's see, add image like that. We need a bg gray 200, and then when you hover you get that. So we can work with that image for now, and Shift Alt F. For this button, when we click the image, we need an input for the image, and that input is going to be hidden, so that when like we click on the upload, is going to show us an input. And to do that, you're going to use this input. So inside this button, let's see, below this text here, let's actually add this Control V. It's an input, and it's going to be an on change. So let me first remove the upload images. ID, file import, type file, class is going to be hidden. It's going to accept. This one is for mobile phones, because when like I was creating this one, I noticed that it doesn't, the type file, this one doesn't like work on mobile phones. So you're supposed to add this accept and then multiple. Let's first leave that and then come down here, and we need something else. Okay, so we need a div, and this div is going to have a button for the save. So let's look for the buttons, then we can use this. So let's view and then change to JSX, and then use this button. So let's come here and change this to actually that, and then change this from link to button. Then remove a ref, the ref here, and then you're going to say we want to have a type of button. Instead, we can do submit. Because you're going to make all this a form, and then we want this to be, this button to take the full width. So let's do with the full. Let's see, yeah, and then now we can hit here and say save product. Let's see, now we have that, and then we are supposed to change this indigo to, let's say, green, and then that's better. So when we hit the save product, it's supposed to save the product. So we're going to add first, let me see, this is for all the labels. Okay, so all these labels we are supposed to add margin y of, let's say, 2, so that it separates the label with the, did it do that? No, we want it to separate the label and the input field. So let's see, padding y, yeah, that's better, but you can do padding y of 2. Yeah, that looks better. So let's make it 1. For adding the images, we can, instead of like using these images and then this button here, we can come to Sailboat UI and then scroll at the file input to this part, and then view the code, and then copy this code, come and paste it here. So let's just paste it here, so that like we can get something similar to this. And then we are going to remove this maximum width here, and then we are going to change this. We can replace this label with this label here, and then let's replace it here. Okay, like that. Shift Alt F to format, and then we can change this from select categories to images. Okay, like that. So if I click this one, you can see that this one is popping up. So by that, we can be able to start uploading new products to our website. And let's refresh first. Instead, we can do localhost here. Then let's just sign in, because I think the session has ended. Let's sign in. Let's do it again. Sign in with Google. Let's use this account. Sign in. Let's use this one. Let's see. We are getting, the session has ended and we want to sign in again. I think it's because of the IP address. Let's refresh it again and try to sign in. Then sign in. We're still getting the error. Let's see at the terminal why we are getting an error when we try to sign in. So let's see. It's saying that mongodb.net error, get user by account error. Okay, let's see. I think that's related to the IP address. We can just come here and restart the server. Let's see if that will change anything. So we have restarted the server. Let's see if we'll be able to sign in again. Localhost 3000. Then let's sign in. Let's use this account. Yeah, we have signed in. I think the issue was the IP address. So let's come back here and look at our products and then create products. So here we have this, and we can change the, we can change the border of this label as from gray to a color we can see. So let's use blue 200. Yeah, that's better. And then increase it to 300. So I think that's better. So now you want to be able to create a product by adding a title, adding a description, and then adding a price. But for now, because we don't have any categories, we won't be able to upload a product with a category. So what you're going to do first is to make sure that we add states to all this. Make sure we add a state to the title, to the description, and to the price, and also the image. So what you're going to do here is we are going to come to back here, and then we want to define some states up here. So let's first start with const and then title. We want to set the title. We're going to use state. We're going to use state, and this one is going to be just an empty string, and then we are supposed to actually import the useState from React, and then do the same for the description. So let's copy this and then do it for the description. So this one is going to be description, and then set description. So it's going to be set description, then it's going to be useState, and then the same here for the price. Then it's going to be set price. So let's do that, set price, and then we have the title, we have the description, and we have the price, and also we have the images for now. So let's do images here, then set images, and then this set images is going to be just an empty array. So let's see, we have the title, we have the images, we have the description, and we have the price, like that. So every time we want to add something to our database, we first create the states. So now is to apply these states to our title, description, and all that. So in this input, all these inputs, and I think I'll do this so that you can see it clearly. So inside this input, Shift Alt F to format. Here we want to first do a value, and the value is going to be title. okay. And if I come back here to my website and then I try to type here, I won't be able to type anything because I've set a value. So to be able to add something, we add the on change, okay. So the on change is going to be event, is going to be set title to event dot target dot value, like that. So if I come back to my website and then I start typing, you can see now I can be able to change the value of the input. So I'll also do the same for the rest of this. So first let me do it to the, not the select category, but the description here. So let's add it to the description. Then we'll do it for the images. So let's add it here, and then this one is going to be description, and then this one is going to be set description, like that. Then we're going also to add it down here. So let's add it down here to the, this one is the price, okay. Shift Alt F, and then here you're going to do price, and then this one is going to be set price, like that. And now because this button is type of submit, you're supposed to change this div that is entrapping all this to be a form, so that when we submit this form, we are going to submit our data to MongoDB. So here we want to do an on change of, let's say, create project. So here we're going to say on submit of create project. And now because we don't have this function yet created, we are going to get an error. So let's see, create project is not defined, so we are going to define this function. So let's do it below the use state, and then let's say function, and then create project. Let's just define it here, create project, and then it's going to be just empty for now, okay. If we come back, we have fixed the error. So now after setting that, we have added the use states we have added the states to the description, to everything. But for the image here, for the images, we are not going to add the use state before, because we are going to first check if the image is being uploaded to cloudinary, and then if the image is being uploaded to cloudinary, we want it to be shown below somewhere here, the image that has been generated. And we don't want to save the image to our database before like deciding these are the images we want to use, okay. So for this one, you're going to create its own function for uploading the images, but for now we can be able to save the others, like the description, the price, and the title. So to do that, let's come back here, and then first let's install Axios, okay. So let's come and create a new terminal, and then let's install npm install, then Axios. Then let's take this to the right, like that. So we're supposed to install Axios. As it installs, let's come to our create project. So inside this create project, you're supposed to do a data. So let's do const data is equals everything that we are sending, all the data that we are receiving from our input. So let's first do title, and then description, and then we can also do price for now, because we just want to first see if we can be able to create the product without the image first, and then we'll do the image later. And then here we want to do an await, and then an Axios, and then this one is going to post to a certain, we're going to post to API. So we don't have this route yet, so we want to post to API, and then products. We are going to create this in a minute, and then we want to do data, and then because this one is an await, we want to do an async function here, okay, like that. So we want to post the data, which is the title, description, and price, to a certain route, which is API route, API products, which we don't have yet. So now we want to go to API, and then you're going to create this products.js. So to do that, we're going to say products.js, like that. And then now here, what you're going to do, we can leave it like that, and first create models for saving the project. So let's first add another folder, and name it models, and then in these models we want to do a products.js. These models will be created in our MongoDB to store the products, all the products, okay? And then all our product like functions, we're going to create them in the API product.js. So first, in our product model, product.js model, we want to first like install mongoose. So let's do npm install mongoose, then mongoose. Let's install that, and first here we want to do a const project. You can do const, then project schema, which is going to be is equals to a new schema. So let's do a new schema. Make sure you import this from mongoose, and then this schema is going to have a title, and this title is going to be just a type of string. So let's do type is going to be string, and then we want the title to be required, okay? So let's do a required of true, like that. And then now the next one is going to be the description and the price. So let's copy this, and then let's copy this one, come down here and paste it. This one is for the description, so let's do description, then it's going to be type string required, and then the next one is going to be the price, okay? The price is going to be required. And then now we want to do the images. The images are going to be just a type of string, but it's going to be inside an array. So let's do type is going to be just string, like that. And then add a comma here. Now we export our model. So we're going to say export, then it's going to be const, and then we can do is it project schema or product schema? Let's see, product schema, and then this one is going to be product, and then is equals to models, import it from mongoose dot models dot product, like that. And then model from mongoose, import it from mongoose, is going to be just product, and then we want to export our product schema. Here it is. So by doing that, we have created our model, and now we want to be able to start creating the product. So now we come to our products API, which is in our this product.js, which is this one. So first here we want to export a default. So let's see, we want to first export default as function, and it's going to be handle. We want to handle the request and the response. And here to create a product, first we want to check if the const the method is equals to request. But to create a product, right, we need to first connect to our mongoose, like to connect to our database connection first to create a product. So to do that, we need to first come to our lib folder and then export our MongoDB connection. So we want to create another file to create a MongoDB connection. because like we want to use it in all our, we're going to create products, we're going to create everything, and for that we need to actually get a MongoDB connection. So to do that, we need to come to our lib folder, and inside this lib folder we need to create a mongoose.js. okay, this one will help us to connect to our database in all the function, the APIs we are going to create. Okay, so here we want to just export, then it's going to be a function. You can say mongoose connect, so let's do mongoose then connect. Then this function will just check if the mongoose, let's see if the mongoose dot connection, so let's first import mongoose from mongoose and then say dot connection. If the mongoose dot connection dot ready state is equals to 1, what do we want to do? We want to return mongoose dot connection. So let's do mongoose dot connection and dot as promise. Okay, like that, and then else we want to do the connection from our MongoDB. So let's see here we have the URI, which we are getting it from process.env.mongo URI. So I'm going to copy this and come here and paste it here, and then we want to return a connection to the MongoDB. So let's do mongoose and then dot connect to our URI, Shift Alt F to format. So by doing that, anytime we come to we want to create a new API, like let's say here, and we want to first connect to our database, this is what we are going to do. We are going to make sure that we create a connection before executing any functions, right? So here we want to do an await, then it's going to be mongoose connect. Okay, mongoose connect, and make sure like you import this mongoose connect from the lib. Then by doing that, we have created a connection to our database, and then because we have added a wait here, let's do async function there. So by doing that, we have created a connection. So we want to check if our method first, if the method we want to do here is equals to post, because in our front end, which is our product.js, we want to post, like create we want to post the title, description and price to our API products, which is going to post that one in our MongoDB inside our product model. Okay, so if the method is equals to post, first we need to take the data, and our data is this one. Where is it? Const data is equals to data, the title, description and price. So let's come and paste it here. That's our data, and this data is going to be taken from, is going to come from our request.body, like that. And then we want to create a product document. So const product document, so let's do product document is going to be is equals to await, and then our product schema. So let's do product here and then import not from components but product from the models product. And then we want to create, so inside our models we want to create the title, description and price. So let's do title, description and price. Okay, and then after doing that, we want to respond with JSON. We want to respond to JSON and then with our product document. So now we are going to see if we can actually do what? We can actually start creating the products. And for this one, we don't want to like actually do const data, because we just do const title, description, price is coming from our request.body. So now let's come back to our component product, which is this one, and then we want to see if we can actually be able to create a product. Don't know why I'm using project, so let's do create then product. Okay, so what we are going to do next is we are putting to Axios, and then while creating this product you want to do an event, and before anything you want to prevent default because this one is a form. Okay, event dot prevent default, prevent then default, like that. And then now we have our data, and then we want to post to API products, and then after we have created a new product, we want to be redirected back so that we know if like we were able to create a new product. So to do that, we want to add a state here. So let's add a new state here. This state is going to be for the redirect. So let's do const redirect. Const redirect is equals to set redirect. Set redirect. We want to use state is equals to use state is going to be just false for now, and then shift alt F to format. So let's do that. And now we want to, after creating a new product, we want to be redirected. So let's do set redirect to true after you have executed the posting. So let's do set redirect is going to be true. And then below here you want to say if we are redirecting. So let's say if we are redirecting, if redirect, then do router.push. So let's do router.push, but first I want to declare the router above. So let's do a const router is going to use router from next router, like that. Then now here you want to do router.push. We want to do router.push, and we want to push to products homepage. Like we want to push to the products homepage. So let's do products. So if we get redirected after creating a new product, we'll know that we have no errors, and then we return null, like that. So let's come back to our website here, and then let's try creating a new product. So let's do demo, and then add a description, and then demo description, and then just a price of 1000, like that. And then let's say save product. Let's see, we have been redirected. And then let's check if in our database a certain model has been created for the product, and see if we have the product's information. So you can see here we have a products model, and we have one demo. We have two demo descriptions because I think I hit save twice. So let's go back. Let's go back here to the product, and let's create a new product. Let's see if you can do demo 1, then let's do demo description 1, then let's just add a price here of 2000, like that, and then save products. So you have been redirected. We will add React Toastify so that when a product is created, it tells us we have created a product. Let's come back here and refresh. And then you can see now here we have a product which has the title, description, price. We have an images array which is currently empty. So now by doing that, we have been able to create a product, but yet we are not able to add images. So to be able to add images, we want to do this. To be able to upload images, you're going to come to your API, and then you're going to create a new upload.js, and for this one you're going to go to my code where you have the API, and then look for upload.js, and then copy the code from there, because this one is just helping us to connect to cloudinary. Here you can see here we have a cloud name, then API key, API secret, and then we are first creating our MongoDB connection, and then here we try to upload images to Cloudinary, and then like that. So this one was like, I wrote this code and then tweaked it with ChatGPT, so that's why I'm telling you to like just paste it, because there are others who are going to use Amazon to save the images there, or any other platform for saving images, so you're not going to go through this process. So just make sure you copy the code and paste it here. But to upload the images using, let's say, the Amazon, you're going to use another procedure, but for now just copy this code and then let's see if we can be able to create images. So here we're going to install npm install. You can say have multi-party, so let's do multi-party, and then you also have Cloudinary, so let's install that one, Cloudinary. And here you can see we have the Cloudinary cloud name, so let's just copy this, then come to our environment and then paste it down here. And then we have the, what else, the Cloudinary API key. If you want to be shown how to actually upload this, to create this upload.js, I'll create a separate video, but for now let's just work with the available code. Then we have the Cloudinary API secret. So to do this, you're going to come to your, what is it called, you're going to come and look for Cloudinary. Okay, Cloudinary. Make sure if you don't have an account, you create one, but if you have one, you log in to your account. So let me log in. I don't know which account I'm using. Anyway, after you log in, you're going to get something like create project if you don't have a create project already. But for me, I already have a project set up and I have folders set up. So you can see I have this and I have this and I have this. So I'm going to add a new folder. So let me add a new folder. It's for Ecommerce app. Okay, then like let's save. And then after doing that, here we have it. So let's open. This is a folder we are going to use, but first we need to get our details, and I don't know how we get the details. Let me see, the Cloudinary API key and the rest. Let me see, program media, I think it's, let me see, I think it's in the programmable media and then dashboard. So you have the cloud name, we have the API key, and we have the API secret. So let me copy this, and then this is for the API key, so let me paste the API key here like that. And then this one is for the API secret. Let me copy the API secret, and then we have the cloud name, which is this one. So let me just copy it, then come and paste it here like that. And then now we have that, we need to come back to our upload.js and we need to change the folder name. Our folder name, we have saved it as, let me see, we have the, I need to see the folder, the folders I've actually created. So let's see in our media library, though I think it was just Ecommerce and then app, right? I think so. Let me see in my folders, it's Ecommerce app, and then we have master hub, and then yeah. So we'll be able now to upload images to our Cloudinary. Make sure you create an account, and then come after you have created an account, you have copied this to your environment folder, come to the programmable media, even though like when you first sign up, and then you are going to be given this immediately, and then you're going to come to this Nexus, and then you're going to create your first folder. Okay, so I think that's it for Cloudinary. And anytime we upload an image, you're going to see it in our media library, which we have just created here in our folders, which is this one. So let's first see if we can be able to upload images. So here we are getting an error. in our products new, and this one didn't actually install multi-party. And oh yeah, we are supposed to npm install, then you're supposed to do cloudinary, and then multi-party. I think it's like that, cloudinary and then multi-party. Let's come here and look for npm install multi-party. Let's see how we install multi-party. Yeah, we do that, npm install multi-party, and I think you're not going to get an error after installing that. So now what we are going to do, we have added an uploads to our API. Okay, here it is. And the next thing we are going to do is to go back to our product component, here in our product component, and now we want to be able to actually add images. And to do that, you're supposed to come to our images, the input for the images, which is below here, this input for the images, and first update it to the one we had earlier. So let's update this input from this to this. Okay, so that I told you this one is for helping to upload images through the phone. So let's copy that upload images and come here below the, not like below, yeah, no below but before the redirect, and let's create an async function here. So let's do an async function, then this function is going to be just the upload images, and then like that. Okay, so before doing that, you need to do an event inside here. Then let's see if we are getting the error. The error we had, get static path is not a function. This error happened while generating the page. Okay, let's see if we're still getting the error. Don't know why we have that error. This one is still installing, so let me see. Get static paths is not a function in products new. Where is the products new? Inside products new, we don't have get static paths. Anyway, let's come back to our component here, and we want to actually be able to upload images. We're getting the same error. So to be able to upload images here, first we need to connect to our uploads folder. So because that's the one that is handling all the image uploading. So first we check if we declare files. So let's do const files is equals to event.target, and then .files. Okay, this is the method you're going to use to upload the images. So event.target.files, and then we check if the files, and then .length, we first check if we have the files or not, is greater than 0. We are going to do what? We're going to set, not first, we are going to create a state for uploading, so that when like we are uploading an image, it shows us a rotating icon. So before we do that, we're going to say if files length is greater than 0, we want to do this for, and then let's do const file of files. We want to do a const of data, which is going to create a new form data. Okay, we're going to create a new form data, and then we want to append the data. So it's going to be data.append, and then into file, and then here we're going to do file, like that. Shift Alt F. If you check the upload, you're going to see that we are declaring all these files here for uploading the images. So let's come back to our product component, and Here now, after doing that, we want to use Axios method to fetch the images from the upload. So let's do this first. We need to create an images queue, because like we want to create more than one image, and to do that we need to create an images queue for the images, right? So because like we won't just have one image, we are going to add multiple images, and to do that we're supposed to first create a upload images queue. Okay, a state for the upload images, then queue. This one is going to queue the images we want to upload to our database or cloudinary, more than one image. So below here we want to fetch the we want to use the post method from the Axios post method. So here we want to do upload images queue dot push is going to be Axios dot post. So let's do Axios dot post, and then we want to post to API and then upload like that, and then we want to do the data. This one is now for the images, and then we want to respond with first we want to respond with set images. Remember that you're going to do the sort table, the React sort table for like sorting the images. Let me show you. If we edit this one, I want to be able to sort these images. So let's come back here and we want to set images, check for the old images. So let's do old images, and then we want to map the old images first. So let's do old images, and then spread the response data, response to data, and then dot links like that. Then here we're supposed to join that like that. And now after adding this one, we need to wait for all the images to finish uploading before like posting them to cloudinary. So let's do an await, and then promise.all, and then upload images queue. So we want to do that, and then here we can do an error. So else we can do return, then you can just do return a string. Let's say an error occurred, like Control X, and then let's add it here. An error occurred. So let's come back to our project here, and I don't know why we are getting this error. Let's come here and restart the server, and then now we need to create a state for like uploading the images. Okay, so first we need to create an is uploading and a set uploading. So here in the we had a redirect below here, not there, but below the states here we can do const is uploading. Okay, const want to do is uploading, and then you want to do set is uploading, and then we can do is equals to use state, which is going to be just false. Set is uploading going to be is equals to use state, and then it's going to be false. Set is uploading and set uploading to false. So here we want to do before we upload an image, we want to set is uploading to true. So here we can first do, if after the for statement, we can do set is uploading. So let's do set is uploading. So let's see, set is uploading to true, and then after we actually check if all the images have been uploaded, here we can do set is uploading to false. So set is uploading to false. So I want to actually check if we have the error. Right now we don't, but the session has ended, so let's just, actually it hasn't ended yet, so let's come back to our create product, and then by doing this we'll be able to upload new images. But first we want to show where the images are going to appear. So below this, where is it, below these images div, which is this one, we want to be able to actually see the images. Okay, so below this div, below this mx out, below this we want to first check if we are uploading an image. Okay, so but before we do that, we need to add a new div, and then this div is going to be a grid, and then it's going to have grid columns of 2. So let's do grid columns of 2, and then items to be center. So items to be center, and then we want to have rounded, and then inside here we want to do to check if is uploading. Okay, so if we are uploading, we want to do end. We want to add let's say a spinner here. So to add a spinner, we're going to come to, let's see, React spinners. Here you have React spinners. Okay, and let's first install them. So let's do npm install React spinners. So let's do npm install React then spinners, like that. Come back here and we can use any. So let's copy this one, feed loader, and then we can show code. That's the code for the spinner, and then we want to create a spinner here in our components. So let's do a spinner.js to export our spinner. So let's do spinner.js. Here we're going to just do export default function spinner. Default function is going to be spinner, like that. Inside this spinner we're just going to return, this one, not like an error occurred, but our spinner code, which is this one. So let's just copy this, come back here and add that one. So shift alt F to format. We can add a size here, so let's just add a size of 100. And then we have that spinner. Make sure we import it from React spinners, like that. And then let's come back to our product components. Here it is. So inside here we want to check if we are actually uploading something. If you are uploading something, we want to put our spinner here. So let's do spinner, our spinner here, and then import it from spinner. This spinner is going to have some class name, which are going to be, let's say, class name here, and then it's going to have an mx of auto. So let's do that, and then absolute is going to be absolute, and then you can do a top of, let's see, top of not like 0 but a half instead. So let's do top a half, and then left to be also a half, and then we need to transform. So let's do transform. I'm going to do a transform here. So let's do transform, translate to be x and y, like that. So we are adding mx of auto, absolute, top of half, left half, transform, translate, like that. And now this one is when we are uploading an image. So let's see if it works. So let's come here and try uploading an image. So let's try uploading any image. You can try uploading the logo. You can see now here we have the icon loading, and instead of like doing mx of auto, we can add a padding of 4, like that. And here you're getting an error that the upload image, the queue is not a function, of which I don't think we are supposed to create a function for that, though we are going to change it while uploading. Not like uploading, but updating the images order. Okay, so let's see. We are getting an error. Let's try again. Let's upload the logo. Then here you can see upload images.push is not a function. Upload images queue.push is not a function, of which I know why we are getting that error above the before like uploading, creating a new file, of which first we are going to change that. But below these events, if we are going to first check if there are new images to upload. So let's do if, and then it's uploading. So let's do if we are uploading, we want to wait for all the images to finish uploading. So let's do await, and then we want to do promise.all. So let's do promise.all, and then we want to upload images queue. So let's do upload the images queue, like that. Okay, and then now by doing that, I think we are able to fix that error, which we had the const upload images queue. Yeah, so let's see if we're getting that error. You can see like if you're uploading an image, you're getting this icon here, a loading icon. Now we want to display the uploaded images. When like after the uploading is finished, we want to display the uploaded images. And to do that, we are going to add a React sort table. So let's look for React sort table, React sort table. Here it is. Then let's refresh this page because we are not uploading for now. We have this React sort table. So let me first copy it and then install it here. Then you can see how it's being used. Import React sort table from React sort table, and then render the items. You can go through this and see how the React sort table works. So we want to actually upload images after the loading is finished. So below here, of which I think we are supposed to put this icon outside this div. Yeah, let me see if we are supposed to put it outside the div. Yeah, we can put it outside this div. So let's see, outside this div here, Shift Alt F. So if I come back here and try uploading an image, let's try uploading a new image. Yeah, at least we have it there. We are still getting an handled runtime error. Upload images queue is not a function. Let's first try finishing uploading the images, and then we'll see if we'll get that error again. So here we want to display our images. First we want to do is uploading. If it's not is uploading, like that, and then we want to do this. We have installed the React sort table, right? We want to do a div inside here, and this div is going to be a grid of columns 1, and then we are going to have a gap of 4, or we can just use this one. So let's do this. Okay, so inside this div we want to first add our React sort table. So let's do React, then sort table, React sort table, and then this one is going to be just, let's see, it's going to be not self-closing, but like that. We are supposed to also import the sort table. So let's come here and import sort table from React sort table. Okay, so let's come back and paste this here in the import section. So let's see, React sort table. I don't know if like you're supposed to import it like that. We are supposed to actually import it as React sort table and then from React sort table JS. So let's do Control V, React sort table from React sort table JS. I think that's better. And then now we want to start displaying our images. So let's scroll down up to here. We are inside this React sort table. But inside this sort table, we want to have a list of, let's do a list. It is going to be a list of images. But when like I was creating this, I realized, so you can see here our AI is giving us a list of images, and then we want to set list is going to be not set images but update image order, and then you have the animation and then all this. When I was creating the actual application, I realized that the list is not like getting the is refusing the list of images. Instead is doing, let's first do update images order, which we are going to create a function for this. So let's do update images order, and then the list is going to be an array. So let's do, it's going to be an array. That's why we are changing the image. It's going to be an array dot is array, okay, dot is array, and it's going to be images, and then this one like that. But first we need to actually, let me see why we are getting an error. List array dot is array, and then you have the images, have that images, and then yeah, we're supposed to have that there. Yeah, so now we need to actually create this images order above here below the redirect. So let's do this. So let's do function, and then we want to do update images order. We want to do the images, okay, so let's do images, and then after the images we want to set images to images. Nice, like that. So after doing that, let's see update images order. Let's close it. Don't want to console the images like that. And now if I scroll down back to our sort table, inside our sort table we want to have something. First we want to map our array of the images. So here let's do this array, and then dot is array we want to do images, then here we're going to do and then images dot map. We can map the images into, let's say, a link, and then we're also going to have an index value, and then inside here we are going to have a div. This div is going to be relative, okay, so let's do relative, and then we can also add a group, and then inside this div we can have a key. So the key is going to be link. Instead of index is going to be, let's see, link. Okay, so you have the class name, and then you have the link as the key for the ID. So first here we're going to have an img, and this img is going to be object cover. So let's see, object cover, like that. The src is going to be the link itself, and then the alt is going to be image here, and then let's see, we actually have the stylings already. We can add the height of 32 here, and then a width of 44. So let's see, a height of 32 and a width of 44, Then I don't think we need we need rounded. We need this button is going to be for we need a rounded. So let's see, we need a rounded MD, and then this button is going to be for deleting the, what is it called, when we hover we want to delete the images. So first let's remove this, then come back to our application here, and then let's see, import cannot resolve react, so table will just import, it's just going to install. So let's see, npm install, and then the react so table.js. Here we have it. Let's install it. So here we are sorting our images, and I think we have done everything correctly. We can add a padding for the image here, so let's do padding of 2, and then we are going to add an image, an icon below here, such that when you hover on the image you can be able to delete the image. And then I don't think there's anything else. Let's see if we have any errors. So let's see, let's come back to products and then create product and then upload the images. So let's see, we are getting the upload images queue is not a function. Let me see why we are getting that error. We are not getting an error in our application, but let's see, let me cross check it to see if we have missed something. I think for the error we are supposed to actually, let's see if we have missed something inside this data. We are supposed to add images, okay, and then after doing that we're supposed to come to our model. We had added the images array in our model. So let's come to our API and add the images here, okay, images, and then also make sure we add the images here, images. So let's see if you're going to get an error when you try to upload the images. Let's refresh, then let's try uploading a new image. Let's see, we are still getting the error, upload images queue dot push is not a function. Don't know why we are getting that error. We are getting the error, and I don't know why we are getting an error, because we have declared an empty. Oh, I see why we are getting the error, because like we declared an empty array, but instead of using an array, use this curly braces. So let's see if we'll be able to like upload an image. Okay, so let's see, let's refresh here, then try uploading an image. Let's see, we're not getting the error anymore, and now you can see now we have an image, an uploaded image. So what we need to do next is, when I hover on this image, I want to be able to delete that image, and to do that we're going to add a button. Okay, so let's come here, and then you can actually close the terminal for now. Below this image div, we are supposed to add another div for the image. So let's do this dot absolute to create an absolute div. Okay, and inside this absolute div we need to do a top of 2, a right of 2, a right of 2, and then we want to do cursor pointer. Let's do a cursor pointer, and then we can do opacity of 0. Actually this one is the right one, and that one. So inside this div we want to have a button. This button is going to be just to have an on click. So let's do on click. When we click on this image, we want to be able to delete the image. So let's do, we want to do an on click. So let's do, actually we want to do an empty brackets, and then let's do handle image delete or delete image. Yeah, I want to handle delete image, handle delete image, and then this image you want to delete it by index. Okay, like that. So inside this image we can add an SVG icon for the delete. So let's come here and look for delete icon, delete here, then we can use this icon. We can use this one. Let's come here and paste it. Shift Alt F to format, and then we are supposed to now create this function for deleting the image. So let's come here and then let's do function and then delete the image. Okay, we want to first, after we delete, we want to delete the image index, and we want to first check the updated images which we sorted, right? And then we want to slice through the images. So let's do that. So let's do, inside here I want to do index, inside here I want to do index. Then here, inside here, what you're going to do is const updated images. Okay, updated images. We want to spread the images array. So let's do images here, and then what you want to do next is update images, set images to update images, then like that. Then you can delete this function, handle delete image, like that. I think we have an extra closing bracket there. So by doing that, we can be able to actually delete an image when you hover on top of it. So you can see if I hover, then I click, it's saying request failed with Axios error. Let's see why. We are first updated images, spread the images array, updated images to splice index 1, and then set images to updated images, and then yeah, that's it. Don't think there's anything else you're supposed to do. Let me see. We are supposed to create a method to delete the images. So let's come back to our project. Where is it? Our products backend, which is in our products API, and we want to add a new method. Okay, so I want to add a delete method here. So if method is equals to delete, if method is equals to delete, not like delete but delete, if the method is equals to delete, we want to do an if here, and then request dot query dot id, and then request dot query, then dot id. This one we are not supposed to be creating it right now, but I want to see if that's the one causing our image not to be deleted. I wait, and then project, the project model dot delete one, want to delete one, then it's going to be id request query, and then respond with JSON, but instead of like responding with this image, let's see, you want to delete underscore id and then request id, and then instead of like responding with this message, you want to respond with a JSON of true. So let's remove this message to true, then come back to our website and see if we can actually be able to delete the image. So let's see, local host 3000, let's come to the products and then create a product, try uploading an image. There we have it, it's loading, and then let's try deleting. Axios error requested. Okay, so let's come to our terminal and see where we are getting that error. It's saying that message product validation page API product. It's saying that the value is undefined. I think the reason we are getting an error here is because we are trying to like first delete an image, like remove an image when you have not yet declared you have not added the title, description and all that. So let's see, localhost of 3000, we can come to the products, create a product, and then let's do demo, let's do demo, and then demo 2, because in our product model we declared that all this should be required. So let's see if you can be able now to delete the image. So by doing that, I've deleted the image and I don't know why I've been redirected back. So let's see. Anyway, let's use the actual code because I don't see any difference between the two. Let me see. Let me copy the code. Then I think it's this one here, Shift Alt F. And then if I come back here and then try to delete this one, it's working. And like it's literally the same code. Anyway, let's continue. So now we can be able to like create new products and upload new images. So if I come to Cloudinary and open our e-commerce app, you will see that we have a lot of images here, and we have our images and also just our images. So let's come back here and try saving a new product. So demo 3 with an image and then a price of 4,000, and then save product. So now if I come to my MongoDB and then refresh here and then scroll down, you can see here in this demo we have an images array of 1, images array of 2, and an images array of 1. The other ones had no images because we hadn't implemented the images array. So now let's come back here to the products index page so that we can be able to see all the images that not like all the images we actually upload. And for this one we need to create a table so that we can be able to see all the images in a table. So let's come back here and then come to our product index page. Okay, and let's first close all this and then let's push this to GitHub so that you don't see all these green color. So creating a new project, that's our, or you can just do initial commit, then let's push this to GitHub. So let's commit. Before that finishes, let's see, it's supposed to ask us where we want to upload this. Yeah, publish branch, then you want to put it in a GitHub public repository. So now we don't have a lot of greens here. So now let's come back to our products index.js, and then we want to be able to see all our projects here in our no products. Okay, so what you are going to do here before like anything, we need to remove this text for no products, but we need to first import all our products. So here we are going to use effect, but before you do use effect, let's first declare our products. So let's do const products is equals to set products. We're going to use state, which is going to be an empty array, and then here we're going to say use effect, of which you're also going to set the loading, and then let's see, use effect from React. Make sure you import it from React, and then it's going to be like that, and then let's change this like that. So inside this use effect, we want to get So axios.get, so let's do axios.get. Then you want to get from API products. Okay, so let's do API products. Going to be API then products, and then after that you want to do a then response, and then let's see, we want to do a dot then, and then respond with set products to response.data, and then we're going to do set loading to false. Okay, and then we don't have the API for getting, so what you're going to do is come to products API, and let's create a method. If a method is equals to get, we want to do something, right? So let's come here and do if method. So if method is equals to get, so let's see, if method is equals to get, what do we want to do? We want to check if the request query, the same thing we did here. Okay, but if the request query, so let's just do it. So if request dot query ID, we want to, this AI is disturbing me. So if request query, we check first if we have an ID dot ID. We want to do what? We want to respond JSON with await product dot find by ID, the ID, and then we are going to respond with JSON the await product find, like that. So first we check if we have an ID. If we don't have if we have an ID, we want to find that item by ID, and then so now let's come back to our index page. Now we have initialized the axios.get. Okay, so what the next thing we are going to do is we want to map the products down here, and to do that I need us to like create a table. Okay, so below this header we need to create a table, but before we do a table, inside this no products, we want to check products dot length okay is equals to 0. We want to do this. The product is equals to 0. We want to say, we want to do a p tag, and this p tag is going to just say like no products available. So let's say no products found. And then after doing that, after like checking the products, if like the products exist, if you have the products, the next thing you want to do is, let's see, after having the products, the next thing we want to do is to map our products. Okay, so let's first remove this. And then first we are checking if we have no products, and then we say no products found. But if we have products, we want to actually create a table, and to do that I think you're going to come to Tailwind CSS, the sailboat UI, and look for a table here, and then we can actually use this. Okay, let's just copy this one, then come here, come back to our code. Inside here we can paste our table, so Shift Alt F, and because we have products available, we are going to see the table, right? So let's see, it's saying that use state is not defined, so let's import use state from React. Let's import use state from React, and then let's see what else. Nothing else. Let's refresh. You can see now, because we have products available, we are able to see this table. Okay, so what we're going to do is just to change everything here, and this table we want it to be able to scroll in medium devices or in mobile phones. So let's see, we have a table here, we have a border, we have the name, and then we have the, let's close the terminal. You have the name. Let's see, in our products here we have this is the name, we have the description, we have the price. Okay, let's see, name, description, then we need to do the price here, the price. Then what else? We can remove these scopes here. Let's see, have we added the price? Name, description, price. Actually it's supposed to be, let's remove this from here, Control X, then paste it above here. This one is going to be for the index value. So let's come here and see. So you have the name, yeah, and then we need to come to our T-body here and do a key, which is going to be key is equals to product dot underscore ID, and then in our table data, for the first table data here, we need to do what? Index plus 1. Okay, so index plus 1 plus 1, and then close it. Let's see, index plus 1, we actually didn't map into, but we did, yeah, though we are supposed to see. We have a table head and we have a table body, and inside this table body is where we are supposed to like map all our products. So let's see, if we come back, we're going to get an error because the index is not defined. So inside this, let's first remove the T-body, then we're supposed to map our products. So let's do products and then dot map. Then we want to do product, want to do a product. Actually, let's see, we want to do a product and then an index, and then now we map our products inside here, our table that is. So if I come back here, we are not supposed to get an error, but we are getting an error. It's saying product is not defined, reference error, product is not defined. Let's see why we are getting that error. Product dot underscore ID, let's use product dot underscore ID. Let's come back here and refresh. Now that's better, because now we are getting the indexes. And then now here, because it's the name, we can do product dot title, right, like that. So let's see, we have the demo, yeah, that's better. And then inside here, let me see how many table rows do I have. 1, 2, then 3, 4, 5, all this. I'm supposed to remove all this and then remain with 1. Okay, so let's see, we have 3 products, we have there they are, and then this one we want to change it with product dot description. So let's do product dot description, like that. And then is it description? Yeah, it was description. So product description, and then this product description, we need to like truncate it. Okay, so that's like, if let's say, let's come here, let's come and create a new product. Then this product, we want it to have a lot of details. So let's say we want to do this, so let's copy and then come and create a new product. So let's say demo 4, and then let's add a new image here and then paste that description there, and then 2300 as the price. Let's say save the product. We are being redirected. So as you can see here, it takes a lot of the width. So let's do a maximum width, or let's first do truncate. Okay, let's do truncate first. truncate. Let's see, if we truncate, we are getting that, and then let's do maximum width of small. Let's see, if we do that, you're getting, yeah, that's better. So now we have the XS, yeah, let's do extra small, maximum width of extra small. That's better. And then now here for the price, instead of like this paid span, we are going to do product dot price. Okay, product dot price, shift alt F, and then let's refresh, and we're supposed to see our price here, and then delete and then edit. So for these delete and edit buttons, let's first change the color. So let's say this is going to be text red 500, then this one is going to be text green, or like we can leave it like that. TD it took Control X, you want it for this A tag. We are not going to use these A tags. Let's see, class name to be text red 700, text red 500, we can do 700. 500 seems more brighter, so we can do delete and then edit. For the edit, we can do green instead. So let's see. So now here we have the edit and then we have the delete. We have the name, we have the description, we have the price. What we are going to do here, we need to add a function to format the price, so that if it's more than 1000, we add a comma. So let's come here and then we want to add a utility function to format price with a comma. So let's do cons and then format price. So let's do format and then price, and then it's equals to price, like that. Then we want to return a price to string, like that, dot to string, and then we want to do dot replace, and then we are going to add that, yeah. And then now in the price section, where is it? In the product dot price, we are going to do format price first and then product dot price. Okay, so let's do this. So first let's remove this, and then format price, and then we want to format which price? This product price. So let's come back here, and price is not defined. We have not defined price. Yes, we have. So you can see now we are getting commerce. So we want to be able to edit this when like we hit edit, and we want to be able to delete when we hit delete. But first, what you're going to do is to be able to hit edit, and to do that, we want to come here to our products, and we want to add a new folder, and this folder is going to be edit. Then that edit is going to be, I think it's an ID, and then .js. We want to edit a certain product ID, right? So to edit that, we are going to first do, let's see, this is the edit. Let's come to our product, not like that product, but in our index. Inside our index, we want to be able to, when we click the edit, we want to be taken to a certain route. So we are going to change this from A tags to links. So let's change both of them from A tags to links, and I think we have imported the next link here. And then this edit one is going to take us to ref. The ref is going to be to take us to products. Let's do products, and then it's going to take us to edit, and then we are going to add our product dot underscore id, and then now let's come to our id and then export default function. So let's do export default function, and then we want to do edit product. Then what you're going to do here is return, let's do just something, a p tag of saying editing. Okay, editing. So if I come back to my website here and then I hit the edit on this one, you'll notice that here we have the product ID. We want to edit this product ID. Okay, but remember when we were creating this, we said we want our edit to look the same as this, right? So that's what we are going to do for now. So let's come back here, and then inside our product component, this product component, you want to update it so that it looks the same as the one for updating, for editing, sorry. So you want to make sure that inside this editing and updating, this creating product code is also where we make the editing of what? Editing of a product. So what you're going to do first, inside this product ID here, we want to import our, let's do our ID, and then we want to declare our title. This title is we are going to declare it as existing title. We can either have the title of or the existing title, right? And then we can have a description or an existing description. Okay, so let's do description and then existing description. This one we are defining it for the editing, existing description, because both of them, both the creation and editing, are going to be done from one code. That's why we are declaring the title and the description from here. So let me show you. We have the title, we have the description, we have the price. So we can have the price is going to be existing price. Okay, and then we can have an images. We are going to have images, then we can have existing images, like that. So in our product we have these 4 details, even though we still have the categories. What you're going to do is to update these states. So we can either have an empty array to update it, or we can have an existing title. So when we want to edit, we'll have an existing title, but when you want to create, we'll have an empty array. And also for the description, you can either have an existing description or have an empty array for the description, an empty string, sorry. So let's do the same for the price also. So we can either have an existing price or have an empty string for the price. We can either have existing images or have an empty array for the images, like that. And we want to be able to update our Axios. Okay, so what you're going to do here, when we are creating here you can see we were creating a product, and we have the const data is equals to title, description, price, and images. And we are checking, we are only doing the creating of products. So we want to be able to actually edit the products. So what you're going to do is to come to our products, this products API, and we want to check if the method, so let's say if the method is equals to put, because we are editing, we want to put, and then the data. So let's just copy this data, so const, then come here and paste it, and then we want to do an await, and then product dot update one dot update, then 1, and then it's going to be inside here. We can do not like, and the ID, we want to update the ID, and then after that, what do you want to update? You want to update these details for that certain ID. So let's just paste them inside here. And then after that is done, we want to respond with JSON. So let's do respond with JSON of true. Respond JSON of true, like that. Then now after doing that, we can come to our where is it, our product component. Here it is. And then inside where we are creating, we want to first check if we have an ID. So let's see, if we have the ID which we declared above, if we have the ID, what do we want to do? We want to update, which is await, then axios.put, then you want to put into API products. Okay, so let's do API products, and then let's see, we're going to spread the data. So let's move, we're spreading the data, and then underscore ID. Okay, so we are doing that. If you are not updating, we want to create, so let's remove that there and then do else here, then paste it here. So we are checking if we have an ID. If we have an ID, we want to update, which is putting, but if you don't have an ID, we want to create. So let's come back to our edit, and then inside here we want to have the same thing we did in our new. So let's just copy this, Control A, Control C, and then come to our ID. Not like all that, but where is it? The new, only the return statement, Control C, and then you want to paste it here, Control V, Shift Alt F, and then here what you're going to do is we are first fetching the product information, right? So first what you're going to do here is to get the ID. The ID is going to be taken from our request.query, router.query. The ID, if we come to our inspect, let's see, let's first declare our router. So let's say const router is equals to use router. When we are doing console.log about our product details, you'll notice that the ID is in our router.query. It's in our query in our console.log. So if we do const and then ID here, it's going to come from router and then .query. So that's where our ID is saved. And then now we can declare our product info. So let's do product info. Then we can set product info, and then you're going to say we want to use state. And it's going to be null. Okay, so now in this, let's create a new product. We can just remove this and say editing. So let's do editing, and then product info with product info, and then let's check if it exists, and then do the title like that. And then now below here in this product, instead of this product, we'll have this product, yes, but we want to do product info. So let's do product info, and then we want to map the product, which is our product component. So let's do our product components from product, and then you want to also spread our product info. So let's do that, product info. So let's see, if we come back to our website here, and then let's refresh, and then instead of new, we come to edit a product. So let's say you want to edit this product. Let's see, we're getting the ID for the product, but let me refresh. We're supposed to get the values. Let's come back, products, let's try editing this one, products, let's try editing this one. I think we have an error somewhere, of which we didn't, like we declared the product info but we didn't set the product info. So here we are going to do use effect. So let's do use effect, and then let's see. That's why we are getting an error. And then in this array we need an ID. So if there is no ID, we just return nothing. So let's do return. Okay, but else if you have an ID, what do you want to do? You want to get the details from Axios. Let's do axios.get. Make sure you import it, axios.get, and then API, axios.get API, then products, and then we're getting it from ID is equals to, let's see, plus ID, and then then and then response, and then we want to set the product info, set product info to response.data. So let's see, response.data, like that. So let's come back here, and then let's come back to here, and then let's edit this one. So you can change this from demo to product1, and then you can delete this image and add another image. So let's see, we can come to pictures, and then we don't have a lot of pictures. So let me see inside here, yeah, we have these pictures. I can add that, and then let's say product1 demo, and then we have the price. You can do 12,000 and then save the product. Request failed with status 500. Let's see why. Terminal, it's saying that if method is equals to put, it's saying ID is not defined. Reference error, ID is not defined at API products line 32 character 13. That's where we're getting the error from. So let's see, products, and then line 32. We don't have anything at line 32. API, so let's see, underscore ID, update 1, then underscore ID. We are supposed to also add the ID here, so that because we are updating the ID and we didn't define the ID. So let's try again. Okay, let's come back, refresh, let's edit this one, and then let's do product1. Let's delete this image and add another image. Let's add these shoes, and then product1 demo, product1 description, then let's add 12,000 here, and then let's save. You can see now the product1 is being updated like that. So the next thing we are going to do is to actually be able, when like we click the edit, we want to be able to delete the image, and we have already created a function for deleting. If method is equals delete request query ID, and then await delete the ID from the database. So let's come to our, we have finished the edit. The only thing we need here is the deleting. So we are going to create another page for inside the products. We're going to create another folder. So let's see, delete. Okay, and then that delete is going to be just the ID, the same as editing. So ID and then .js, like that. And then inside here we are just going to do export default, and then export. Actually we can import all of this, Control A, then Control V here, and then instead of edit product you can do delete product. And then we need the router, we need the product info, we need the use effect, yeah, we actually don't need the use effect, but let's first see. We need the use effect. Let's create a function. When like we delete, we want to go back. Okay, so let's see. We need a function, and then it's going to be router dot push. We want to be taken to products after we delete that products. Okay, like that. So now inside this go back, after the go back, when we delete, we need another function for actually deleting the product. So let's do function, and then we need to delete, then let's say product, and then inside here we're going to say await, and then axios delete, because this one is an axios, we need to do async here. Then await axios delete, we need to delete this product from API, and then products, the same we have done for editing. API products, the ID, and then is equals to, let's see, we plus the ID, the product ID, like that. Do you know why I'm getting? Yeah, then the product ID here, like that. And then that will help us like delete the product. And then after we do that, let's go back to where? To products. Okay, and now we need to add a module for deleting. So let's see here, let's look for a module. We have this one, so I don't need that. I need a delete module, this one, code. And then let's see if here you have modules. Let's see, module. We don't have a module, but we can actually use this instead. We only need this. Okay, let's copy the code, and then come inside this, and then paste it here, Shift Alt F to format. And then we actually don't need all these X somethings. Let's delete them, and then let's also remove these two. Then I think we can, okay, let's delete this one, then Shift Alt F to format. Then let's come here and see, we haven't yet added the, when we click the delete button, we want to be taken to that delete page. So let's see, where is the index? Here it is. And then this link is going to take us to the same endpoint, which is products. It's going to be products, and then it's going to be delete, and then the same with the other one, which is going to be plus product dot underscore ID. So product dot underscore ID. So let's come back here and let's delete this one. It's saying that, yeah, we're getting errors because of the X statements in our delete. So let's see, expand this, let's remove this. Do we have any X? No. Yeah, we have this one. Let's remove it, because we don't want to like open a module, we want to just see the module itself. So let's come back. Yeah, like this. We have the, are you sure you want to delete this post? This action cannot be undone. So instead of like showing this, we want to replace the, we want to delete this post with our post title, and then we want to, when we click cancel, we go back, and when we click delete, we delete the product. So let's see, inside delete, and then here we're going to say product info, and then dot title. So let's see, delete, and then the product title there. Then we can enclose this in a span, control X, and then span dot text green, can do green, and then 700, and then paste our product title there. Are you sure you want to delete this product? This action cannot be undone. When we click on cancel, we want to be taken go back. Okay, so on click, we want to be taken go back, and then on the delete button we want to do an on click of delete product. So let's come back here, then let's cancel. If we cancel, we are taken back here. So let's see, we can delete this product, right? So let's delete demo 3. I also want to delete this post. Let's delete. Then you're getting an error again, and this error, don't know where it's coming from. Let's see. So it's saying in our delete we have not defined the delete in our API. So let's see, this underscore ID, let's see, supposed to add a question mark there to check if we actually have a product. And I think if method is equals to delete request await project or delete one, and then ID request, and then also we check if we have an ID, and then respond JSON with true. So let's come back here, then let's refresh. Let's try deleting this one. Delete Axios error again. It's saying that here await ID request.query, and then request.query.id if request.query, then id.id await product.delete one. Yeah, don't know why I'm using project, it's product.delete one, right? So let's come back, let's refresh here, and then let's delete. Let's try deleting, and as you can see now the delete has been done, but we weren't able to see the delete actually working. So for now you can see we are able to create and delete products, which means we can be able to start seeing the products in our front end, which is our shop. For the categories, you're going to also do the same we did for the products. And then for the orders, you're going to come later and add the orders after you have created the front end. And then the settings, let's see, because on this project, as you can see here, we have all products, but I've only created categories, but I've not implemented the categories, of which the categories we are still doing it the same as for the products. So you can be able to create categories using the same approach you did for the product, but now instead of like having this add product, all of this, you can just have this section for just adding the category name and saving the category, and then you'll have the categories here. The edit and the delete still works the same as the product, as you can see. So I want us to, before we add the settings page, because the settings page is just this profile information, what you're going to do here is to create a toastify react hot toast. So let's say react hot toast, a react hot toast. So let's say we are making a toast here, and we need to actually install this react hot toast. So let's install it. So first let's copy and add it to our project. So let's paste it here, npm install, and then you're going to do react hot toast. And then let's come back here and let's see, it's saying add toaster to your app, start toasting. We are supposed to add this position to our app.js. Where is it? App.js. we're supposed to add the toaster here so that it works all over. So let's see, Shift Alt F to format. So we have the toast success. So let's see, we can implement it. Let's come to our delete. Where is our delete or our edit? After we have edited everything, we need a toastify to show us that we have actually edited something. So that one we are going to add it in our product, and then if id, let's do a toast, and then import this toast, and then instead of successfully toasted, we can say product updated. So let's see, let's come to our product, and then let's edit this one, and then let's do product 1, and then let's see if we get, you can see that the toastify is not working. Let's come and do the same here, and then instead of success, let's do product created, and then product created here. And then what else? Let's see, when we are like deleting the product, let's come to the delete, and then in our await Axios, we need to say we have actually deleted something. So after we delete, go back. Okay, so let's do that. So product deleted, and I think that's all we need to do for now. So delete product deleted, and then when we create a product, it will show us product created. So for now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to add some few products here, and then for the dashboard, I took the number of products available. For now we have 2, and then like displayed them here. The price was the profit. This profit, where is it? This profit was the total amount in our database. So for this one, you can add. For me, I'm just showing you how you can create products, update, delete, get to purchase, and all that. The settings we can do later, though the settings, because for me it's just basic settings, you can actually declare who you want to use the application. Okay, but for us, we can do in our settings tab, we can only do the logout function. Okay, so let's come back here, and then come to our code, and in our pages, let's do settings. So let's do settings, and then index.js, then export default, then function, which is going to be settings, and then let's do a return. Inside this return, let's come to our header first. And then let's change this to the reference to settings. So let's come here, and let's try clicking on the settings. You can see now we get an empty settings page. So we can copy the text in our index page for the product. We can come and copy the header, okay, and then come and paste it to our settings page. So let's come to our settings index page, then inside here you can add it here, Shift Alt F to format. Then let's see, link is not defined. Let's first remove this link, but we can stay with the link. Let's first import it, but we are going to change it. So let's see, you can see we have all products. So what you are going to do here, we are going to come to our index page here, and then we had this const data session. Okay, so let's just import it, then come here and paste it down below, Control V, and then let's import the use session, and then we have imported it, right? And then remove this, and then let's say if there is a session, what do you want to do? Let's return this, Shift Alt F if you have a session. Then let's see what else we did here. We have the if session, then you have the just that. So let's see, here we can do session.user. So let's do session.user, then dot name. Let's see, we have eclarkhalid, and then here we can do session.user.email, 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 and then below here we can actually add our icon for the image. So let's come to our header, and then where is the image? Session.user.image, this one. Control C, and then come and paste it in our Shift Alt F in our settings. So like that, and then margin Y of 4, and then let's see, margin Y of 4. So we have eclarkhalid, though we could have like done this instead. Let's cut this here and then come and paste it up here, and then let's do a flex, and then a gap of 6, and then let's come and do this, Control X here, and then we can do this, Shift Alt F to format. So we'll have that, and then in this, where is it? In this we can do gap 6, and then items to be sent. Let's see, the gap of 6 seems a lot. Let's do 4. So let's do gap of 4, and then for this text, where is it? For this text we can do a padding X of 4. We can do 6. So you can see now we have the profile here. Then this button we want to do delete. So let's do delete, not button instead. And then we come to our home page. We had the on click for signing in, so let's just copy this and then come to our settings and remove the ref and replace it with the on click. And then this one is going to be sign out, so let's do sign out from Next.js, and then let's remove the Google here. Let's remove the create product. Let's do logout, and then let's remove the SVG. Still don't need the SVG here. And then let's change the color from green to Control Shift L to red. Let's come back now. You can see here we have the logout. So if we click the logout, we get logged out. Though when we like log out, it takes us to the settings page. But we want every time we log out, we be taken to be taken back to our home page. So let's do this. Here below the session, let's do const router. Okay, we want to do a push, and then this one is going to be use router like that, and then async function here, async function, and then we can do a logout function here like that, and then await, we want to await to be router dot push. Where do you want to be taken? We want to be taken to the home page, and that function to do that is sign out, await to be sign out, which is the sign out from Next.js. And then now when we click our button for logging out, we don't want to do all this, we just want to do the logout functionality. So let's do logout like that. So let's come back to our app, to our website, and let's do localhost 3000. We are logged out. Let's sign in. and then let's come to our settings, and then let's try logging out. You can see that the session has ended and we are taken back to our home page. So by doing that, we were able to like create the products. And now the next thing we are going to do, we are going to start creating the front end. And for this, I'm going to take a break and add some few products here, and then we are going to create our front end, which we're going to create something similar to this. Okay, so let's first take a break, and then we are going to continue creating this. But when like I'm creating this, you can see here we have 3 images. I'm going to maintain 3 images. I'm going to add the description, the title, the description, and the details. For these other categories, which are for these other brand, gender, sizes, and colors, you're going to create them yourself. So you can create categories and then map the categories here, and then you're going to just have the title, description, the details, and the price, and then the add to cart functionality. So now we are going to start creating our front end part, and before we do that, I've added 11 products, and as you can see here, we have the title of the product, the description, the price. If like I hit any of the products, let me say I want to edit this one, you can see we have the title, we haven't yet added the category, but we have the images down here. And remember, we added a React sort table. I don't know if like I showed you it's working. So if like I hover, you can see that this one, we get the delete button, and I can move the pictures, as you can see. So like we can disarrange the arrangement of the pictures, and then you have the description, then you have the price, and then now we can save the product. And when you will be creating this, make sure that in the input fields of this, let me show you. In the input fields, where did we, here, I think it's in the product component. In the product component, in the fields, in the product component where we are fetching the title and everything, make sure that you add required to all this, the title, description, the price, and the images, to make sure that you don't get an access error while when adding new products. So make sure you add required, or you can just go to the models and add required somewhere here, of which you have added required except for the images. So if you try submitting without an image, or you try submitting without a title or a price, you'll get an access error. So now we can start creating the front end. And because since we'll be using the same MongoDB database, we are not going to create another one. We created, where is it, this one. We are going to use the same MongoDB for the backend and for the front end. So this is the front end part. So we are going to create this one for now, and it's fully responsive. If I put it in mobile, you can see that it's responsive, and we get this small navigation bar here where you can switch from products, home, and then cart. You can see that it's fully responsive. If I hit on our product, you can see that it's fully responsive, and we can still add to cart from here. You can view the cart like that, you can ship and all that. So this is the one you're going to start creating. So I can close the backend. We're going to remain with this. For the local host, I'm not going to close this one because there are some things you're going to copy from here. So I'll do this, I'll hit file and then new window, and then before like we create one, I'm supposed to kill the terminal for this one to stop it from running like that. And then let's come back here, and we're going to look for Next.js. We're still going to use Next.js, and then we're going to follow the same procedure we did for the backend, for the dashboard. So let's see, come to here and look for a terminal, and then new terminal. Then you want to go to where your project saved. Mine is in the desktop, and then in that folder. And now here is where we want to create a new app. We created an e-commerce app admin. Now we are going to create an e-commerce app front end. So let's do that. E-commerce app, and then let's say front end. Let me copy this name, enter. We are not going to use TypeScript. Let me maximize this. We are not going to use TypeScript. Yes, links, Tailwind, CSS, yes. No source directory, no app router. We don't want to customize alias. So let's wait for it to finish installing. After installation is complete, we are going to cd into our e-commerce app frontend, and then we are going to open the folder in its own VS Code. Okay, and we can close this one for now. So let's open this and let's start a new terminal to run the project. So let's come here, or you can just hit here and then terminal, and then put this terminal to the right. First let me change the terminal, and then let me position it to the right, like that. Now let's run this npm run dev. And for this project we're going to use some few colors to actually let me show you. We're going to use some few colors. If I come to the front end, you can see we have this color, and we don't want to keep like writing it over and over again. So I have some colors, and the color codes are just for the orange. Let me show you. So if I come back here, and then inside the tailwind.config.js, I'm going to paste my colors here. So you can see here now we have the color for the text, the color for the background, the color for the primary color, and the secondary color. This one is just the yellow one, the orange one, this one. And then the background color is just the background. And then what else? Let's see. You have the accent, which is a little more brighter than the primary color. So by doing that, let's see if we have our application has started. So let's just do localhost 3000, and our app is now running. So what you are going to do is, let's come back here, because we are using the same MongoDB database. We are going to copy some of the things from our backend to our frontend. So what you're going to do is you're going to open your backend, which is the folder with your code for the admin dashboard, and then you're going to copy these things. First you're going to copy the models folder, okay, and then come and paste it here on your front end, because you're using the product model. And then you're going also to copy the lib folder, because we need the MongoDB connection. So let's paste it here. And then we'll need an environment folder, and for this environment folder we only need the MongoDB string. So let's do .env, and then we just want the MongoDB URI to access the same database. And then we'll also need the Google ID and the Google secret, because we'll need authentication when we need someone to add something to their cart. When someone wants to view their cart, we'll need authentication. And then we don't need the cloudinary, we're going to add the stripe and all that. So I think we need the models, we need the lib, and I don't think we need anything else. Though we don't need anything else for the API. We don't need these products because they only apply to the dashboard. So by doing that, we have successfully transferred our backend data to our front end. So let's see, what are we going to do first? In our front end we have this featured product here, but we'll definitely start by creating the header. So to do that, let's come here and then first open the pages and then index.js, and then we're going to remove literally everything here. But first we need to copy this. Let's remove this here and then come to our app.js, the same we did for the front end, and then we can put this in a main. Okay, so let's do main. Let's do a main here. Let's see a main. Let's do a main and then paste the children props there, and then we can come to the index and then copy the class name, which is inter.classname, but we are going to use poppins. Yeah, so let's come here and do class name, and then we can do this one, inter.classname, and then change from inter, you can change from inter to poppins. So let's do poppins, okay, like that, and then import it from Next font Google, and then let's remove this one. Make sure you add some weight here, going to be weight, and then we're going to use 400, like that, to avoid getting an error. And then what else we're going to add here is the global styling for every child component in our application. So inside this, after the inter class name, we're going to do a minimum height of screen, then we're also going to do a padding of 4, and then the BG is going to be background. Okay, so let's do background. The color code we have in our tailwind.config. So let's come to application. Here it's saying failed to compile, unknown weight 400 for font Google. Let's see, we used 400 as the weight, and it's actually supposed to be in a string form. So let's see if we fix the error. Yeah, now it's saying that inter is not defined in our index page. So let's come here and then remove everything from the main, like that. Also remove this next image, like that. And then here we can also remove this. Let me do my usual, and then let's do a p tag that is saying homepage. Okay, like that. So let's come back, and we should have the homepage text somewhere. We're getting an error. Let's see why. Terminal, it's saying that we actually don't see that error. Let's see. If we come here and do a div, let's see, let's do a div and then give it a class name of text for Excel. Then inside here we can do the homepage. We have an error, I don't know why. Let's see. It's not view page source, but inspect. Let's see if we have any information. We don't. Let's see, we have a div here, we have a homepage text. Okay, let's see, let's come back and give this a class name of text. Let's see, now we have that text there. So meaning if we come to our app.js and then let's remove this bg first, and then come here and then remove the text. Let's see, we get the homepage but the text is white. So I know why we are getting the text as white. We haven't yet changed our styling. We have not removed this CSS, so sorry for that. Let's remove it. Then let's come back here, and we are not supposed actually to give it a class name, but we can come to our app.js, and then for all the text we can give it a text color. Okay, like that. So any text will take the color for the text. So what do we need? We need a header, right? And our header looks something like this. So for this one, let's see, we need to go back to our UI. Using components is a little bit easy, but make sure before you use components you actually have an understanding of what you're doing. Okay, so I actually want this one, so let me copy this, then copy, come back here, and then we are going to create let's first close all of this, and then we are going to create components folder outside the pages. So let's do components, and then inside the components we need a header.js, like that. And then you can see now we have that, and then let's close that window, and then let's do export default function, and then let's do header, and then we're going to return the header, shift alt F to format. So let's see, we have the code for the header here. And what you're going to do is you're going to come to our app.js, and then inside the above the this children props, we're going to add our header because the header is universal. Okay, so let's do that and then close it. We're also going to close our terminal so that you have more working space and you can see what is going on. So let's refresh here. You can see we have the header, we are getting the header, and here I'm supposed to do a padding X so that it applies in small devices. So let's do maximum SM to have a padding X of 4. Yeah, we can just do the whole thing, there's no problem. Okay, so for this one we need to add the logo, we need to add these two, and then we need to add these two here. So what are we going to do here? First we come to the header, and then we can stay with the BG of white. We don't want the maximum width to be XL, but instead we can do 2XL. Let's see. Yeah, we get that. And then we don't want this logo here. So what are we going to do? We're going to come back to our Vercel, not Vercel but hero icons, and then we used an admin icon, which is this one. So we're going to copy this one and then come and replace it here. So let's copy it, paste it, Shift Alt F to format, reduce the width and the height to 4, like that. Let's come back and you can see we get that, and then we don't want the green color. So let's see, we don't want this text to be teal but text to be primary, our orange color, like that. We can increase the width to be 6, not 6 but 5, and the height to be 5. Let's see. And then what do we need here? We need this, and then we can say that front end, or you can say my shop. Let's see, get the my shop text there, and then inside this a tag we actually don't need to, we are supposed to change that from a tag to link. And then here we can add a few class names of flex. Let's see, we're supposed to remove the block one, have flex there. Yeah, and then we need to say we need items to be center, and then we need a gap of 1 for the logo, a gap of 1. So let's come back, you have that, and then you don't need to separate this, so you can do my shop there. So you have the logo. Now you're going to change this. For this we can do a border bottom, and the border is going to be secondary. Let's see, we can remove secondary to accent. Let's see, the accent is that color, I didn't know. Let's see, accent, border accent, this color, primary, secondary. Let's use primary instead. The text is the one primary, border primary, and then we can do opacity, the opacity of the border to be 40. Let's come back to our app.js and then change this from text to accent. We want the text to be accent. Let's see, we get that color. Let's change it to text. Let's see, I don't know why. Oh yeah, we change the text to accent, and then here for the opacity we need the border only to have the opacity of 40. Let's see, yeah, that's better. We can make it 30 because it's a little more bright. Let's see, that's better. And then now we need to change this. Let's see, we need the home and we need all products. Yeah, so we'll come here and we'll remove all this, the rest of this. You can add more if you want. So here we need to say this is our home page, and we need to say this is all products, then products. Okay, we have home and all products. We need to do the thing we did earlier, but let's first change these icons. Also, let's change this from a tag to link. I told you that when you deploy to Vercel while using the a tag, it gives you a deployment error. So we need first to check if the link is active. To do that, we're going to do const and then router. We're going to say is equals to use router, import it, and then const path name is equals to router. So for this one we need active classes, so const active is equals to, let's add the styling for the active. For the inactive we need this. Okay, so let's copy this, Control C, and then let's add const inactive here, const inactive. Let's paste it here, and then for the active we need the same, but the text won't be gray, it will be primary. And then when you hover we need to also we can do primary or we can do secondary when we hover, and then we can do a font of bold when a certain link is active. So let's see, we have those, and now let me close that. What are we going to do next? We change this. Okay, so let's change this, Control D, and then here we need to say location is the location dot path name is equals to the home page. What do? We do the active class, and then if it's not in the home page we do the inactive class. Okay, so let's see, we have that, and when we hover we get the secondary color. So this one is for products, so let's do products, and then the reference is going to be products. So anytime we click on the all product is going to take us to products, and by doing that you can see that's a little bit better. We can do a font of medium for if a link is not inactive, so let's do medium, a font of medium. Yeah, that one is inactive. So if we click on the all products we're going to get to the what, to the home page, not like to the home page but to the products page, and I'm getting an error saying that the location is not defined, and I think you are not supposed to use location, because I used to use location when I was like using plain React. So let's see, if we do path name is equals to that, it's supposed to, yeah, so if this is supposed to give us a 4 error. Nice, that's better. So I need to change these two links from whatever they are to something better. So let's see, we change the first one to be the avatar, and then the next one to be the cat icon. So to do that, let's come here and then scroll down, change this from a tag to link tag. So let me first see, so we can change this one to link tag, and then for this one is going to say, we can just remove all this because we're going to put an avatar here. Okay, so you can just do a p tag, and this p tag is going to say account for now. So let's see, we have the account for now. Let's do, we have flex item center gap of 4, and then yeah, we can do account for now, or we can just do this, we retain that, and then we do an account, because we're going to replace it with an icon, and then remove the background from it, and then also remove the hover. Okay, like that, and then remove the text white. Let's come back, then you have the account text, and then now this register is going to be an icon, but for this one let's do border right, then it's going to be border to be is going to be primary. Let's see. Is it supposed to be there actually? No, it's not supposed to be there. Yeah, it's supposed to be there, but you don't need the padding for this. Let's see. If we remove the padding, still there. No, we ain't supposed to remove the padding, but the rounded one. Let's see. Let's remove the rounded like that. Supposed to give us a line there similar to this one. Yeah, and then what else? We are supposed to change this. So let's do a link, and then this link is going to have an icon. So let's come here and look for a cat icon. So let's do a cat. We can use this one. Come back here and add it. Control V, Shift Alt F to format, and then let's see how it looks like. We have that, but we don't need all these classes. We don't need the BG color. We also don't need the, we actually don't need the padding for this one and also for this one. Okay, like that. Also for this we don't need the block. Let's see. Yeah, that's better. And then for this one we need just padding X. So let's do padding X of 4 so that we separate the text from the border. Then we can do text center for now. That's better. We can do a same flex, remove the text center here, and then do item center here. Items center, like that. And then what else? We can add some padding Y of 1 so that like the line is a little bit bigger, like that. And then change this from the text color. Let's see. And then the hover color also. At least the icon looks better. Let's see how it looks like here. We need to change the width and the height. Let's see. That's better. So we have the navigation bar ready. So here we need to add our featured product, but before we do that we actually need to fetch our featured product from our database. And to do that, in our index.js, let's come back to our index page. Where is the index page? This one. In our index page we need to have a link some few pages here, because we're not going to create a hero section from here, and then we have the product section, collection, all that. We need components to do that, right? So here first we're going to create a hero section, and that hero section is going to be created inside our components. So let's do hero.js, then export default function, and then hero, then return. This one is going to be just hero. So we need this hero in our index page. So let's remove this and add the hero. Okay, like that. Import it from components. Then let's come back to our, and you can see that we have the hero here. So what are we going to do next? We need the featured product, and to get the featured product first we need to export the get server-side props. So let's do that. So export as export function, and then server side, get server side props. So let's do get server side, and then props. And then here we first need to import our mongoose connect. So let's do mongoose connect from lib mongoose, and then make it an await, and then also add an async here, like that. Then the next thing we need is the featured product ID. So let's do const and then featured. You can do featured ID. So to get our featured product, we are going to come to our database, which is this one, and then we are going to look for our first product. I want the featured product to be this shoe, the first product I added. So I'm going to come here and do browse collections in our e-commerce admin, and then come to products. the first product is this one, and this one is the project ID. So I'm going to copy this, okay, then come back here and then paste it here. So this one is the one going to be our featured product. And then now here we need to define our featured product. So let's do featured product, and then it's going to is equals to await, and then use our product model. So it's going to be product dot find by id dot find by id. So let's do by id, find product by id, and then that product which is being looked for is the featured id. Okay, so I hope you have understood that. So let's come and then return the props. So let's do return, and then we need to return the props. It's going to be just our featured product, and for this featured product we need it as a JSON. So let's do featured product and then JSON dot pass. So let's do dot pass, and then we need to stringify it. So JSON dot stringify, okay, stringify, and then what are we stringifying? The featured product. So we need to do that, okay, and then we're going to add some few featured. We need to add the collection product, the new collection, and then the old products and all that. So now to be able to use the featured product, we need to come to the home page here, and then we need to import our featured product here, define the featured product, and then because our hero section is a component, we need to do this, define the products which are going to use in our hero section, because it will be, let's say, products.image, product dot all that, and then it's going to be our featured product, So this is just like fetching our featured product, the product we want to be featured. So anytime we want to change this product, we won't need to come like write codes for this one. We're just going to come to our backend and like change this one, and let me show you how. Okay, so let me see my shop. Yeah, this one. Let's log in, and then let's say I want to change this from Nike Air Zoom Pegasus 1 to just the Nike only. So let me show you. We need to come to our products, and then we need to find that ID which is our first product, and then I need to just delete that and then save the product, then come back here and refresh, and then you can see that the one is gone. And by doing that, anytime we change our featured products, this will change, and it won't we don't need to keep writing codes for the featured product. So you can simplify that by doing that. Okay, and I also showed you how you can interchange these shows, and then let's see. And then if I come here and save product, then you can see the arrangement, and then I refresh, you can see that the arrangement changed. So we want to do that in our application here. So we need to come to our hero page. So let's see, where is our hero component? Here it is. And inside this hero component, we first need to import our product, the one we have exported in our index page, this one. So we need to come here and call our product. So we have called our product, okay, and here inside our return we need to do this. Okay, so we want to know if we have a product. So we'll do if product. If we have a product, let's do what? Let's return whatever that inside the return statement. Okay, actually let me I didn't do it. Yeah, so if we have a product, let's return whatever is inside the return statement, like that. And then let me come back to my website, and you can see here it's saying that we ain't seeing the text. I don't know why. Yeah, we are seeing the text because we actually have products we have that product in our database, so that's why it's returning this. But if you didn't have a product, it wouldn't like return the hero part. Okay, so we need a div for this. we need a relative div, so let's do a relative div. And then we need to add overflow to be hidden, okay. And then we already had the bg to be background, and then we need a margin y of 14, and then that is on mobile devices, and in all the medium devices with large screens and all that, we need a margin y of 10 from top to bottom. Inside below here we need an lg of this. Lg is going to be just a padding y of 40, okay, in large devices, padding y of 40. And then we need a minimum height. We need a minimum height for the hero section to be 650 pixels, okay. So I saw that works for me, the 650 pixels. Then inside this one we need a relative div, so let's do a relative div. And then we need a margin x of auto. Then we need in small devices we need static, which this one actually applies to all the SM applies to large screen devices. You can see that it gives static position. And then we need a padding x of 6. And then we need in large devices we need a padding x of 8, okay, like that. And then inside this div we need our first div. I don't know if like we have that, but in our in this page we don't have the text for at 50% off, of which I don't know why it's not appearing here. So we're going to start by adding the at 50% off. So we need a div for that. So we need a maximum width of XL, and then we need the text to be start for the 50% off, okay. So let's do text start. Then inside this div we need a h1. This h1 is going to have a text of 4XL, so let's do text 4XL. And then we need some more classes. This text XL is for 4XL is for medium devices and for mobile devices, and then for any other we need it to be just 5XL. By writing these codes you make sure that all your codes are responsive. So let's do a maximum width in MD. Let's see, maximum MD we need a margin bottom of 6. Margin bottom of 6. We need a font of bold. And then what else do we need? We need to track the text to be tight. Then we need to give it a color of primary. So if we come inside our h1 we need an at, and then 50. This 50 is going to be just span. So let's do span, and then let's do text to be accent. And then inside this span you're going to say 50%, okay, 50%. Let's see, 50%. And then let's do off here. Let's come back here and you can see we have at 50% off. And then we need another h1 which will be just the same. So let's do copy this, Control C, and then paste it down here. But for this one we don't need we could actually reduce this to 4XL and then make this to 3XL and then that one is better. Here we can change the text primary from that to text, and then instead of this we can just do the product title. Let's do product.title, and then let's come back. You can see we have the title for the product here, and we need actually a margin y. So let's add margin y of 3 to separate the text and everything else. So you can see we have that at 50% off and Nike Zoom Pegasus. Let me minimize this. You can see that's better. So let's increase it to 125. And then below this text we need actually below this h1 we need a padding for the description. So we're going to do padding, and then it's going to be just because let me show you something, okay. If we come here and do product dot description, okay, so let's do the description, then come back here, you can see that the text is very long, right? And we actually don't want that. We need to leave some spacing here for the buttons, which are this. So we are going to do this come here and then let's see, come here and come back to the code and then give this some class names. So let's do class name. We need the line to be clamped to 3, line clamped to 3. So if I come back here, you'll notice that it gets minimized to 3 lines only, and then we need it to be just large, and then we need it to be large. Let's see, that's better. And then the text, we don't want it to be so bright, so we are going to give it gray 500. So let's come back. You can see we get that text there. And then now let me see, here we are adding let me see, yeah, that's better. So let's see, if I reduce this, I increase, reduce, we are supposed to come to our index page. Wait a minute, we're supposed to come to our app.js, and here we have minimum height of screen. We need to add maximum width of screen to be 2XL, this one. And then I think let's come back, and we also need mx of auto in everything that we add here. So if I minimize this, you can see, yeah, that's perfectly placed. So let's come back to our code, and what do we need to add now? We need to add the content below the description, which is just the button. Let me see, we have the add to cart button and we have all products. So let's see, come back here, come to the hero page, and then below this p tag we need to add a new div. So we're going to give it a margin top of 10 to separate it from the text, and then let's do flex, column, then let's do in maximums sm, we need them to be item center. Okay, so let's do item center, and then we also need in maximum small devices, we need justify center. Okay, so let's do justify center, and for this one it's just for the, let's see, it's for the images, for these images here, and then we are going to add for the buttons, it's for these images here. So let's come back here, and inside this div we need to do a grid for the images. So we need to do in large devices, we want it to be not like in large devices. Let's see, we need a relative class, so let's do a relative class. And for this one is for the medium devices, but I'm going to do the one for the big devices. If I come here, you can see that these are 4 images, and if I inspect to mobile devices, you'll notice that you only have 2 images. So that's for the medium devices, and I want us to do the one for the maximum devices, for the big screen devices. So we are going to first add the buttons below the text, because let's see, if I come here, you'll notice that we have these 2 buttons, and then if I come here, you can see that we still have those buttons, but the buttons come after the images, and in large screens the buttons actually comes before the images. So we need to first add the buttons before adding the images. Okay, so to do that, this one I'm going to first comment it, and then I'm going to say this one is for the medium devices. So let's do medium devices or mobile devices, whatever. So now here we need to add a flex, and then we need to add a gap of 4 to separate the buttons. We need items to be center, we need in maximum sm, we need justify to be center, and also in small devices we need to separate the buttons. So in small devices we need margin top of 6. Okay, like that. So inside this div we need 2 buttons. The first button is going to be add to cart, and the next button is going to be for all the products. We come back here and we are going to look for these buttons. To do that, let's come to sailboat UI and then look for button. Let's see, we have that button. We need this button, and let's just copy it the way it is. Let's copy it, then let's come here and paste the button, Shift Alt F. Then this one is going to be just add to cart. Then you can see we have that button here. We have it. And then below this button we need another button for all the products. So let's come here, and then we need the button, this one that doesn't have a background color, which is this one. Okay, so let's copy this, then come back, paste it here, and then this one is going to be just all products. So let's do all products. Okay, like that. So if I come back here, you can see we have two buttons. We have all products and we have add to cart. So I'm going to leave this as a product, because when we click add to cart, we want to be the items to be added to cart. We don't want the text to be white. Let's see, the text is white, yeah, but the background is going to be something else. Actually, we need a margin top of 6. Let's see, margin top of 6 is small. Let's do 10. Yeah, and then now we need to remove this bg from primary to accent, not accent but primary. Let's come back, at least to get that. And then when we don't need the text to be sm but md, so let's change this text. Let's do text to be medium. Let's come back, that's better. And then when we hover, we want the border to be just not the border but the, let's see, we can do secondary for the pinkish color. Let's see, yeah, that's better. And then now for this all products, we are going to change it from button to, let's say, link. Okay, so let's change this from button to link, next link, and then the ref is going to take us to products, all products. Okay, so this is just products. So when we click this, it's supposed to take us to all products, and we have add to cart all products. Let me minimize this, and that's better actually. And then let's do this. Let's come back here, and now we can add our images. And to add our images, we need to come below this div, and then let's do hidden. This one is going to be a hidden in small devices, because we are going to do another one for the medium for mobile devices. So in medium devices, we want it to be block. We need absolute, we need transform, and then we need to do in small devices, we need text, not select text but left to be a half, and then top to be 0, and then we need to translate x of 8. So let's do translate x of 8. We also need to do in large devices, actually we need to, in small devices we need a top of 0. We also need a top of a half. So we'll just do this, top of a half, and then we're going to do top 0 in mobile devices. And then we need a translate y of, we have translate x, we need translate y of, let's say, a half is better, right? And then we need to add a div inside here. Okay, so let's see, inside here we need a div, and this div is going to be flex. We need items to be center. We need the space x to be, flex. We need a flex div. Then we also need item center and item center. We need a space of x, of 6, and then we need to do what? We actually need to improve it to, let's say, 6, and then in medium devices you can increase it to 8, like that. And then now inside this div we need another div, and this div is going to have a width of 72. So let's do width of 72. And then we also need to do a height of 80. A height of 80. We need overflow hidden. Overflow to be hidden. And then we need a rounded LG. We need border. The border should be secondary. Our secondary color, which is, I don't know which color that is. And then transform. And then we need to rotate 3. Okay, you can see that we have in our front end these images are a bit rotated, right? And then hydration failed because the initial UI. Anyway, let's come here, and then you can see that something is forming here. And then with a rotate of 3, we also need to translate x of 4. Translate x of, is it 4? Yeah. And then let's hover. When we hover, we want to rotate minus rotate of 6. Okay, and then we need to, when we hover, we also need to translate x to be 8, to translate x to be 8. Okay, and then we also need a transition of transform, and you also need to add a duration of 300. It's not a must to add all this, but it makes it look better. And then we want to ease in and out. So inside this div is where we are going to put our images. So if I hover, you can see that it's rotating, right? Yeah. Now here we need to do our first image, or we can do, because now we'll need to create more stylings for this one, and this one, but we can add all our images inside the same div to save time. So here we need an image. The source is going to be the images, the product.images. So let's do product.images. Let me see if it's going to show all the 4 images. Let me refresh. We don't get all the images. Product.images. Then what if I do the first image? We get that image there. And if I do the first image, we get the first image in our array. So let's do the 0 image. Let's do an alt of hero image. So let's do hero image, and then add some few class names. So let's do class name to be a height of full. We also need the width to be full. Height of full, the width to be full. And then we also need to do an object of cover and object of center. So let's come back here. You see we have that image, and to do that you actually need more images, right? So this div, where is it? This flex div, we actually needed to add another div to enclose the image, and in one div we need, like, let's say 2 images, and the other div we need 2 images. Okay, so inside this div, which is that this div flex, then width. Let's see, we have the flex one and we have the width one. Inside this flex one, so let me show you. Inside this, we're supposed to remove this, and we need a grid first of all, and then this grid is going to be flex to shrink to 0, and then we need the grid columns to be 1. Okay, grid calls to be 1, and then we need a gap y. So let's do gap y of 12. So let's do 12, and then we need, I don't think we need anything else. So let's, inside here, let's paste that. Let's come back to our project and see we have that one image there. And now Shift Alt F to format, and now we need another div for that, for the next image. So let's just copy this one, okay, and then paste it inside here. Then this one is going to be the first image, and then let's come back here and see if we get the first and the second image. So we have product of images, the first in the array, the second in the array. Let's see. I don't know why we ain't getting that. You can see we ain't getting the two images, so let me show you. Let's see. In this we have the hidden, we have the, let's change this to LG, and then we have the absolute, we have transform, we have the SM left of a half, SM top of 0, top of a half, let's do 0 here, like how we did it here. And then we need an SM translate X of 8, and then translate Y, translate, let's see, let's remove this. I think I've made an error here while creating this. So let's do in large devices, we need the left of a half, and then we also need an, in LG devices we need a top of a half, okay, top of a half, like that. And then what else do we need? We need in large devices a minus translate Y of translate, let's see, translate Y of, I think it's, let's say, a half. And then let's do in LG we need a translate X of 8, so let's do translate X of 8. So let's see if we actually get the two images. So we have the two images here. Then now what else do we need to do? We need to copy paste the grid. So let's do just copy paste the grid. Then here we need the third image in the array, and here we need the fourth image in the array. Okay, you can change the stylings to fit. You can see here we have the third image. So now you can see we have the first, second, third, and fourth image. Let me minimize this, and at least that's better. You can see that it's similar to this one, right? Let me minimize this. You can see that they are both similar. So what else do we need to do? We need to add our, have add to cart all products. Now we need to add this divider. Let's come to our divider. Where is it? This divider. Copy the divider and then come to our index.js. We have actually finished the hero section, so below the hero we need the divider. Shift Alt F to format, and then let's come back. You can see we get this line here. So what else do we need to add? We need to add the section for the products, our new products, this our latest products, right? And to do that we are also going to do the same thing, but for the new products we are going to filter our first 4 products in our, how many are these are 5, our first 5 products in our database. So let's come back here and we need to add a const for we have the featured ID, we have the featured products, we need new products for this one. So we're going to do const and then new products. So let's do new products, and then for these new products we need an await and then product.find. So let's do product.find our product model, and then we want to find what, let's see, null, and then we need to sort all the products in our database. We want to sort by ID, so let's see, we want to sort by product ID. So let's do, we want to sort by product ID, and it's actually supposed to be in a string. So let's do, we want to sort the product ID and we want to do 1. So if we do -1, it will start from the bottom, and but when you use 1 it will start with our first image, and then if we do -1 it does reverse. Then we want to limit it to 5 only. We want to limit them to the first 5 products, okay? And then now we need to export all the, what are they called, the props. So let's copy this and then paste it here, and then this one you're going to change it to new product, new products, like that. And then below the hero we need to actually add something else, which is a component for the new product. So we're going to do products here, so we can do products like that. And then make sure you import the new products here, and you fetch the new products. And then here we need to do products, the same we did for the hero. We need to do products, and then the products are going to, we are fetching the products from the new products, like that, new product. So we actually need to create a component for the products, right? So to do that, we are going to come to our components, and then we are supposed to add a product here. So let's do products.js, then export default function, export default, then function, then it's going to be new products. We can do new products, right? Or we can just say it's products because we have named it as products. So let's do products, and then inside here we actually need to fetch our products, right? So let's do products, and then let's return something, return. So inside here we need a div, and the first div is going to be maximum x of auto, and then padding x of 4, padding x of y, padding x of 4, padding y of 8, padding y of 6. Then inside here we are supposed to have a h2, which is going to be text to xl, text to xl, and then font of bold. We need a font of bold. We need a tracking of type, tracking of type, and then we need the text to be just text, okay, the text color. And then here we need to say our latest product. So let's do our latest, and then products, okay, like that. So if I come back to our project, let's refresh. It's saying that the product is not defined. We didn't import our products component in our index page, so let's do that. So let's import it from components, then let's go back. We're supposed to fix the error. So here you can see we have our latest products, and I think the spacing between this one, the divider is very big. So let's come back. That's better. And now in our products we need another div for the grid columns, but first let's do margin top of 6, and then this one is going to be a grid. The grid columns will be 1, and then we also need to do a gap x of 8, gap x of 6, not 8. And then we need a gap of y of 10, y of 10, right? And then we need, in small devices, we need the grid columns to be 2, so grid calls to be 2. And then what else? In large devices we need the grid columns to be 5, grid columns to be 5, because we actually have 5 products. And then in Excel we need the gap x to be 8, so let's do gap x of 8. Inside this div now we are going to map all our products. So let's do products. If we have or we don't have the products dot length is greater than 0, we want to map products. So let's do products dot map, and then let's map a product here, product, and then let's see, we are going to map them inside here. So first we need a group div, going to be also relative, and then we need to add a key of product.id. So let's do product.id, and then we need now to have a div to enclose all our products. So let's do group. We need a group, and then we need to have relative, not like relative but block, and then we need the overflow to be hidden. We need a border, and then the border color will be accent. So let's do accent, and then rounded XL, and then we also need the border opacity to be 10. We don't want it to be so visible, okay? It's going to be border opacity to be 10. So let's come back and see if we get, you can see we have lines here. Yeah, then now what else do we need? We need to do inside this div, we need another div, right? So inside this div we actually need another div that has a padding of 1. Then inside this one we need another div for the relative, and it's also going to have a height. We want the cards to be just 300 pixels, so let's do 300 pixels. And then in also it's going to be just 300 pixels. We can just define it here. So let's do height of 300 pixels, like that. And then now we want to start mapping our images. So let's start with our img, and then the source is going to be product.images. So product.images, and then we need the first image in our array. So let's, here we can say it's new image, which is for the new product image. We need some few class names, so let's do class name. We need to have an absolute, and then absolute, we need absolute, and then insert, we need an insert of 0, we need a height of full, we need a width of full. Okay, then we need the object to be contained. We need opacity of 100, opacity of 100, and then the group hover, let's say group hover, we want it to be just an opacity of 0. Okay, so below that image we need another image, which is when like we hover. Let's come back, and then you can see we have our 5 images. I don't know why we have like a gap there. We'll fix it. And then now we need to copy this, okay, because we actually need 2 images here. And then this one is going to be our first image, our second image in our array. We need the absolute, and then we need the insert, we need the height, we need the width, we need the object contain, and then we have like this one we are going to change it when the group hover is going to be 100, and then the opacity is going to be 0. Okay, let's come back. Then let's see if I hover. Let me see. If I hover, I get the second image in the array, which we wanted that. Okay, and then now I don't know why we are getting like many images. Let's see. We have a margin top of 6, we have a grid, and then grid columns are 1. Then we need a gap x of 6, a gap y of 10. We need same grid columns to be 2. Large, we need grid columns to be 5. And then I think that's it. I don't know why we are getting many images. So what if we come and add this in a div, in its own div? Let's come back. Yeah, now we get that. So below the images we need another div for the product. What do we need? We need the price, we need this. Okay, so let's come below the div for the images. Let's see, below the image div, this one, we need a relative div. So let's do relative, and then we also need to do padding 3. Then we need a border top, border, then top. Inside this div we need a link, a next link, and then the ref is going to take us to the product ID, single product page. So let's first leave that as empty for now, and then inside this link we need a h3, and this h3 is going to be just textmd. So let's do textmd, and then we need some more classes: text gray of 700, text gray of 700, and then we need group hover. So when we hover, we need it to be underlined. So let's see, group hover, we want to underline, and then what else do we need? Group hover, we want to underline offset of 4, underline offset of 4, and then we want to truncate in case the name is big. Okay, then here we can say product.title. Let's come back and then scroll down. You can see we are getting the product titles, and then below this link we need another div. So it's below this link we need a div which is going to be dot margin top of 1.5. Yeah, then we need flex and then item center. So let's do flex items to be center, and then we need justify to be between, and then we need the text to be text, and then now what do we need inside here? We need the text, the what is it called, the price. And then let's do p tracking wide, and then we need to give it a text of primary like that, and then here we can do Kenya shillings and then product.price. Okay, product.price, and then let's come back. You'll notice that now I have the price here, but the price is not truncated. And remember, we did a utility to truncate the price in our backend, so that's the same method we are going to use to truncate our price. So to do that, let's come back here and then let's actually paste the utility here, that's formatting the price. And then instead of like this, we can do format price, and then we put our price there, and then let's add a colon here like that. So if you come back, you'll notice that now if the price is more than 1000, we get a comma. Now what we need here is this button to add to cart. Okay, yeah, so and we have, I think we have similar buttons that have icons. Let's see, you have this here, so we can actually use this, the last button. So let's copy this, and when we actually click on this button, we want to add that specific item to our cart. So let's see how that button looks like. We have it's logout, but we want ours to be add to cart, or we can just come here to our hero icons and then copy this SVG, come here and replace this SVG with the one we had, change the height and the width to 4. Let's do 4 and then 4, and then we can do add here, Shift Alt F. Okay, then let's come back. You can see now instead of logout we have add. Okay, and we need to change the border from gray to, let's say, primary. That's better. And then we need to, for this div, we need to do margin top of 1.5. yeah, and then what else do we need? Here you have flex item center, you have the add. What else do we need? Padding X, we need it to be 4. Let's see. Yeah, that's better. And then when we hover, we want the border to change the color. So let's see. When we hover, disabled cursor not allowed, we actually need the cursor. So let's remove all these disabled ones. Let's come back and then do hover. When we hover, we want the border to be secondary like that. So when we hover here, we get the border to be secondary, and we'll make it such that when we click the add, we add this certain item to our cart. So let's say now we need to add our new collection part, which is also going to use the same thing we used in our, it's going to use the same process we did on our hero section. So below here we need to add this line. So let's just copy the line and then come and paste it here, and then we need a new collections one there. And for this we also need to copy, not like actually copy, but we need a featured product ID, and that featured product is going to be our last product in our array. So let's come here, and then we have, I think it's this one. Let's use this one instead. Okay, let's copy, or we can use this. Well, let's see what you can use. We can use like anything. Let's say portable Bluetooth speaker as our featured product, and then let's come here and do const collection. So let's do const collection, then ID is going to be this product ID, and then you're going also to do the same thing we did here for the featured product. So let's copy this, then let's change this from this to collection product. So let's do collection and then product, and then this is going to come from featured ID to collection ID. Collection ID, that one. And then we're supposed to export the props. So let's come here and then export, return the props here, Control C, then paste it down here, then change this from featured product to collection product. So let's do collection product, and then also remember to add it here, fetch it, collection product, and then now we need to add a collection page. So below here we have the collection product. Yeah, that area is gone. So here we actually need a collection. We are going to create a component for this, and then this one is we are going to say the product for that is going to be is equals to collection product, like that, and then close this. Make sure you come to your components and add the collection.js, and then export default constant, export default function, and then function. We are going to export our collection. Is it collection, or we can do, let's see, we can do collection, yeah. And then let's do here, we fetch our product and then return nothing for now. Come to our index page and import this collection from components. Yeah, let's close our hero page, let's close our header, our product, and our app.js, so that we get left with our collection.js. So inside here we actually need to just add the collection product. Okay, and in this return, let's first remove the return here, and then let's say if we have a product, let's do what? Let's return this, Shift Alt F. Okay, so inside here we need a section, so let's do section. Yeah, and then inside this section we need a div, and this div is going to just have padding x of 4. It's also going to have padding y of 8, mx of auto. We actually need that only, but in SM we need a padding y of 12. Then in LG we need a padding x of 8, Then inside this div we need a header, which is going to have a text enter. Okay, and then inside this header we need a h2, which is going to have text XL. Text XL is going to have font bold. The text color will be accent. And then what else? We need in small devices, we need this to be text to be 3XL. And then this one is going to be our new collection. So let's see our new collection. So if I come back here to our project, to our browser, we get new collection down here. So below the h2 we need a p tag, and this p tag is going to just be maximum width of large, maximum width of LG, and then we need an mx of auto. We also need a margin top of 4, and then a text to be gray, and then 500. Inside this p text, you're going to have a text saying that explore latest arrival. So let's paste it here, Shift Alt F to format. Then let's come back here. You can see that we get our text here. Now what you're going to do is create a div to map all our images. So below this header we need a div, and this div is going to be padding x of 4. So let's do padding x of 4, and then it's also going to have padding y of 8, mx of auto, and then sm of padding y of 12, the same stylings as the one above. So let's do 12, padding y of 12, and then in LG we need a padding x of 8. LG we need a padding x of 8. Inside this div we need a grid div, and this grid is going to have columns of 1, grid columns of 1, and then a gap of 4, and then in large devices we need a grid column of 3. So let's do LG need grid columns of 3, and then LG we need the items to be stretched. So items, then stretch. Inside this div we need another grid. So let's do dot grid, and then we need a padding of 6. We need bg gray of 100. So let's say bg gray of 100, and then rounded, and then place content to center, and then sm we need a padding of 8. Okay, so inside this div we need another div of maximum width of md, and then inside this we also need a maximum x of auto. We need text to be center, and then in LG we need the text to be left. So now inside here we need another header, and this is for the heading. So let's do a h2 the same as this one. So let's just copy this one instead of like writing that again and then paste it here. And instead of this we can do, instead of new collection we can do product title. So let's do product.title. Let's then format that page, come back here, then let's refresh. We actually get the portable Bluetooth speaker as our featured product. And then we need a p tag. And this p tag is going to have a margin top of 1. We need the text to be large. We need the text to be primary. Yeah. And then we need to have the price inside here. So let's do Kenya shillings, and then for this one we need to come to products and then copy this price. Okay, copy the price and then paste it somewhere here. Let's paste it there, and then for this one we need to put our format price. And then let's do product dot price there. So let's see, if I scroll down we have our price there. What else do we need? We need a button to be able to shop, and let's see how that button looks like. In our main website we have this shop all. If I come to my application we have that button here. So we need to come to our hero section and then copy this link, Control C, and then come and paste it down here, actually below the header. Then paste it here, Shift Alt F. We need a padding x of, let's see, padding x of 12, margin top of 8. We need a margin top of 8, and then I think that's it. It's saying the link is not defined. Let's import it from next link. Then let's see, it's supposed to fix the error. So if I scroll down you have all products. We did add margin top of 8. Yeah, padding y. So let's see, we need the padding x of 12, we need the padding y, let's just do 3 here. And then we need the text, we need the font, we need the color. Let's change this from all products to shop all, right? And then I think we're supposed to have, we have shop all, of which when we hover, we don't want the BG to be gray, but we want the BG can remain gray. Let's remove the disabled one, of which we'll still do that for the other button. We need hover. When we hover, we need the background to be, not the background, but the border. We need the border to be secondary, not collapse, but secondary. The hover is going to, so let's see, the border is secondary. And now what else do we need? We need another div for the images. So let's see, below this div, let's say 2 divs down, below that div we need another div, and this one is going to be LG. We need column span of 2, and then we also need in LG we need a padding Y of 8. So inside here we need an unordered list, and this unordered list is going to be just a grid, and then the grid columns will be 2. So let's do grid calls to be 2. And then what else? We need a gap of 4. So inside here we need a list. The first list is going to be a block. It's also going to be a group. Okay, so let's do that. And then inside this div we're going to have an image, and the src will be product.images, and then the first image in our array, product.images, and then let's say 0. The alt is going to be product, and then we need some class names. So let's do class name, and then do object of cover, object cover. Then you can do a width of full, rounded, and then add aspect to be square. So let's come back and see if we get the first image. We get the first image, and then we need to do the second image. So we'll just copy the li. So let's just copy the list, and then let's paste it here, and then instead of 0 we do 1, which if we come back here we're supposed to get the second image in our array. And I don't know why we are getting that. Let's see, in our below our header, where is it? We can do this, we can make this maximum width of screen, then you can do to Excel. Let's see, that didn't change anything. What else do we need? This part, let's see, we have this, the images are big, right? So let's see, maybe there's somewhere we are going wrong. We need maximum width of screen here also, and then it's going to be to Excel. We need a padding X, padding Y of 8, and then in LG need some padding X, padding Y of 12. Let's see, text center, this div for the images, this one, what if we add it in its own div? Then let's do that, Shift Alt F, come back and see if there's anything that has changed. Not yet. We did add mx of auto, right? And then let me see, there's somewhere we are going wrong. I've noticed that if we come here and then like in our code here we have margin top of 8, right? So what if we remove this and come here and add a margin bottom of 10? to separate the button from the text actually. And we missed to add something between the product title and the price. We are supposed to add a padding of margin top of 4, a p tag for the description, right? And then text gray to be 500, text gray to be 500. And then inside here we can do the product description, product dot description, description, like that. If I come back, I'm supposed to get our product description, yeah. Let's see, we have our product description here, and then we have these 2 images, of which if we come here and let's say we make this to be 1, column span to be 1, and then let's change it to 2, then make this to be 1, and then that is going to do that. Let's do 2 here. And then I don't know why the images are not taking like the full height. We are supposed to do object cover with full rounded aspect to be square, and then you have added a gap group, and we can work with that, right? So we have our new collection here. What if like we came and used this ID for collection ID? So let's paste it here and then come back to our project. It's supposed to show us another project, which is diamond stud earrings, of which that's better. So let's remain with our initial portable Bluetooth speaker. So you can see that we have finished creating our this page, which is for the new collection. So what you're going to do next, before we want to be able to see if we can actually add items to cart. So we are going to create our cart functionality so that we can be able to add items to our cart and also to check out. Okay, so we're going to create our cart context. So now we are going to create our cart functionality, and we want to be able to add items to cart anytime. Let's say we click on add to cart, we want to get a notification here that we want to add items to cart. So let me show you how it works on the actual shop. So you can see here we have this add to cart. If I add to cart, if I add an item to cart, let me scroll down and add this, you can see we have item added to cart, and now we have 3 items in the cart, and you can actually check out, but this is what you're going to create for now. So let's come back here, and the first thing we're going to do, we're going to close all these pages, and then also let me push this. So now let's see what you need to do. We have the components, we have the lib, we have the pages, and we want if we come here to the app.js, we have this session, and to do that we need to like actually wrap all our components and our children under the inside the cart context. So to do that, we're going to come to the lib folder, and here we're going to create a cart context.js. okay, cart context.js, like that. And now inside here we need to first export the cart context. So let's do export const, let's close that, export const, and then cart context, and then is equals to create context. Okay, create, then context. Make sure you import the create context from React, and it's going to be just empty like that. And now here we need to export our context, cart context provider. So let's do export function, and then cart context provider, cart context provider. So inside here we need to pass in the children. So let's do that, the children, and then let's open that. So first of all, we need all our items. If like we add to cart, we need this item to be first stored, added to cart, and also saved to our local storage. So let's do that. First here we need to do a cart context. Okay, so let's see, we need to first use effect, but before we actually do the use effect, we need to declare the products. So let's do cons and then cat products, and then set cat products. So let's do set cat products. Supposed to be set cat products like that, and then it's going to use state, import it from React, and this use state is going to be an empty array. So now below here we need to do a use effect. So let's do that, use effect, and then let's see here inside this array we're going to pass in our cat products. And now inside here we need to first check if the cat product is like greater than 0. So let's do that. If cat products dot length, if we haven't, or if we don't have the cat products dot length is greater than 0, we need to first check our local storage. So first, before we do this, we need to define our local storage. So here we're going to say const and then local storage is equals to type of and then window, type of window, then is equals to undefined window dot local storage. We want to store our items in our local storage, in our browser's local storage. So let's do local storage null. So after declaring the product ID, we want to check if the position let's see, if the position is not equal to -1, what do you want to do? We want to return and then filter previous value dot filter, and then value, and then we define the index, and then index position, because like if we have many items in our cart, let me show you. If like we have right now we have 2 items, and then if I come and add this, and then add this, if I come to my cart and then I hit the minus button, these products in a certain position gets filtered out. So let me show you. If we remove, it gets filtered out of the cart, and if like I add products, it gets the ID of that product increases. So they were 1 before, now they are 2. If I do that again, we increase the product ID. But if I remove one product, the number of IDs in that product get filtered out. Okay, so let's say we have index 0, index 1, index 2, index 3 in one product. If like I remove a product, the index number 3 gets removed, or that certain product, and the number of items that product has in our cart. So if I remove this, we have removed index 2, and then that's index 1, and then index 0, and then all the items of that current product ID have been removed from the cart. So first we are checking if position is not equal to that, and then we return the previous value. So let's do return then prev. Okay, and now we need another function here, and that function is going to be just to remove from cart, not like remove from cart, but clear the whole cart. Okay, so here we need to do a function and then clear cart, and then inside here we first need to clear the local storage. So let's do if, and then here we do local storage. We want to do what? Local storage dot remove, and then we want to remove the cart we created in our local storage, so that the cart gets cleared. Okay, so we have local storage dot remove and then the whole cart, and then we want to also to clear the state. After clearing the cart, we need to clear the state such that the cart products are left as an empty array. So to do that, here we say set cart products into an empty array after we clear the cart. And then now we need to return all this. So below this function we are going to return, so let's do return. We're going to return the cart and then context.provider. So let's do cart context.provider like that, and then let me close it. And then inside here we need to add some values, and the values are our functions. So let's see, value, the first value is cart products, right? The second value is set cart products, the third value is add product, the fourth one is remove product, and the last one is clear cart. Okay, so we have that. And then now here we need to pass in our children, the children we defined earlier, the children. Here we go. So now by doing that we have successfully created our cart product, which clears the cart, our cart context, which clears the cart, removes the product, add product, and then like adds item to our local storage. So what we need to do is coming to our app.js, and we need to wrap our cart context to everything in our application, so that if like someone is in the all product section or in the home page and we have a certain product there, they can be able to add it from the cart. So like we have all that functionality in the whole application. Okay, so let's come back here, and then all this main content we first remove it, and then let's do cart context provider, and then we pass in all our content inside the cart context provider. So now the next thing we need to do is every time we add an item to the cart, we want to see the items in our header icon here, this icon, we want to see it increase. So what are we going to do? We are going to open our header.js, and first we need to import our cart product. So let's come here and come to our header. So let's come to our header is in the components here, and then what you're going to do here first is to define something here. We need to define our cart product. So to do that, you're going to do cart products, going to be cart products, and these cart products are going to get them from use context and then our cart context which we created. So let's do use context, and then inside here we are going to say cart context from the lib cart context. Make sure you import those, and then now we need to add in our cart icon, which is, where is it, in this cart icon, no, that one is for toggling the menu. In this cart icon we need to add like the value of the cart items in our local storage. So to do that, we're going to come to this span. Where is it? Do we have a span here? So I think this one is for the account, then this one is for the carts. Yeah, so you can come here and add a span below the SVG, and this span is just going to show us the cart items. Okay, so let's do margin left of 2, and then we need a text of primary. So let's do text to be primary like that, and then we need the font to be bold, and then we need to also do group hover. So group and then hover, let's just do group hover. I need the group hover to be text, to set the text to the color text. Okay, and then now inside here we need to do the cart products dot length. Okay, so let's do cart products dot length, the length of our products in the cart. So if like I come back here, and then let's see, if I come back here and then like we add items to our cart, you can see we have this number here. So that's what we want to do. You can see currently we have 3 items in the cart. I don't know why we have 3 items in the cart. Let me see. If I come and clear this, come back here and refresh, let's see if you're going to fix that. We have 3 items, but we need this to be in a flex. Okay, so let's see, this link has hidden routed md text. Let's do md, then let's do flex, and then let's do item center, items to be center, and then let's come here and remove this. And then let's come back here. We have the icon and the span. Let's see, rounded text md, have flex, we have item center, and we also need to do a padding of 2. So let's see, let's remove this, add a padding of 2. Then we can also do something we call adding a group here. Okay, so let's do group. Then but still you're getting that, I don't know why. So you have the svg, and then you have the span, and then let's first stay with that. I think it's fixed. Yeah, so let's come back here, and now we need to be able to like add items and remove them from the cart. So let's come to our hero section, which was this one. We want to be able to add this item to our cart. So how are we going to do that? We need to import our add to product functionality from cart context. So let's come back here, and below we have the product here. We need to actually import first add product. So let's do cons and then add product. So let's do that, add product, and then it's going to come from use context, and then it's going to be cart context. Make sure you import it, and then below here we need to add a function to add item to cart. So let's do function and then add item to cart, add item to cart, and then here we need to add product. Okay, so let's do add product, and then what we are going to add here is our product, which we have defined here, and then dot underscore id. So anytime we add the item, we need to add that item to our cart. So we need to update our button here. Where is it? The button to add to cart. Let me see. This button here, we need to update it. So to update it, we need to add an on click functionality to the button. So below here we need to add an on click, and this on click is going to do our function, which is add item to cart. So let's come back here, and let's see if we try adding this to the cart. You can see that our number here is increasing. If we continue adding, we get more products of the same. So let's continue adding. You can see currently you have 15 products. If we open our local storage, so let's do that. If we come to inspect and then come to application here, and then like come here, you can see in our local storage, in our local host, which is 3000, we have a cart here, and that cart has currently all these 14 items. So that's how this function works. So is it the adding items to our local storage. So you can see here we have 14 items in our cart. So in case we continue adding more items to our cart, that's what is going to happen. And if like we clear the cart, this clear cart functionality here, this one is going to remove all these product IDs from our cart in our local storage. So if a user doesn't have because we are going to do this, if you come here and then let's say your cart is empty, first we are going to make sure that we don't have an account, we don't have a session available, and we want to actually add our items to cart before like that person checks out. And we're going to add the items and then ask that person to log in so that they can be able to check out. So before doing that, our items are going to be in our local storage to avoid that a person is supposed to have an account session available so that they can be able to actually add items to cart. So let's come back here, and you can see now add items to cart is working. We need to do our React toast. So let's do React hot toast like we did in our backend. We need to add this npm install React hot toast. So let's come here and open another terminal. So let's come and open another terminal and do npm install, and then that terminal, that install React hot toast, and then copy this, then come below our children here and then paste it here, Shift Alt F, and then in our header, after, not like our header but in our hero, after this item is added to cart, we want to show something. So let's see, we need to do toast.success. So let's do toast.success, and then item added to cart. So let's see, and then make this a string. Okay, so let's do that. Then let's come back and see if like that works. So let's come here, and it's saying that toaster is not defined. So let's come back here, double click it, and then control space, and then import it. So let's see, if we add it to cart, you can see item added to cart, and now we have 16 products. So we want to do the same for this, and also we are going to add all products here. So let's come back, and first let me see, all our li have, let me see, this text are small. Let me change that. How will I do that? We have text, we don't have text here, so let's just add text lg here. Let's see, that works. Let's make it Excel to improve like the nav. That's better, you can actually see it better. So let's come back here and then close the app.js, cart context, and then the hero page. But we actually need this function to add items to products, to add items to cart. So let's copy it and then come to our latest products. I don't know which one is it. I think it's this one, products.js. Yeah, and then here we need to like do the same. So let's copy this, and then you need to add item to cart, and then let's do products._id. But I don't think that's how we're supposed to like add it. We need to add items to cart and then products._. No, this one is add item. We just need the add product context, and then what else do we need? Let's see, we have our latest products, and then we have the button to add to cart. So let's see, we have our button which is add to cart. So we need to do the on click here. You see, we had this, right? We had this here. You have the function add item to cart, and for this one, because it's not like one item, we need to come here in this button, and then we need to do an on click here, and then what are we adding? We want to add the product to cart. So let's do add, and then product, we want to add that product, which is product._id. So let's do product._id, just that. And then like we need to remove this because it's not like a single product, and the add product is adding a single product ID to our cart. So let's come back here, and then let's see, we need to like actually import this. So let's import this one, and then also import this one, then come back. Then let's try, if we add this one, let's see, is it added to the cart? Let's come, then let me refresh. We have 18 products, and then if I add this one, we get 20 products, which means we need to come here to the header and make this header sticky, and then top 0, so that someone is able to see if the items are added to cart. Let's see, sticky top, let's see, sticky top 0. What if we do fixed? Let me see, we actually need to make it fixed to the top. We have sticky, and then we have, no, not here, we actually need the header to be sticky to the top. So let's add it here, let's add it there, so that our header is stick to the top every time we scroll down. You can see that. Then we need to do a z index of 40, like that. Yeah, that's better. So anytime we start scrolling, our cart is visible. And then if we add to cart, you can see that the items are actually added to the cart. But we need to come to our header and then reduce the color of the font of the add items to cart span. So here you can see font bold, and then we have text MD. Let's make it text the same here, so that now we get that small text in our cart. And then what else? We need to be able to see the items actually added to cart, right? So to do that, let's see. We need to show that the items are added to cart like this one. If I click there, if I click this, we have item added to cart, and if I click this one, there's no toast. So let's see. We come back here to our button, which is adding to cart, and then after this function of adding to cart here, we can add another one which is for toast success. So let's do that. So let's do toast dot success. Make sure you import it, and dot success, and then let's do item added to cart, item added to cart, and then that. So if we come back here and then try adding to cart, let's see if it works. You can see we have item added to cart. Currently we have 25 products, and those are many. So what do we need to do? We need to be able to see those items in our cart, right? So we're going to create our cart page before like we create a single cart page. And to do that, to create the cart page, we need to come to our pages, and then the same we did for the product, add a folder, and let's name it cart, and then add an index.js inside there. Okay, and then come to our header, and then make sure that the link to our cart, this one, takes us to the cart page. So let's add cart here. So anytime we click that, you're supposed to be taken to our cart page. And then let's close this one, let's close the hero, the products, then let's leave us with our cart.index.js. So here we're going to do export default function. So let's do default, then function. Let's do a cart, export default function, and then cart return. Then let's change this to default function to cart. Okay, so first here we need to we are going to create very many functions. Okay, so let's first do a p tag, and then let's say cart. Then let's see if we get taken to the cart page. So if I click here, you see we have the cart, but we want us to see the cart products here. So let's come back here, and then the first thing you're going to do is we are going to first import our truncating price. Before I forget, come to, where is it, hero. In the hero page we didn't have that. Where did I put it? In the products. First we import our format price, because we need this, need our format price. Then let's paste it here, and then what else? Now we can start creating our page. Here we need to create a section. Inside here we need a section, so let's do section. It's going to have flex, because we're going to have two things. We're going to first have the our cart page here, and then here we need to have our checkout details. So let's come here and do justify between, and then max MD, and then we need flex of column, and then you need a space x of 4. So let's do space x of 4. Okay, so that's it for now. And then inside this section we need a div, and this div is the one that is going to hold all our cart products. We need two divs. Actually, we need the first div, which is going to hold our, we need two divs. We need two divs, which is this first div. So let's add an item to cart. Let's add an item here. Let's add, and then you can see now we have this div which is bigger than this one. So let's come back here and shift alt F to format. We need our first div. The first div is going to have in MD we need a width of 2/3 of the screen. So let's do 2/3 of the screen, like that. And then we also need a padding x of 4. And then the other div is going to have the 1/3 of the screen. So let's do 1/3 of the screen. So let's do, in MD we need 1/3. Then you need a margin top of 16, and then margin top of 16, and then we also need in MD we need a margin top of 6 only. The 16 is for the mobile devices. So we have those two. If you come here and do a p saying cart, and then here we add a div saying checkout, and then I come back here, you can see that we have two. We have this checkout and then we have the cart right there. So now we need to start creating our cart, and then we'll come to our checkout later. Okay, so inside here we need a header. So let's do a header, but we need a margin top of 6 dot margin top of 16, and then we also need an md of margin top of 6. This 16 because like we have the margin top of 16 and then we have a margin top of 6. If I come back to my page here, is this margin, because when you make the header sticky, it actually pushes the other pages up. So you'll find that this cart is below the header, so you need to add some margin tops to push it down. So let's come back here, and inside this div we need a header. So let's first do a header, and then it's going to be text center. Let's do text center. We also need the flex justify to be between. We need a width of full. We need a h1 inside here. So let's see. Inside here we need a h1 with text excel. So let's do text excel, and then it's going to be font bold. Let's do font of bold, and then text gray of 900, text gray of 900. And then what else we need? In small we need text of 3xl. Okay, and then here we are going to say your cart, as simple as that. So let's come back. You can see we have your cart here, and then I think we need to we have the padding x of 4 here in our div. I think that's better. You have your cart there, and then inside here below the header we are going to add a loading, but for now let's do the products, the products length of the products, the cart products length. Okay, so first we need to define, we first need to define all the functions we are going to use, right? So we need to do const, and then we are going to use the cart products, all the cart products in our local storage. We need the cart products. We need remove products because we are going to be removing products from the cart. Then we need the add products. We need the add products. We also need the clear cart, clear and then cart. All these are going to come from use context. Make sure you import it, use context, and then cart context. Okay, so we are going to use those ones. We need the cart products, we need remove products, add products, and then clear cart. Now below here we need to do a use effect, and this use effect is going to create is going to post items to our cart endpoint, of which we have not yet created a cart endpoint. So we need to do that. First, let's come to our product in our API, and then inside here we need a cart.js functionality. So let's do cart.js, and then inside here we need to first export async function, export default async function. We need an async function because we'll be going to import our Mongoose Connect, which is an await. So let's do handle, and then here we are going to handle the request and the response, the request and the response. And then here we need an await, and then Mongoose Connect, we need a connection to our database. Okay, and then because this one is going to be saved in our database, and then let's do const IDs. We need the IDs, which is going to come from request and then dot body and then dot IDs. This one is going to create a cart in our database. So let's do try and catch error. So here we're going to do const product const products. These products are going to get them from await, then it's going to come from the product model. So let's import the product model, and then dot find, and then we need to find the underscore id, and then these ones are going to be in, let's do this, where is the $sign id, not like id, in, and then ids. Okay, so here we are finding all the items in our cart. What else do we need here? We need to respond with JSON, respond JSON with the product. And then below here we need to do a catch error. So let's do catch, and then it's going to be an error, and then in case we have an error, we need to console.log the error in case you encounter any error. Okay, so it's going to be an error, and then let's do the error, and then here we need to respond with a status of 500, so that we know that we have an error. So let's do respond to status 500, and then to JSON, and then now the error, our error is internal server error. So let's do error, then internal, and then server error. This one is supposed to be a string, so let's do internal server error. Okay, so this one is supposed to create an API endpoint in our what, in our database. So let's come here, and then let's say we add an item, then let's come to our MongoDB, then do the overview, browse collections, and then let's see if we have a cat. Not yet, but we are going to be able to see a cat here. Let's first close this one and then come back here. So we have this one, the cat API, the cat endpoint API. We're also going to create a cat and a checkout endpoint for checking out its type, but for now let's go back to our cat page. So inside our cat page, where this one, we need a function which first is going to check if the cat products are more than 0. So let's do if, then cat products. So let's do if cat products dot length is greater than 0. What do we need here? We need to do is greater than 0. We need to say Axios, okay, dot post. But make sure you import Axios. Let's see, no suggestion. We need to install Axios, so let's do npm I Axios, installing Axios. So let's do Axios.post. We need to post all our items from the carts, and those items are going to come from our API endpoint, which is carts. Okay, and then here we are going to do the IDs, and these IDs are going to be just the cart products. Okay, so let's do that, and then make sure you import the, not the post but the Axios from Axios. And then now below here we need to respond dot then, and then we need to respond with something. So let's do response, and then this response is going to set the products. So let's do set products. Do we have set products here? We need to actually declare that the product const products, and then set products. So let's do const, and then products, then set products, is going to just use state of an empty array. So let's do is equals to use state of an empty array. Then now here we need to set products to the response data. So let's do set products into response.data. Okay, response.data, like that. And otherwise, if we don't like have that, what else do we need to do? We need to do an else statement here. So let's do else, we need to do set products to an empty array, in case like we don't have products. If we have 0 products, let's set the products to an empty array. And then this one was supposed to be a use effects. Sorry about that. So let's do use effects. And then it's going to be just here, we're going to pass in our cart products. I think it's our cart products. So let's do cart products, and then inside here, that's where we are going to do our if statement. Okay, like that. I think it's, yeah, inside that is where we are going to do our statement, but we actually don't need this. Where is it? This one. We need this. So we have a use effect here, there, where we are checking if the cart products length is greater than 0. If it's greater than 0, let's post our IDs, which are cart products, else do an empty array. Okay, so now after doing that, after fetching our products, we need to like post them below here. Okay, so here we need to first check if the products we have are more than 0. So let's do that. So let's do products and then dot length. If we have products dot, first here we need to check if the products dot length, if we have products. If we don't have products in our cart, we need to do a p tag here, but if we don't, we will post our products. So let's do that. Inside here we need to say a p tag here. Let's do a p tag. This p tag is going to just say, it's going to have a margin y. So let's do class name. We're going to say margin y of, let's say 6, and then let's do a text center. Then let's say your cart is empty. Your cart is empty. And then if we don't have items in our cart, it's going to say that. But if we have items in our cart, inside here, let's just do these fragments, and then let's do a p tag first. This p tag is going to say items available. Okay, items available. So let's see if we actually have items in our cart, if it's fetching the product. So if we come to our cart, we have 26 items. You can see it's saying your cart is empty. Let's refresh. Your cart is empty. I don't know why. So let's see. Here we need to add this, and then let's come back. You can see now we have items available in our cart. So let's do available. So if you didn't have products in our cart, we would have seen your cart is empty, but because we have products, it's saying items available. But we don't want to actually see the items available. We want to see the actual products inside here, right? So let's remove this, and then here we're going to map our products. So let's do products, and then dot length is greater than 0. Let's do end, and then we want to map. So let's do products dot map, and then we're going to map them as products, and then let's do that. Yeah, so inside here first we need a div. So let's do a div here, and this div is going to have a class name of margin top of 8, and then it's also going to have a key, and this key is going to be product, the product, and then dot underscore id, like that. Inside this div we need an ordered list of space y of 4, like that. And then inside this we need a list, and this list is going to be flex, and then it's going to have item center, items to be center, and then we need a gap of 4, and then justify to be between. And then now inside here we need the first image, so we need an image, and this image is going to be just the and when like you're using Next.js, it advises us to use the image from next link, not this image. But for us, we're going to use this image, but you can actually use it and change it later. So let's do img for now, and then this image is going to have a source, and we actually need our product images. Remember, we added several images in our backend, so we need the first image in our array. and then this one is going to be cat image. And then we need a class name here, so let's do class name is going to have height of 16. We need it to be like a circle. An avatar, we need a width of 16. We need then an object of cover. An object of cover. So if I come back to my website here, and then you can see we have these items. If I come to home, and then let's say I add, which item have I? This one. Let's add it. Not there, but here. Let's come back to our cart. You can see we have all these items. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 items. There is one we haven't added yet. I think it's this one, right? So let's come back. We have it. Which one doesn't we have? Oh, this one and this one are the same. So we have 5 products currently. So let's come back here. And what else do we need? Below the image, this image, we need a div. Okay, so we need a div. This div is going to have a h3, and this h3 is going to be just the product title. So let's do a text medium, text md, and then we need text color, which is going to be just text, and then we need the maximum width of md, maximum width of md. Then inside this h3 we need product dot title. Let's come back here to our cart, and then you see we have the product dot title there. What else do we need? We need the price of the product. Okay, but anytime we increase our product price, we're supposed to like increase the product price there, right? In case we increase this one, we need to first increase the price. But before we do that, we need a dl. Let's do a dl, and then class name here. This class name is going to be margin top of, we can do 1, right? And then a space y of px, and then we need a text of just only, we can do text sm instead, right? Instead of like giving it 10 pixels. And then text because I realized here it's very, very small. So if I come back here, and then inside here we do the p tag, then we do shillings, and then here we need to like format the price. So let's first do format price, then we pass in our product dot price. So if I come back here, and then you can see that we only have the price even if we have a lot of duplicate products inside here. So we need to actually make it more, like the number of IDs of this product in the cart, we need to see its price. To do that, we are going to like first do, let's stay with that for now, and then here we need a cart products. So let's do cart products. So let's do cart, and then products, and then dot filter. We're going to filter, and then we need to filter the ID, which is going to be equal to ID is equals to product dot underscore ID, and then here we need to do dot length. So let's do dot length, then we need to multiply by our, so let's see, we need to multiply by our format price. So let's see, let's come and paste it here, and then by doing that we get an error. Anyway, we can just first remove this, and then let's say product dot price, like that. Come back, then you can see the amount of items we have. Now if we come here and add this item, and then let's come back here, you can see that its price increases. Let's come to the wallet. It's currently at 950. Let's come back to the home page, and then scroll down. Where is the wallet? This one. Let's scroll down and then add it. Come here, and then you can see that the price increased. So now what else do we need? We need the buttons to actually add and remove items. So below this we need a div below this div, and then we are going to give it classes. Let's do space y of 1, and then we're also going to do text md. So let's do text md, and then you can do the text color. So let's do text. I think that's better. And then now inside this you're going to have a div which is going to be just flex. And then flex, you're going to also have flex end, and then you're going to have not flex end but justify end. You're going to have justify end, also text to be red. Let's do red. Then 500, text to be red 500. Then you also need to do a border bottom. Then you can do a margin bottom of 3. Okay, writing all this CSS makes it responsive. So here we need a button, and this button is going to do the clear cut functionality. So let's do clear and then cut. So let's come back here and see if you have that clear cut text. We have it here, it is. Now we need to do an on click here to clear the cut. So let's come back to our cut context. Then let's see, we declare the ls here, and then we have the use effect, we have the other use effect. This one is for have the function to add, function to remove, and then we have the function to actually clear the cut. So let's see, we're first clearing from local storage. If ls, we do ls.remove. We didn't do item here, so I think that's why we are getting an error. So remove item from the cart when we clear that, and then set cart products to an empty array. So let's come back here, and then let's try clearing it. You can see that the cart is now cleared. Let's add the items again. Add, then add and add. Come back, we have 5 products, we can see them. You're going to add a loading effect, but for now, let's see, for this one we have a loading effect. Let's see if we actually have one. Add, then come back here. You can see we have a loading effect before we actually see the cart items. So let's come back to our index. We have the clear cart. What else do we need? We need this subtotal and the continue shopping button. So let's come here, and then below the, let's close the cart context. We have fixed the error there. Below the delete contact div, we need another div which is going to be just a flex div. So let's do flex, and I think it's supposed to be inside the flex div. Let's do justify between. Here we are going to add our total, justify between. Inside this div we are going to do data, and this data is going to be the subtotal, or we can just say total. And then now below here we need to do the data itself. It's going to be Kenya shillings, and then we are going to format our price, which is going to be the total. But first we need to define our total, and to do that we're going to say let total be 0. So let's come here, and I think we can do it here, there's no problem. So let's do let total to be 0. Okay, and then after doing that we need to do for, and then const, and then product id of cart products. So let's do product id. So let's do product id of cart products. Cart products, here is where we are going to do the total. So let's do const, and then price is equals to products.find. So let's do products.find, and then let's do this, and then p._id, the price dot the p._id ._id, and then here we need to say is equals to product id. Okay, product id, and then dot price, or we'll just return 0 here. Okay, so now here is going to be the total is going to be plus or is equals to that. So let's do plus or is equals to the price we just declared above. Okay, so now by doing that we have our total. So let's scroll down here, and here we are going to say format price first. Let's do format price, and then we are going to format what, our total instead, total. like that. So let's come back here and see. It's saying that number 0 is not a function. Where did we make an error? Let's see. Let total is equals to be 0. Then for const products we have dot find, products dot find. So let's see. Let's come here and so we have the for const products ID of cat products, and then inside here you declare the price is equals to products dot find, and then you're going to do this one. I see we're not supposed to have this here, and also this one. I think we're not supposed to have that, and then we're not supposed to have this here because it's supposed to be here after the product ID. So let's see if we now fix the error. So you can see now we have the total to be shillings. We have all this money. No, let's remove this one. We have that, but I don't know why. So we are getting like this number, and I think when we are creating this total, the price we are passing in here is being treated as a string, and when we are calculating the price, that's where we are making a problem. So to do this, to fix that, we're supposed to change this. Let's say we do pass float here. So let's see if we can do a pass float, then like put our total there. So let's come back here and see if that fixes the issue. So we have the total, which is that amount of money. Then let's come here where we have this, and then we need to add we have the total actually. So what we need is to add the button, which is going to take us to our let's see, we have the subtotal here, but we actually don't need the subtotal. We don't need the VAT. We only need the total and the amount. Okay, so we have the total and we have the amount. What else do we need here? We need the button. So let's see, below the DL here we need another div to handle the continue shopping. So we're just going to do flex. Okay, but we're actually going to get that button from here. So let's see, where do we have the buttons? Here we have them. Okay, and I think you're going to use this button. Where is it? This one. So we are going to copy the first button. So let's change it from HTML to JSX. So let's copy this one. Okay, and then come back here and paste it. Do you have a div here? No. So we are going to create a div here and do flex and justify to be end, like that. Then inside here we are going to paste our button, shift alt F to format, and then here we can say continue shopping. So let's see, if we come back here we get the button, we have the continue shopping button, but we don't want that color, so we are going to change all this indigo. So let's do Control Shift L to primary. Let's do primary. That's better, right? So you have the continue shopping primary color. Yeah, but we actually needed, we can stay with that. There's no problem. We could have used the other button, which is this one, but you can stay with this one, continue shopping. So we have the total, we have continue shopping, and this continue shopping you're going to change this because I told you why. Let's replace it with next link, and then when we do that, we're supposed to be taken to products. Okay, all products. Do we have not yet? We don't have an endpoint for products. So what do we need to do next? We need to do a Stripe checkout here, and for this, if we do that, is going to take us to that page because we don't have that page yet. Then let's say we want to clear the cart, is supposed to remove all the data, which makes it a good thing. So let's come here, and for this one we're going to do another div for our div below here. Let's see, We're also going to do the same thing we did here. So we are going to check if we have the product length. If we don't, let's see, copy this one and then come below here inside this div for the what, let's paste this one here first, and then let's actually close it. I think it's supposed to be like that, and then let's paste this Control X, and then let's paste it inside here. I think so, yeah. Let's paste it here, Shift Alt F to format, and then we don't want to say this, we actually want to return an empty string. So let's come back, and you can see we still have the checkout here. So if we don't have all this is coming from, we're going to add a session, okay? So but now we want to do the checkout. So here we are going to do a header, and the header is actually going to be the same as the one for the cart. So let's come and copy this one. So let's do this, copy, Control C, and then come back here and paste it. Let's paste it here. This is going to be shipping details. So let's come back here and let's see, we have the shipping details. So we are going to first create a div, and let me see how that one looks like. So we have these shipping details, okay? So we need a div for the h1. We actually have the h1, and then we need a p tag below here, and say, let's say we need a p with a margin top of 2, and then this p tag is going to just say, we use your account details for shipping. We use your account details for shipping, like that. And then let's come back. You can see we use your account details for shipping, and we need to do text center, not like text center, but for this one you need a text start. You see, text start, we need flex, and then we don't need the justify between here, we need just the flex to be column, just like that. So if we come there, you can see we have the shipping details. We use your account details for shipping. Let's see if we have text center. We don't have that for now. So what you're going to add below the header is another div, and this div is going to be MX Auto, okay? And I think for this one you're just going to do maximum width of XL, and then we can do a padding of 4. We need a border, we also need a shadow XL, and we also need the height to be just 400 pixels, and we also need a margin Y of 3. Okay, so let's come back. You can see we have a small table there, a small card there. So inside this div we need a space Y of 5, so let's do space Y of 5, and then inside this div we need a grid, and we also need the grid columns to be 12, so let's do grid columns to be 12, like that. And then what else do we need? We need a gap of 5. So inside this div we need another column span to be 6, dot column span dot 6, like that. And then here is where we are going to do our first label, which is going to be our label for the email. So let's see, here we have these two labels. So let's come to this one and let's see if we have the input fields. Let's see the inputs. Here we have them. Then you have the email, and then you have, actually let's come to Sailboat and then look for file input, not file input but form layout. So you have this email. Let's see if we have the one with 2 separate ones. Here we have it actually. So let's just see the code. Let's copy this code. Okay, so let's come here, and from where we have the MX Auto, and then here, so we need actually to do this. So let's just copy this div, paste it, Shift Alt F to format, come back here. Let's see, we have that. So we need to come to our MX Auto maximum width of XL. We need to add a padding of 4. We also need a border. like we did for the card. Shadow to be Excel, because if like we code that, is going to take a lot of time. 400 pixels for the height. What else? A margin Y of 3. So let's come back, and you can see now we have the card. So we have the address, we have the zip code, we have the remember me, and then you have that. Okay, so let's see. If we come here, we need the email, right? We need the email, we need the password, we also need the address. Let's first change all this text the same. Control Shift L to text MD to make it a little bit more bigger. Yeah, that's better. And then what else do we need? We don't need the we don't need these states here. What we need here, we don't need this. We actually need an input field for that. So let's copy this one and then paste it here for that person to type in the state they are in. So let's see, we actually have the state, we have the zip code. And what else do we need? We don't need the remember me one for that one. Then we're going to style our button later on. So what you're going to do now is improve the padding of all the inputs. So let's see, all these inputs, I think we get that. Yeah, so all this input, Control Shift L, then we want to come to our classes inside here, and what we actually need is a padding of 3. We also need a border. Okay, let's do border, and the border is going to be, we actually have the border color. So let's come back. Yeah, that's better. So we had the border gray to be 300. Let's remove this. Let's see, but we need the border, right? So let's do border. So we have the input, we have the padding of 3, we have the border. What else do we need? We need the border color, which is gray. So let's come back. Why isn't it like taking the border? Anyway, let's see. If you scroll down, scroll up, let's see, this one is taking like, what is the address one? Is supposed to take the whole width. So let's do div column span to be 12 for the address. We also need what else? Nothing else. Let's see, why is this one taking? Let's come back here and see. This one is taking the whole div, this one, and then this one, you have the checkout there. Let's see how we can fix that. Let's start with the email first. And for the email, where is the email? For the email, we need to add some padding here. So we have the focus ring, we don't need all that, but after the rounded MD, we need the padding of 3. Okay, we need a border, because we need a border, and then we need the border color to be gray. Yeah, that's better. Then let's come below here and also do the same padding of 3, then we do a border. Let's see, we have that. We also need for the address, this is the address, we need a margin bottom of 1, text to be MD, font medium, text to be that address. We need the input to have a padding of 3. Now I see why. Let's separate that. Yeah, we get that also, and then we have all this, they are taking the padding correctly. So now we need the button to actually add to checkout. Okay, so for this button here, we are going to just like, can we remove this? Yeah, let's just remove it, and then here we're just going to say text center and width full, text to be center and the width to be full. So there we are going to have a div, and then let's see how our button looks like. So we are just going to create some basic CSS for the button. So let's do a button like that, and then inside here we can do a class name first. So let's do class names. It's going to be disabled. Let's do disabled disabled first, and then block we can do rounded, and then we can also do bg secondary. We actually don't need it to be disabled for now. Let's remove this because we are going to add state for this. Let's do bg secondary, and then padding x of 5, then let's do padding y of 3, then let's do text md, text, and then let's see, we need transition. When you put like disabled, it's going to disable the button until all the fields are filled, but we are going to do a session check for that. So it's going to be bg purple, then it's going to be, let's say, 300. Then we need the transition, we need the hover, we need the width of full. Okay, so let's come back here. We have that. Let's say, let's add here checkout, check out. Let's see, we have that checkout there, and as you can see, that looks better, right? Yeah, you have the bg to be secondary. Yeah. So let's see, we need to first check if, let's remove this. If we remove, everything goes right. Add a product, add another one. Okay, and when you are like creating this, we made sure that this one is responsive. So if you come here to inspect, you can see that it's fully responsive. We have the shipping details down here. So what you're going to do is, we actually need to, let's see, we need a margin top of 6. We need a, anyway, let's see, do you have a gap for the whole? We need a space x only for md. Okay, so that in medium devices we don't have a space between them. So let's see, there was a spacing here and now it's gone. So let's come back here, and before we check out, we need to like first set values for these ones, for all these shipping details. So first we need to define we are going to take the email, the password, and all that. So first, let's come back here and let's close that tab, and below this set products, we're going to first define the address. So let's do const and then address, and then set address, because we need to send this data to our database to make sure that this person is able to check out. It's going to be an empty string. We are not going to do it for the email and the full name, because I'll show you why. So let's do const. We're also going to do a city here, and then set city. It's going to be also use state, which is going to be just an empty string, and then below here we need the country. So let's do const and then country. We're going to be set country, which is going to be use state, also is going to be an empty string, and then we also need the zip code. So let's do const and then zip code. So let's do zip and then set zip to be a use state is equals to use state, like that. It's also going to be a string like that. So now we need to pass in all these values below inside the input fields. So let's scroll down to the first input is the password address. So in this one we need to do value to be address, and then we need an on change. Is it an on change? Yeah, we need an on change, which is going to be just an event. So see event, and then we need to set the address. The event is going to be set address. Set address is going to be just event dot target dot value, target dot value. So we're also going to do the same for the city, zip code, and also the state. So let's come here and let's paste it here. Value is going to be, this one is for the city, value is going to be the city, then here is going to be just set city. Okay, and then we also need something else below here, which is for the state. Control V going to be state. Did we define the state? No, actually. So let's see, set state like that. So let's come, and I'm supposed to like first collapse this div. Yeah, let's see, we have the country, we have done country. Let's do state, then let's say set state. Then what else do we need? We need the zip one. So let's see, here it is. Yeah, then here we need the zip one. So let's do zip and then set zip. So to do this, we actually need something. So let's come here. If I come to my website, you can see we have a session here, and after I'm logged in, it shows our email and our full name. So which means we can be able to check out even if we haven't yet filled this, and you can see we are able to check out. So to do this, we're supposed to come first and go back to next auth, right? So let's do next auth. Then we're just going to do the same way we did for the dashboard. So let's come here and do npm install, then next auth. I think it's next auth. And then after installing that one, we need to come here and do justice. In the pages API, we need an auth. So let's just do that. Okay, sorry, let's copy this one and then come to our pages API. Here it is. Then create that and then come and paste all this code there. Okay, so paste it. We don't need the Apple, we don't need the Google, we don't need, we only need the Google one. So let's remove the email, let's remove the Apple and the Facebook from there. And then now what do we need? We need our Google authentication strings. So let's see if we added them. I think we did. We have the Google secret and we have the Google ID. Nice. So what you're going to do now is to check if we have a session available. So we are going to do this. We are going to come to our back to our next auth, and here you can see it saying that we import this one. So let's just import it, and then let's come here to our app.js because we need the session all over the application. And then let's import it here. So let's import it there, and then we need to do the session provider. Okay, so let's come here and do the session provider like that, and then copy this one, Control X, then paste it below here, Shift Alt F. So we actually need to come back here, and you can see it saying we do all this. And for this one, we're supposed to come and do it in our header instead. So we're going to come to our header in our website, right? And then where do we have the header? Here. And then this is where we are going to do this. So first we're going to do the const data. Okay, copy, and then come back here and do the const data. Let's just paste it down here, and then import the use session from next auth. And then we are going to check if we have a session, and this one is only going to be checked on our let's come back to app.js. We haven't, let's see, it's saying that session is not defined. We actually need to do the same we did for the, did we miss something? Yeah, we need to add this after the page props. We need to add that. Okay, so let's come back. That is supposed to fix the error. So for the session is only going to change here. So let's come to our header, and we have the session. Let's scroll down to where we have the account one. So the account one is this one. So let's just delete it, and then let's check if we have actually, are we supposed to do it like that? Let's see. We have the if session is active and it's only applying to the for the account. So to do that, you're going to check for the session. So let's come here and do session, and then let's see end, and then let's see if you can actually do that. Shift Alt F. So if you have a session, we show the account. Nice. So now we don't have it, so we're going to say if we have a session. So let's first do let's see, if we have a session, we show that, but if we don't have a session, we show the initial whatever. So let's see, let's paste the link there. Let's come back, because currently we don't have a session and it shows us the account. But if we have a session, we want to show something else. So inside here, inside this one, we need to remove it and do a div. Okay, this div is going to have a class name, and this class name is just going to be in SM. We need flex, and we also need a gap. So let's do SM. We need a gap of 2. We also need the border right, the same as the one below, and then we need the border to be, we can leave it like that. We don't need a color, so let's do padding right of 4. Then inside here we need another div of height of 9, because we need an avatar, and we also need a width of 9 for the image. And then here we need an img, and the class name is going to be height of full. We also need to add some width of full, and then width of full, and then rounded full, and then you also need object cover, and then object to be center. So let's see. Now the src is going to be the session.user image. So let's see, session, then .user image, session.user.image, and then we are supposed to use the curly braces, and then the alt is going to be session.user.name, session.user, then .name, or just .name. So now we have that, and if we come back, we still don't have a session. So to be able to actually see the session, we're supposed to come back to our cart page. Let's first close all this and then come to our cart page. Where is it? Index.js. And here is where we are going to check if we have a session. So if we have a session, we return all this inside here. So let's scroll down, let's collapse this return, let's actually Control X. So let's see if we have a session. Let's do that. Okay, if we have a session, and we are supposed to also do that, import actually the session from the header. So let's see, we have this const data session, Control C, then come and paste it here. Now everything has uncollapsed itself, so let's come and paste it here. Make sure you import the use session from Next.js, and now let's scroll down. Actually first, let's see, we currently don't have a session, so we are not able to see our cart items, and we actually need to see our cart items. And before we do that, we need a person to sign up. So let's come back here and let's collapse the return statement that checks for that, and then create another return down here, which is going to return if we don't have a user session. And inside here we need a grid. Actually, do we need a grid? Anyway, let's do a height of screen, and then you also need a padding x of 4. You also need a bg of white, and then we need to place all the context to the content to the center. So let's see, place content center. Then inside this div we need a text center, .text center, and then inside here we need a p, which is going to be .margin top of 4. This one is going to be just the color text, and then we also need the text to be 2xl. Okay, 2xl. Inside here we are going to say you should have, not like you should sign up to view cart items, okay. And then I'm going to show you where the magic happens. And then now here we need a button, and actually let's see, we are still going to copy that button. You should sign up to view cart items. Let's see how that button looks like. We can't see that button for now, so let's see. We're actually going to use just a random button. Let's come here and then let's see, we need this one, the first button here. Let's copy it. Actually that one, we don't need this one. We need to copy it from, because that one has a lot of stylings. Let's copy it from here. We have buttons, we actually need this one. So let's view, then let's change this from JS that to JSX. Then let's copy it, come back here and then paste it, Shift Alt F, change it from A to button, and then you don't need this indigo. First let's see, continue with Google, okay. Let's come back here and see, you have the continue with Google, and then we need to remove all this color. We need the primary, so let's do Shift L and then do primary. Let's see, continue with Google, that's better. And then we need to change the text from whatever it is. Do you have a text? Yeah, to MD. Then we need the margin top of 6. So let's do margin top of 6. So let's see, should sign up to view cart items, continue with Google. And for this button we need an on click, so let's do on click. Is going to be just this, and then sign in from Next.js. Then you're just going to do Google. So let's see if we continue with Google. Let's see, continue with Google. Yes, we have that. Let's use this email. Then let's see, we are taken back to our cart, and now we have the cart and we have the user session here. So what else we need to do is we need to be able to see the values of the user. So for the email, let me first collapse this first div, then come to the second div. For this one we have the input, and let's come here and add the value. So let's see, value is going to be email, not like session dot user, then dot is going to be email. So let's see if we have, it takes that. You can see that now it has the user email, and now we can't edit that email. And then let's do the same for the password. So you're going to say value is going to be session dot user dot not this one is for the password, right? Let's say name, full name. Then here we're going to say user dot name. Change this from type password to type of text. Then what else do we need? Let's come back. We're supposed to get our full name. So by doing that is now similar to this one. You have the name, then you have that one. For the value we need to do, or we can just state with that, like that. You have the email, you have the full name. So what you need to do now is to be able to check out, okay? And that's what you're going to do now. Let's create the checkout functionality. So you're going to come to your pages and then API, and inside the API you're going to create a component called an endpoint called checkout.js. And then inside this checkout.js I have already created the checkout code. I'm just going to paste it here. So first here you can see that you're importing the necessary modules, the Mongoose Connect for the database connection. You have the order, of which you have not yet created it. This one is the orders model for creating an order in Stripe. And then here you have the product model, and then here we are handling requests. You can see this comment, and then we are checking if the request method is not post. And then if it's not post, we respond with this should be a post request. And then we destructure this data. We are getting email, name, address, city, country, zip, and then cut products. But remember, we're supposed to change this from this to state, because I think we use state, right? In our cut page, we use state. Then you have the zip, state, city, address. And then we don't need the email and the name, but we'll keep them there. Then here we are connecting to MongoDB using Mongoose. And then here we have we are extracting unique product IDs from the cart products, because each product in the cart has its own specific ID. And then here we are declaring them, and then we are retrieving the information about products from the database using their IDs. By using this, you can see here you have the unique IDs, and we are finding the products from the product model, and then we are initializing an array to store line items for the Stripe session like this. And then we are looping through each unique product ID, and then find the product information based on its ID, calculate the quantity of the product in the cart like this, because we have the total amount. This one is the total amount that will be shown on the checkout page. And then if the quantity is greater than 0 and product info exists, we do this. We push line items information to the line items array, and then now we create a new order document, which is going to be created inside the orders model. We're going to create that in a minute. And then we're going to create a new Stripe checkout session. And then here you can see here we have a success URL, and then you have a cancel URL. Okay, so in case someone like creates an order and it's successful, it takes them to this page, and if they cancel, it takes them back to the cart. And then you have this metadata, and then you're going to respond with the URL generated for the Stripe checkout session. So first, let's come to our models and then add order.js. So let's do order.js. Okay, and then now inside this order, we are going to start describing our order schema. So let's see, const and then order schema. Here we are going to do is equals to new and then schema like this. Make sure you import it from Mongoose. And then inside this schema, we are going to have the line underscore items. Okay, these are present in the code we just added. This one is just an object. And then we are going to have the name, which is going to be a string. Okay, string. And then you're also going to have the email, city, address, country, and all that. So let's copy this, add it here. This one is going to be for the email. And then you're going to have the city down here, city here. This is going to create a model inside our MongoDB database to store all our orders. We have the zip. We have the zip here, the zip code. And then you have city zip code, and then you have the state. You have the state here. What else? We have the address, right? So let's do address. And then we have the last one, which is we have the state, zip, address, and then we need to do a paid one, a paid status, which is going to be just boolean like that. And then we're also going to add timestamps below here. So let's see, after this one, you're going to add the timestamps to show when the order was made. So let's do timestamps like that, and then we're going to set them as true. Okay, and then here we're going to do export const. We're exporting our model. Okay, export constant and then order, which will be is equals to models dot order. Okay, and then let's do model. Make sure you import it from Mongoose. So we have model, and then we have models. Let's also import this one. And then what else? Here we are going to export our order, and then it's going to be just the order schema like that. And if we come back to our checkout code here, you'll notice that we have some things we need to create. So first, let's come here and look for Stripe. Okay, so I'm going to sign in. After the sign in is complete, you're going to come to your API keys for developers, and then we are going to copy the Stripe key, which is the secret key. So let's first come and reveal this first, and then copy it. Again, for security, please confirm your password. Let me do that. So we are going to come and copy this secret key, and then come back to our environment folder file, and then we are going to paste that string as the Stripe key, and then we need the publishable key, which is this one. So we are going to come back and then paste it here, and then we have the success URL, which is just going to be localhost 3000. So let's just come back here and then come to the home page, and then just copy this, then come back, paste that here. So we have the localhost 3000, and then now let's come back to our page where we have the cart. Here it is. So now we need to implement the Stripe checkout in our cart page. So what we are going to do is we first need to create a function for checking out with Stripe. So below this we are going to do an async function. Okay, async function, and then this function we're going to call it Stripe and then checkout. And then this Stripe checkout, you're going to add it in our button for checking out, and then here we are going to define response is going to be is equals to await, and then axios, okay, dot post. We want to post into API checkout, so let's do API checkout, and then after doing this we have the const response. After doing this, now we come here and do an email. We need the email, which is going to be session.user.email. Remember, like when you are defining states here, we didn't define the state for the email and the name, okay, but that is going to come from the already created value in our session.user.email. So here we want to pass in the session.user.email. Our email is coming from session.user.email, so we're going to define it here, and then our name is going to come from session.user.name. So let's do session.user.name, and then the rest is just coming from address. We have the state, we have the zip, we have the city, and then we have the cart products. All these we want to add them in our Stripe checkout. And now let's close this. Below here we want to check if the response data. So let's do if response.data.url, then you want to say if the location of that window.location, so let's do window.location is equals to response.data then .url. Down here we are going to, let's see, if response.data.url, we want to do this window.location response.data.url, else we toast an error. So let's do toast.error, and then let's say an error occurred. I think occurred is written like that, yeah. And then now what you are going to do is to check for the success pages, okay, and we need to create a use effect. We had this use effect for fetching the cart products. Now what we need is a use effect, another use effect. This use effect is going to be just is going to handle the checkout, if the checkout is successful or not. So here we're just going to pass in an empty array. So inside here we want to check if type of, and then we are going to say window is equals to undefined, window is equals to undefined. We are going to do what? We are going to just return nothing. And then else here we want to do another if, and then we say window and then dot location dot ref dot include success dot includes, and then success. We are going to say we want to set is success to true. Okay, so let's do set is success, set is success to true, of which we are supposed to, I think we are supposed to create the states for success. So we are going to create states here. Okay, so we're going to do const and then is success, then we're also going to say set is success, and it's going to use state of false, use state of false, like that. And now inside here we need to, where is it, set is success to false to true. After doing that, and then what else do we need? If like there was a successful order, we do clear cut, and then also we do a toast to say order placed, toast dot success. Then you're going to say order successfully placed. And then now below here, after the checkout functionality, you want to do something else where we are going to check if there is success. Okay, so let's see if we have, is it supposed to be inside here? No, it's below here. So we're going to say if and then is success here. So if is success, you need to do a return, and you're going to return a statement, a component, sorry, which is going, we are going to create it as success. Okay, and then below here we actually need to do that shift alt F to format, and then now we need to actually create the component for the success page. Okay, so we are going to come to components here, and then you are going to create another one which is success.js. Then now here what we need to do actually is to just show a certain something, let's say a card. Okay, and to do that, let's see how our card looks like. So let's see, we actually don't, we can look for something that will help us. Let's see, we can look for cards. Actually we can just create it, right? Let's come back here and define it. We're going to say export default, then function. We're going to say success here, like that, and then let's return nothing for now, and then let's come to our checkout, and not like checkout but our cart page, and then import this success, like that. And then we need something to actually show that. Let's see if we have a card. Let's look, we need something like this. So I'm going to copy this model, all of it. Okay, and then we are going to change some things. So let's come inside here and paste it, shift alt F, and then we need to remove some things like these X classes. I don't know, they are being used to show the model, but for us we don't need the model, we don't need the model functionality, we just need the card itself. So I think that's better. We are going also to remove this. Okay, like that, shift alt F. And for this one we are supposed to also like add it in its own div. So we are going to say we need this card to be placed, we need it to be flex. We also need items to be center, we also need justify to be center, and then we need a height of screen, and I don't think we need anything else. And then now we can paste our div here, Shift Alt F. Then now we can say order placed, then here we can say your order was placed, so let's say your order was placed, we will notify you about the delivery information. And then now here we can do this one to say continue shopping, like that. And then we can change it from a button to a link. Let's do link. Then ref is going to take us to products, and then we are supposed to also remove these classes, these X classes here, and then we need to change this from primary. So let's copy all this, Control Shift L, then we can do primary, like that. And then I think that's better. I don't think we have any more X classes, we have these ones. Let's remove them. And then what else? I think that's it. So anytime we do a delivery and that delivery and a checkout and that checkout is successful, we are going to show this success page. So what is remaining is to come to the index page for the cart, and then we are going to come to our button, which is, where is it, the button to check out, this button to check out, and you're going to add an on click to it. We are going to add an on click to this button, so let's do on click, and then you are going to say Stripe checkout, because we have created that function. So now let's see if that works. So let's come back here and let's come to our cart. Your cart is empty, but we actually have cart items. So let's fill out these details, and then let's try checking out. You can see we have an error. It's saying that we actually didn't install Stripe. So let's install Stripe, npm I Stripe. So let's do that, npm I and then Stripe. After installing Stripe, let's come back and then let's try checking out again. It's redirecting us. Let's see, let's come back and see what is happening. Okay, let's come and try actually checking out. Let's fill out these details. Can see we are getting that. I don't know why. Let me see. We are getting an error when we try to check out, and I don't know why. So if like I fill in these details and then like I check out, you'll notice that the URL ain't changing and you are not redirected to Stripe. And then if I come here in my database and then I refresh, you'll notice that all the trials we have added orders. So meaning we are making an error in our code. So if I come to the checkout, everything looks fine. I think the problem is here. We have created the function for the Stripe checkout. Here it is, right? And actually I think let's do the toast.success, and then let me rewrite this because I had removed it. Order placed successfully. And now if like I scroll down, you have created this functionality for checking out, Stripe checkout, and we have the everything here looks fine, and up to where we have the Stripe checkout. Here it is, right? And I just noticed that we did an error when like we hit on submit on this button. It doesn't like do what we want it to do because I added this form here. So I'm supposed to change this to a div, like that. So let's come back here and try to check out again. Okay, so let's come back first to the cart page, then let's try to fill these details, then checkout. It's supposed to work. Now you can see that you're being redirected to Stripe. Here you see we have the total amount, you have all the items, we already have our email placed here, and now we want to try and check out. So we're going to do 4242 424242 for the Stripe check test card, and then let's do the month is going to be, we can do 1326, then you can do 424 424. Then name we can use test, and then like let's try paying. You can see it's processing. If the order is successful, you'll be taken back to the success page. You can see that the order is now successful, and now you can see order placed. Your order was placed will notify you about the delivery information, of which you can continue shopping, and you don't have that products page now. So what you're going to do, you can see that the checkout is working properly. What you're going to do next is that we're going to create the products endpoint. Okay, so let's come here in the pages, and then let's create a products, and then let's add index.js in that product. Okay, so let's do product and then index.js like that. So inside here we're going is where we want to like map all our products, right? So we're going to first do export default and then products. So let's do export default, and then export default function, and then products. So function and then products. Then you're going to do this, you're going to return, then you're going to just return a p tag that says products. Okay, so let's do products here, and then after doing that, let's come back here, and if we refresh this page, you're supposed to see something like products. Okay, now you can see we have the products here, right? So let's come back, and inside here we actually need to do something we did in our index.js when you are fetching all our props. So what you're going to do is we want to define some props here. So let's do export and then default, not default, export async, and then function. We are going to do get server side props. So let's do get, then server side props. Then inside here is where we want to do our mongoose connect, our database connection. So let's first do that, mongoose connect like that, and then after doing this we need to define all the products. So let's do cons and then all products like that. This all products is going to come from await and then product and then dot find. Okay, and then you're going to do, make sure you import the product from models product. Then let's just do null here. Then we want to sort all these products, right? So we want to sort them, and then we want to sort them with ID. We want to start from the product that has been created, the first one to the last one. Okay, so we want to do 1. If we do -1, we're going to start from the bottom. Actually, is it like the bottom, the product that has been created last? And then now here we are going to return our props. So let's do return and then let's do props. Then we're also going to do all products here, and then json.pass. We're going to do json.pass, and then we can do json here. Can do json.stringify. I want to stringify all products. Okay, like that. And now all products, we can declare them here, all products. You've imported them there. So when we create the one for the products, you're going to get all our products here. So let's remove this and let's first check. Actually not going to check if we currently have any products present, but what you're going to do is we're going to do a const add product. So let's do we first need to like make sure that in all products you can be able to add them to cart. But for now, let's first do the grid for the all products. So here we are going to do those grid like that, and then you're also going to add grid columns of 2. So let's do grid calls of 2, and then you're going to do gap x of 3, gap x of 3. Also you're going to do in MD we need a gap x of 6, gap y of 10, and then you also need to do SM. We need grid columns of 2, so let's do grid columns of 2. We also need in large, we need grid calls of 4. We're going to do many columns here, and then in extra large we need them to be 5 columns. Grid calls of, we're going to do 5, right? And then in Excel we need them to be 6 grid columns of 6, because for me I'm in a 2 Excel screen. This one is going to be 2 Excel like that. And then what else do we need here? We need in extra large devices, we need a gap x of 8, gap x of 8, and a padding x of 2. So inside this div we are going to do a div first, or just to all products dot map. So let's do all. Actually, I'm not going to do that. We're going to first do a div here. This div is going to have a key of product ID key, which is going to be product dot underscore ID. But we need to map all the products because there are many, right? So let's first do all products. Let's map all products. So let's do all map products dot map, and then we want to map them into product. So let's do product there, and then here we can do this, and then now inside here is where we can add our product dot underscore ID. So in the first thing you're going to do is do a group. Is it a group? Yeah. And then after this group we need to do a block. We need overflow to be hidden. So let's do overflow hidden. We need a border. We also need that border to be accent, and then we need rounded to be XL, rounded to be XL, and then we need a border opacity of 10. Opacity of 10. And then inside this div we are going to have another div. So let's do div here. Let's do a div here, and then let's come back so that we make sure we don't have any errors. You can see that it's saying cannot read products of undefined reading dot map. So we are supposed to check first. So let's see. Inside here we are supposed to do this the same we did for the collection 1. You can see here we actually mapped just the product, not that one, but the products.js. First checked if the products length is greater than 0, and then we did the mapping. So we're just going to copy this, come back here, and then paste it here, but change this from products to all products. And by doing that, it's supposed to fix the error, and then also separate it there, come back, and now you can see we don't have any error. Then let's come back here. Inside this div we have added here, we need to actually add our images. So let's start with our img. It's going to be absolute. The src is going to be the product.images, which is going to be our first image in our array, and then it's going to be we can just do product image here, product image. And then we also need to add some few classes. So let's come back and see if we have the images. Not yet. Let's see. Yeah, we have all the images. You can see them, they are misplaced all over. So let's add some more stylings. We added absolute, we need an inset of 0. So let's do inset of 0. We need a height of full, a width of full. We need object to be contained. We also need opacity of 100 because we are going to add the hover effect. And then you're also going to do group hover of opacity 0, opacity to be 0. So let's come back, and you're supposed to see better images. Let's refresh. We have those images. I don't know why they are scattered like that, but I think we're supposed to, let's come back here, and you have this div that has the columns, right? And I think you're supposed to add another div, Control X, a flex div, and this flex div is also going to have justify to be center, and then minimum height of screen, and then a width of full. And then let's paste all of this inside here. So Control Shift L to format, and then we have this grid div, and then here we are mapping all the products into product ID. We need the group, we need the div, and then we need another div actually for the image here, and then we forgot to add class names here. And then here we are supposed to do relative. We also need to give a height. So in MD we need that image to have a height of 300, not a height but a width of a height, actually not a width, and then 300 pixels, because you saw that it's very it's taking like the whole width of the whole height of the screen. Let's see. Yeah, we have that. We close all this, and then we also need a height of 200 pixels for any other devices like that. So you have that div that holds the images, and then we have the src, we have the class name absolute, we need the insert, we need the height of full, we need the width, and then now we need to do the second image in case like we hover. Okay, so below here we're going to do our first image in our array, and then change the opacity to 0 and the group hover to 100, and then this opacity to 0. So let's see. Let's come back here and try to refresh this page. So let's refresh. We're getting these columns, and let's see, here we have the grid. We have grid columns of 2, gap x, md gap x, gap y. SM we have grid columns of 2, lg we have grid columns of 4, and excel you have grid columns of 5, and then to excel you have grid columns of 6. Into excel we have a gap y and all that. Don't know why we are getting that. We have the product dot images and then 0, then product dot images 1. Let's add another div here for the title to see why we are getting like an error. So below this div, let's add a relative div, and then here we are going to do a padding of 3. We're also going to add a border of top, and then inside here we can do a link. Let's do a next link. And then the ref is going to take us to products, and then products dot underscore id. We are going to create individual pages for the products, and then here we need a h3 for the, let's see, product title, product dot title. And then let's come back here and see if you're still getting, we're getting all this, and I don't know why. It actually worked. We have the title, we have this and this. I think that's better. You can see that we have all our images here, but first in this we need to add a padding of 4, so that now we have a gap here. Let's see. Yeah, we get that padding of 4. Yeah, I think that's better. And then now what we need is to add stylings for this h3. We need a class name of text to be medium, and then we also need to do text gray or text, and then we need to do group hover, and then we need to do underline. So when we hover, we need it to be underlined. And then what do we need to do? We need also to truncate so that we have a better view of the cards. Let's see, like that. And then what else do we need? Don't think we need anything else. So when we hover, you can see that it's getting underlined and the text is being truncated. Or we can just do line clamp of 2. So what if we do a line clamp of 2? Let's come back. Then after there's 2 lines, we do a truncate. So let's see, so that you can see the title of the object clearly, but I don't think we actually need this. We can remove the line clamp and then like leave it like that for now. Then now I think we have 1 2 3 4 5 6, we have 11 products, and instead of like doing the 6 here, we can do 5, so that you have a lot more room to work with. And then below here now we need to do the div for the price, but first remember we need to import our utility which truncates our price. So let's come, and then after doing that we need to come below the link here, and we are going to add another div, and this div is going to be dot margin top of, you can do 1.5, right, like that. And then we are going to do flex column, and then items to be center, and then justify to be between, and then the text color, so it's going to be text. And then now inside here we need to do a p tag, which is going to have a tracking of wide, like that. And then we need to do text primary, the primary color, and then we need the text to be SM, and then we need in medium devices or in large devices we need it to be text MD, like that. So now what we need to do inside here is to paste our formatted price. So we're going to say Kenya shillings and then format price. So let's do format price here, and then now let's paste our price, product dot price, like that. Then let's come back. You can see now we get the price of the items. What else do we need? We need the button to actually add a certain item to cart. You are going to add, you can add loading animations to show a loading when the products are loading, but let's do button here, and then I showed how to add the loading effect, right? So let's do add to cart. So let's do that. Then you're supposed to have like a button here that says add to cart. There it is. And then let's add some class names here. So let's do class names. Class name is equals to disabled. We need it to be disabled, but no, actually don't need it to be disabled. We need a block. Actually we have this button in our checkout page, in our cart page. Let's come to our cart page, and then we had this button somewhere. This is the success page, the checkout. Let's close all this. Then you had this button right here. So just going to copy this, then come here. Is it here, right? Yeah, it's here, and then paste it directly. Shift Alt F. Then actually you are supposed to copy it like the whole button, including the div. So let's come here and paste it. Shift Alt F to format. Then let's delete this. also do that, Shift Alt F. Then we're going to say add to cart, and then we're going to remove this on click from Stripe checkout to adding products to cart. So let's do this. Then here we're going to do add product. So let's do add product. We're going to import that add product, and then we're going to do add product. We're going to add the product dot underscore id, product dot underscore id, and then here we're also going to do toast dot success, toast dot success, and then you're going to say item added to cart. So let's do item added to cart, like that. And then now we need to import this function for adding products. So let's copy it from here and then paste it up here. Make sure you import the use context, then also make sure you do the import the cart context also. So if we come back here, then we try adding to cart, you'll notice that it's saying toast is not defined. So let's define the toast, import it from React hot toast, then come back, supposed to fix the error, add to cart, add to cart. You can see that the items are being added to cart. So what else do we need to do here? We need to actually be able to view a specific items page, right? And to do that, you can see here we came here and added, where is it, product dot underscore id. So we want to be taken to this page, and to do that you're going to come to our products and you're going to create another file which you're going to name it like this, dot dot dot, and then id, close it, and then .js, just like that. And here in our id.js we are going to export default function. Let's do export default, and then function which is going to be product page. Let's do product, then let's say page, and then here we're going to add product. Let's see, we actually have that product there. No, let's first remove the product. Okay, so let's do return here, then it's going to be just, let's add just a p tag of saying product page, product, and then we need to like test this out. Okay, so if we come here and then like let's try opening this product, you can see that the URL has changed to that certain product's ID, and by doing that we will be able to create the pages for each and every product in this page. So to do that, first we need to export down here. We need to actually create our export server side props. Okay, so what you're going to do is you're going to come to our hero page, because I think we had something like that in our hero page. Was it in our hero page? Actually, let's see, in our index.js, is it here? Actually it wasn't here, it was in our backend, sorry. So let's just come to our hero page, and then not hero page but products page. Where is it? This one. And then where is the products page? We just created this one. Then copy this, then come and paste it here. Okay, and then now we need to import the Mongoose Connect, and then now instead of const all products we're going to do a product only. Okay, so we're going to do product. Let's replace that, and then here we need our products ID. So we're going to do const, and then you're going to name our ID, which I told you is going to be in our context.query, context.query. If we console our context.query, you will notice that you will find our ID in our context, which is the whole thing, and then you're going to find our ID in our query. Okay, then now here we are supposed to import also the products, and then we're not going to find all this, just going to find our ID, and you're going to find it by ID. So let's do by ID, like that. Then JSON, the stringify, then products. I think that's it for that. Now here we need to pass in our product, so let's just do product, like that. And now it's time for us to be able to see all the products, but before we do that, let's also copy the add product functionality so that we don't come back here. Let's paste it here, and then also copy the truncate. And I was supposed to like add this as a component as itself, but let's just add it there. And then now here we need to check if we actually have a product in our system. So let's do, if we have a product in that ID, let's do a return. Not actually, we ain't supposed to do that. Let's go back, then let's copy this, and then let's do if we have a product. What do we need to do? We need to do that, right? Then inside here we're going to do a section which is going to be section margin top of 20, like that. And then you're also going to do in MD we need margin top of 6, like that. And then now inside here we need to do a grid, and then you're also going to do grid columns of 1, grid columns of 1, and then you're also going to do in LG you're going to do grid columns of 3, grid columns of 3, and then you're also going to do a gap of 8. And then now here we are going to first do the image section. Okay, so for this one you're going to do in LG devices, you need the aspect height of 2, aspect height of 2, and then you also need, and in LG we need aspect width of 2. So let's do aspect width of 2. We also need in large devices rounded of LG, rounded LG, and then we need overflow to be hidden. So let's do overflow to be hidden. And then what else do we need? A padding x of 4, padding x of 4, and then we need an AMD is going to be padding x of 2. Then now inside here we're going to add our IMG. So let's do IMG, which is going to have a width of full, and then the SRC is going to be product.images. Okay, so let's do product.images, and then you're going to do our first image in our array, which is going to be 0. The alt is going to be product image, and then we have a width of full here, so you're going to do height of full. We're also going to do in MD we need a height of 90 VH, so let's do height of 90 VH, and then object cover, and then object to be center, and then you also do border here, and then border to be primary. Then what else? We're also going to do a rounded of LG, and then if we come back here, then open like this product right here, you can see saying use context. You're supposed to import this and also import this, like that. I don't think there's anything else. We're supposed to see our first image. It's saying that context is not defined. We're supposed to come here and add our context here, so let's just do context. Okay, context, like that. And then now let's come back, refresh. It's supposed to get an error. Now you can see we get our first image here. Okay, so let's come back and we need to start adding the other images. So we have this first div, which is the div for the first image. We need another div down here, which is going to be also a grid. So let's see, we have grid columns of, yeah, so let's just do it dot grid. Then you're going to have grid columns of, let's say, 2. LG is going to be grid. Also you're going to do in LG we need grid columns of 1, so let's do grid columns of 1. In LG we need gap y of 4, so let's do gap y of 4, gap y of 4. And then we need a gap padding x of 2, we need a gap of 2, and we also need MD. In MD we need a gap of 0. You don't need a gap in medium devices, and we also need a padding x of 2. Then inside this div is where we are going to put to map all our images, because now we have more than one images. So we are going to do product dot images, okay, and then dot slice. We're going to slice, we need the first to the third image, because now we have already mapped our first image in our array. So we are going to do dot slice 1 3 and then dot map. We are going to do image here, and then you're also going to do an index. What else do we need? Nothing. And then let's now start mapping all our images. Okay, so inside here we need a div, and this div is going to have a key of index. So let's do key to be index, and then we need some class names here. In LG we need that aspect of, we actually need this aspect, then rounded LG. So let's just copy this and then come and paste it down here. You need an LG aspect height of 2, width of 3 instead, and then LG also here we need LG. Now inside here we are going to start by mapping our images, okay, and by doing that we need to copy this. Let me close that and then paste it here, Shift Alt F, and then instead of this we're going to say image here. Okay, we need a width of full, height of full. In MD we need a height of 44 VH. I saw that's what works best. And then object to be cover, object center, border primary. For this one we can do secondary, that's secondary color. Okay, then we need a rounded LG, we need a padding of 4. So let's come back. You can see now we have these 2 images, and now here we are going to add our data for the images for the products, so what we call product info. Okay, so below this div here we're going to do another div of padding 4, and then now inside here we're going to do LG, we're going to do padding of 8. Okay, and then we need a border. Then inside here we're going to have a H1, which is going to be a text 3XL. So let's do H1 text 3XL like that. And then font to be semi-bold, font to be semi-bold. Then we also need something else, which is text to be text. And then now here we are going to say, here is where we put our product dot title. Okay, so let's come back, and you can see now we have the product dot title, and we have a small card there. And then here below here you can add a margin top of 6 dot margin top of 6. And then let's see, we can come inside here, and then we can do a H2 in the text to be 2XL. Also we can do font not 2XL but XL. We can do font to be semi-bold. Let's do font of semi-bold. And then you're also going to do the text color, of which it can remain like that. And then we're going to say description here, description. And then below this description you're going to add a p tag, which is going to have a margin top of 2. So margin top of 2. Then it's also going to have a text gray 700, and here is where you're going to map our product dot description. Okay, so let's come back. You can see we get the products description. Okay, then now let's do the product details here. So let's come here, and below this div, let's add another div of margin top of 6, and then we're also going to do the same here. Okay, so let's just copy this, Control C, and then paste it down here. This one is going to be details, then you're going to do product.details. Okay, and then we are going to do the next one, which is going to be our price. Let's see, sorry about that. Let's open here, and you can see we have the details here and product.details. Do you actually add details in our backend? Let me see. We only added the product price, of which in our full application here we have the product details. Okay, so let's come here, and you can see we have the details, you have the brand, gender, and all this, but we said for this one you're going to add it yourself. So let's just comment this out, and then this is the task, and I'm going to say above here you're going to say product details. Okay, let's do product details. So when you'll be creating this, you know that this is where we put our product. You're going to put the product details, okay, like that. And then now below the product details we need to actually add our price. Okay, and for the price we need to do something different, so we're going to do margin top of 4, and then we're also going to do flex, and then you're going to do justify to be between, and then we need items to be center, and then what else do we need? Nothing else. Inside this div we need to add a h2, so let's do h2 to be text excel dot text excel. Then you're going to add our font, which is semi bold, so let's do font to be semi bold, and then text gray to be 700. And then now inside here we are going to say price. Then below this price, this h2, we are going to do a p tag, which is going to have a margin top of 2, so let's do p tag of margin top of 2, and then you're going to do text to be primary. You're also going to do font of semi bold, and then text lg. We are going to do format Kenya shillings here. Then we are going to do format price KTs. Then you're going to do product dot price, like that. Then I think that's it. So let's see, you can see now we have the price down here. Now what do we need? We need the button, and the button you're going to like copy it from here, which is this one. So let's copy this, but you're not going to do the column, you're going to just do the, have I copied it? Control C. We are going to just do the below this div, you're going to paste it, and then you're going to remove the text center. Actually need the text center, then let's remove that. Shift Alt F to format, and then you need to add to product toast.success. Let's make sure that this one is imported, and then I think that's it. So let's come back, have add to cart, which works, and then you're going to do margin top of 6 here. Then you can see that now that works. If we come back here in all our products, and then let's say we want to check on our, what do we call it, this stylish men's leather t-shirt, you can see that it works as expected. Now I'm going to show you how you're going to deploy this website together with the admin dashboard. So first you're going to open both of your folders, okay, and make sure that in your front end you have added an Next.js secret. Make sure that it's just a random secret. You can generate a string, and then also on your backend, on your admin dashboard, make sure you also add a Next.js secret. And before pushing anything, before pushing to GitHub on your admin code, make sure that there are several places, such as I think we had products, right, where we were saying like let's do something. Where is it? In our products index page, there was this part where we were saying let us create a new product, but it was this let's, okay, it was this let's. Make sure that you ensure that you don't have this when like you will be deploying. Make sure that you change that. You can either use the strings identifier, such as let's say NBSP. This one is for a space. Like, make sure you replace that apostrophe with something else so that you don't get any errors while pushing to GitHub. Not like pushing to GitHub, but when trying to deploy with Vercel. And then make sure that you also change all the A tags to link, and also do the same for the front end. And remember, when you are like creating the front end, we moved the models folder into our application, right? Make sure that you, not like the models folder, it was the lib folder which has mongoose. Make sure, and we didn't install mongoose, make sure you also install mongoose, okay? So let's come back. And the first thing you're going to do is you're going to open Vercel. If you don't have an account, make sure you create one and then connect it with your GitHub. And then after like you've created an account and you've linked it with your GitHub, you're supposed to see your repositories here, okay? So we're going to start with the Ecommerce admin. So you're going to import, and then you can change the name to whatever you want, but you're going to remain with that since that's our project name. And then you're not going to change anything here. The only thing you're going to add is the environment variables, okay? So we're supposed to add all our environment variables from the backend, and we're also going to do the same for the front end. So I'm going to show you how to deploy the backend, and you're also going to use the same procedure to deploy your front end. I'm not going to do both, but I'm going to show you how. So make sure you copy this, the Google ID, also make sure you add them here, also the Google secret. And when you will be deploying the front end, make sure that you also add the success URL, the one that we added, so that if there is a successful checkout, it takes that user to that certain route, okay? So make sure you add the success URL, and then let's finish adding this. If you used Amazon Web Service to post your pictures there, make sure you also add its environment variables here, okay? So let's do that. Add, and then also this one, and also make sure you add your Next.js secret, okay? This one is for the JWT session. It's just a random string. You can do that and then like paste it here, Control C and then Control V, add. And then the next thing you're going to do, you can see that we have all this here, and our front end has the same, but it doesn't have the cloudinary, it has the stripe. Make sure you also put the stripe, and also remember to add the success URL, even though make sure you add it as HTTP, and then you're going to change it when we will be doing what? When after deploying, we'll change it to the URL we want. So let's deploy. If we have any errors, it's going to show us. So let's wait. You can see that our deployment has finished, and you can see our app is now deployed. Let's continue to dashboard, and then we are going to open visit. You can hit visit, but for me, I prefer coming here and looking for the good URL. I think this one is easy, so I'll open this one. And as you can see now, our app is deployed, but you will notice something when you try to sign in, it won't like sign us in because there's something we haven't done, and I told you earlier when you were creating, you're going to fix it. So when you are in the Google Next.js, you can see here you have the configuration, and we have for development, and we have for production, right? And you can see here it's saying that you're supposed to add our domain and then API out Google. Okay, so we're going to copy this and then come to copy the URL, come to your Google console, and then open the credential that you created, and then you're going to add a redirect URL. Okay, and then it's going to be like that, and then API Google. Okay, and then save. So if like let's say we come back here and then we try to, let's refresh, and then let's try to sign in. Now we are logged in into our deployed application. We can come to products and see if we can see all our products, and as you can see, all the products are here, and we can actually edit. You can see that you can actually edit, we can sort the pictures, we can save the React Toastify works, we can delete products, and we can also do all that we were doing in our the development mode. Okay, so what you're going to do the same for your front end, of which for me I've already deployed it for you so that we can like save time. So this is my deployed front end, and I'm going to show you the environment variables. If I come to the settings and then I scroll down here, environment variables, you can see that I have added all the environment variables, but we have two applications which are different. We have the front end and we have the back end. And if we come here also, we come to this project, and then like let's say we want to view the contents of this page, we'll be able to view the contents of this page. We will also be able to add items to cart, but you are not going to be authenticated. You can see that our app is deployed and we can actually add to cart. You can see that you can add to cart. We can come here to all products and we can also view, but we don't have a user session available right now. Okay, if you come to the cart, you'll notice that you're told you should sign up to view cart items, and if we hit continue with Google, it's going to bring this error saying that we are unable to log in. So we are going to come back to your credentials. Okay, and then you're going to create new credentials, because like we have two different applications. I'm going to tell you why we are doing this. Come to redirect your eyes, and then come to your front end, and then come and copy this. Okay, then come back to the API and paste it here. Make sure that you also add the callback. Let's look for it, this API auth callback. Here it is, and then come and paste it here. Okay, and then save, not like add URL but save. Okay, let's delete this and then let's create. Once after doing that, continue like with the process, you will see that we are given new client ID and client secret. You're going to open your deployed application and come to your settings, because remember we use the Google ID and Google secret for the admin dashboard, and we need Google ID and Google secret for a new application. So what you're going to do here, you're going to edit this, and then you're going to replace this with the new string, and then save. Come back and also copy the secret, and then come and paste it here. Look for the Google secret and then edit, and then paste it here, and then save. Now if we come to our application here, and then we open our cart and then try signing in, let's see. You can see now we get the signing option, and now you can see we are able to view our cart. There's something else we need to update, right? Come to the home page, to your home page, and then remember we added the success URL. Okay, so you're going to come back to your deployed version, come to settings, and then come to environment variables, and then look for look for the success URL, and then you're going to update it from localhost to your application. If you have more than one URL, because like Vercel gives you more than one, we're going to add them there. And then let's come here and then let's try checking out. Let's check out. You can see that the stripe works. Let's add the card, and then let's add the month. Let's do 432, then let's do 424, and then attest here and then pay. You can see that you are being redirected and you will be taken to, I don't know why it hasn't like updated itself, but it has taken us to the localhost 3000. After you have updated, you're supposed to like redeploy your website so that it updates the changes. Okay, so after doing that, you can see that our application works successfully, right? So now that's how you create a full stack e-commerce application. If you have watched till this far, thank you, and make sure you subscribe, hit the like button, also leave a comment and say what I should do next. If you have any questions, I'm going to post my Discord link in the description. Also, you're going to get this code from my website, which is EdgeHub. You're going to come here and come here to find the code for the front end and for the back end. All the codes that you have created in this video are responsive, but if they don't have everything that was in the initial website, you're going to find it here in this and in this. So make sure you do that. Also make sure you give the code a star before using it. That will help me out, and let's meet on the next video.